Chapter 17 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. The Ebbing Well. Cicely's thirst for adventures had received a check, but the Queen, being particularly well and in good spirits, and trusting that this would be her last visit to Buxton, was inclined to enterprise, and there were long rides and hawking expeditions on the moors. The last of these, ere leaving Buxton, brought the party to the hamlet of Barton Clough, where a loose horseshoe of the Earl's caused a halt at a little wayside smithy. Mary, always friendly and free-spoken, asked for a draught of water, and entered into conversation with the smith's rosy-cheeked wife, who brought it to her, and said it was sure to be good and pure, for the stream came from the ebbing and flowing well, and she pointed up a steep path. Then, on a further question, she proceeded. "Has her ladyship never heard of the ebbing well that shows whether true love is soothfast?" "How so?" asked the Queen. "How precious such a test might be! It would save many a maiden a broken heart, only that the poor fools would ne'er trust it." "I have heard of it," said the Earl, "and Dr. Jones would demonstrate to your Grace that it is but a superstition of the vulgar regarding a natural phenomenon." "Yea, my lord," said the smith, looking up from the horse's foot. "'Tis the trade of yonder philosophers to gainsay whatever honest folk believe before them. They'll deny next that hens lay eggs, or blight rots wheat. My good wife speaks but plain truth, and we have seen it o'er and o'er again." "What have you seen, good man?" asked Mary eagerly, and ready answer was made by the couple, who had acquired some cultivation of speech and manners by their wayside occupation, and likewise a cicerone to the spring. "Seen, quoth the lady," said the smith. "Why, he that is a true man and hath a true maid can quaff a draught as deep as his gullet can hold, or she that is true and hath a true love. But let one who hath a flaw in the metal, on the one side or the other, stoop to drink, and the water shrinks away so as there's not the moistening of a lip." "Ay, the ladies may laugh," added his wife, "but 'tis soothfast for all that." "Hast proved it, good dame?" asked the Queen archly, for the pair were still young and well-looking enough to be jested with. "Ay, have we not, madam?" said the dame. "Was not my man yonder, Rob the tinker's son, whom my father and brethren, the smiths down yonder at Buxton, thought but scorn of, but we'd taken a sup together at the ebbing well, and it played neither of us false, so we held out against them all, and when they saw there was no help for it, they gave Bob the second best anvil, and bellows for my portion, and here we be." "Living witnesses to the well," said the Queen merrily. "How say you, my lord? I would fain see this marvel. Master Curll, will you try the venture?" "I fear it not, madam," said the secretary, looking at the blushing Barbara. Objections did not fail to arise from the Earl as to the difficulties of the path and the lateness of the hour, but Bob Smith, perhaps wilfully, discovered another of my lord's horseshoes to be in perilous state, and his good wife, Dame Emmett, offered to conduct the ladies by so good a path that they might think themselves on the Queen's Walk at Buxton itself. Lord Shrewsbury, finding himself a prisoner, was obliged to yield compliance, and leaving Sir Andrew Melville with the grooms and falconers in charge of the horses, the Queen, the Earl, Cicely, Mary Seaton, Barbara Mowbray, the two secretaries, and Richard Talbot and young Diccon, started on the walk, together with Dr. Bourgoin, her physician, who was eager to investigate the curiosity and make it a subject of debate with Dr. Jones. The path was a beautiful one, through rocks and brushwood, mountain ash bushes showing their coral berries amid their feathery leaves, golden and white stars of stone crop studding every coign of vantage, and in more level spots the waxy bell-heather beginning to come into blossom. Still it was rather overpraise to call it as smooth as the carefully levelled and much trodden Queen's path at Buxton, considering that it ascended steeply all the way, and made the solemn, much-enduring Earl pant for breath. But the Queen, her rheumatics for the time entirely in abeyance,
bounded on with the mountain step learned in early childhood, and closely followed the brisk Emmett.
The last ascent was a steep pull, taking away the disposition to speak, and at its summit Mary stood holding out one hand with the finger of the other on her lips as a sign of silence to the rest of the suite, and to Emmett, who stood flushed and angered, for what she esteemed her lawful province seemed to have been invaded from the other side of the country. They were on the side of the descent from the moorlands connected with the peak, on a small esplanade, in the midst of which lay a deep clear pool, with 9 small springs or fountains discharging themselves, under fern and wild rose or honeysuckle, into its basin. Steps had been cut in the rock leading to the verge of the pool, and on the lowest of these, with his back to the newcomers, was kneeling a young man, his brown head bare, his short cloak laid aside, so that his well-knit form could be seen, the sword and spurs that clanked against the rock, as well as the whole fashion and texture of his riding dress, showing him to be a gentleman. "We shall see the venture made," whispered Mary to her daughter, who, in virtue of youth and lightness of foot, had kept close behind her. Grasping the girl's arm and smiling, she heard the young man's voice cry aloud to the echoes of the rock, "Cis!" then stoop forward and plunge face and head into the clear, translucent water. "Good luck to the true lover," smiled the Queen. "What, starting, silly maid? Sissies are plenty in these parts as rowan berries." "Nay, but," gasped Cicely, for at that moment the young man, rising from his knees, his face still shining with the water, looked up at his unsuspected spectators. An expression of astonishment and ecstasy lighted up his honest, sunburnt countenance, as Master Richard, who had just succeeded in dragging the portly Earl up the steep path, met his gaze. He threw up his arms, made apparently but one bound, and was kneeling at the captain's feet, embracing his knees. "My son, Humfrey, thyself!" cried Richard. "See, see what presence we are in!" "Your blessing, father, first," cried Humfrey, "ere I can see aught else." And as Richard quickly and thankfully laid his hand on the brow, so much fairer than the face, and then held his son for one moment in a close embrace, with an exchange of the kiss that was not only then a foreign fashion, Queen and Earl said to one another with a sigh that happy was the household where the son had no eyes for any save his father. Mary, however, might have found it hard to continue her smiles, when, after due but hurried obeisance to her and to his feudal chief, Humfrey turned to the little figure beside her, all smiling with startled shyness, and in one moment seemed to swallow it up in a huge overpowering embrace, fraternal in the eyes of almost all the spectators, but not by any means so to those of Mary, especially after the name she had heard. Diccon's greeting was the next, and was not quite so visibly rapturous on the part of the elder brother, who explained that he had arrived at Sheffield yesterday, and finding no one to welcome him but little Edward, had set forth for Buxton almost with daylight, and having found himself obliged to rest his horse, he had turned aside to— and here he recollected just in time that Cis was in every one's eyes save his father's, his own sister, and lamely concluded, to take a draught of water, blushing under his brown skin as he spoke. Poor fellow! The Queen, even while she wished him in the farthest West Indian isle, could not help understanding that strange doubt and dread that come over the mind at the last moment before a longed-for meeting, and which had made even the bold young sailor glad to rally his hopes by this divination. Fortunately she thought only herself and one or two of the foremost had heard the name he gave, as was proved by the Earl's good-humoured laugh, as he said, "A draught, quotha! We understand that, sir. And who may this your true love be?" "That I hoped soon to make known to your lordship," returned Humfrey, with a readiness which he certainly did not possess before his voyage. The ceremony was still to be fulfilled, and the smith's wife called them to order by saying, "Good luck to the young gentleman. He is a stranger here, or he would have known he should have come up by our path. Will you try the well, your Grace?" "Nay, nay, good woman, my time for such toys is over," said the Queen, smiling. "But moved by such an example, here are others to take the venture. Master Curll is burning for it, I see." "I fear no such trial, an it please your Grace," said Curll, bowing, with a bright defiance of the water,
and exchanging a confident smile with the blushing Mistress Barbara.
Then kneeling by the well and uttering her name aloud ere stooping to drink, he too succeeded in obtaining a full draught, and came up triumphantly. "The water is a flatterer," said the Earl. "It favours all." The French secretary, Monsieur Now, here came forward and took his place on the steps. No one heard, but every one knew the word he spoke was Bessie, for Elizabeth Pierrepoint had long been the object of his affections. No doubt he hoped that he should obtain some encouragement from the water, even while he gave a little laugh of affected incredulity, as though only complying with the form to amuse the Queen. Down he went on his knees, bending over the pool, when behold, he could not reach it. The streams that fed it were no longer issuing from the rock, the water was subsiding rapidly. The farther he stooped, the more it retreated, till he had almost fallen over, and the guide screamed out a note of warning. "Have a care, sir. If the water flees you, flee it will, and you'll not mend matters by drowning yourself." How he was to be drowned by water that fled from him was not clear, but with a muttered malediction he arose and glanced round as if he thought the mortification a trick on the part of the higher powers, since the Earl did not think him a match for the Countess's grandchild, and the Queen had made it known to him that she considered Bess Pierrepoint to have too much of her grandmother's conditions to be likely to be a good wife. There was a laugh, too, scarce controlled by some of the less well-mannered of his suite, especially as the Earl, wishing to punish his presumption, loudly set the example. There was a pause as the discomfited secretary came back, and the guide exclaimed, "Come, my masters, be not daunted. Will none of you come on? Hath none of you faith in your love? Oh, fie!" "We are married men, good woman," said Richard, hoping to put an end to the scene, "and thus can laugh at your well." "But will not these pretty ladies try it? It speaks as sooth to lass as to lad." "I am ready," said Barbara Mowbray, as Curll gave her his hand to bound lightly down the steps, and to the general amazement, no sooner had Gilbert echoed from her lips than the fountains again burst forth, the water rose, and she had no difficulty in reaching it, while no one could help bursting forth in applause. Her Gilbert fervently kissed the hand she gave him to aid her steps up the slope, and Dame Emmott, in triumphant congratulation, scanned them over and exclaimed, "Ay, trust the well for knowing the true sweetheart and the true maid. Come you next, fair mistress." Poor Mary Seaton shook her head, with a look that the kindly woman understood, and she turned towards Cicely, who had a girl's unthinking impulse of curiosity, and had already put her hand into Humfrey's, when his father exclaimed, "Nay, nay, the maid is yet too young." And the Queen added, "Come back, thou silly little one. This test's been not for babes like thee." She was forced to be obedient, but she pouted a little as she was absolutely held fast by Richard Talbot's strong hand. Humfrey was disappointed too, but all was bright with him just then, and as the party turned to make a descent, he said to her, "It matters not, little sis. I am sure of thee with the water or without, and after all thou couldst but have whispered my name, till my father lets us speak it all out." They were too much hemmed in by other people for a private word, and a little mischievous banter was going on with Sir Andrew Melville, who was supposed to have a grave elderly courtship with Mistress Kennedy. Humfrey was left in the absolute bliss of ignorance, while the old habit and instinct of joy and gladness in his presence reasserted itself in Cis, so that, as he handed her down the rocks, she answered in the old tone all his inquiries about his mother, and all else that concerned them at home, Diccon meantime risking his limbs by scrambling outside the path to keep abreast of his brother and to put in his word whenever he could. On reaching the smithy, Humfrey had to go round another way to fetch his horse, and could hardly hope to come up with the rest before they reached Buxton. His brother was spared to go with him, but his father was too important a part of the escort to be spared, so Cicely rode near the Queen and heard no more except the Earl's version of Dr. Jones's explanation of the intermitting spring. They reached home only just in time to prepare for supper, and the two youths appeared almost simultaneously, so that Mistress Talbot, sitting at her needle on the broad terrace in front of the Earl's lodge, beheld to her amazement and delight the figure that, grown and altered as it was, she recognised in an instant. In another second Humfrey had sprung from his horse, rushed up the steps he knew not how, and the Queen, with tears trembling in her eyes, was saying, "Ah, Melville, see how sons greet their mothers." The great clock was striking 7, a preposterously late hour for supper, and etiquette was stronger than sentiment or perplexity. Every one hastened to assume an evening toilette, for a riding dress would have been an insult to the Earl, and the bell soon clanged to call them down to their places in the hall. Even Humfrey had brought in his cloak-bag wherewithal to make himself presentable, and soon appeared, a well-knit and active figure, in a plain dark blue jerkin with white slashes, and long hose knitted by his mother's dainty fingers, and well-preserved shoes with blue rosettes, and a flat blue velvet cap, with an exquisite black and sapphire feather in it fastened by a curious brooch. His hair was so short that its naturally strong curl could hardly be seen. His ruddy sunburnt face could hardly be called handsome, but it was full of frankness and intelligence, and beaming with honest joy, and close to him moved little Diccon, hardly able to repress his ecstasy within company bounds, and letting it find vent in odd little gestures, wriggling with his body, playing tunes on his knee, or making dancing steps with his feet. Lord Shrewsbury welcomed his young kinsman as one who had grown from a mere boy into a sturdy and effective supporter. He made the newcomer sit near him, and asked many questions, so that Humfrey was the chief speaker all supper time, with here and there a note from his father, the only person who had made the same voyage. All heard with eager interest of the voyage, the weeds of the Gulf Stream, the strange birds and fishes, of Walter Raleigh's Virginian colony and its ill success, of the half-starved men whom Sir Richard Grenville had found too ready to leave Roanoke, of dark-skinned Indians, of chases of Spanish ships, of the peak of Teneriffe rising white from the waves, of phosphorescent seas, of storms, and of shark-catching. Supper over, the audience again gathered round the young traveller, a perfect fountain of various and wonderful information to those who had for the most part never seen a book of travels. He narrated simply and well, without his boyish shy embarrassment and awkwardness, and likewise, as his father alone could judge, without boasting, though, if to no one else, to Diccon and Cis, listening with wide open eyes, he seemed a hero of heroes. In the midst of his narration, a message came that the Queen of Scots requested the presence of Mistress Cicely. Humfrey stared in discomfiture, and asked when she would return. "Not to-night," faltered the girl, and the mother added, for the benefit of the bystanders, "for lack of other ladies of the household. Much service hath of late fallen to Cicely and myself, and she shares the Queen's chamber." Humfrey had to submit to exchange good nights with Cicely, and she made her way less willingly than usual to the apartments of the Queen, who was being made ready for her bed. "Here comes our truant," she exclaimed as the maiden entered. "I sent to rescue thee from the western seafarer who had clawed thee in his tarry clutch. Thou didst act the sister's part passing well. I hear my lord and all his meanie have been sitting open-mouthed, hearkening to his tales of savages and cannibals." "Oh, madam, he told us of such lovely isles," said Cis. "The sea, he said, is blue, bluer than we can conceive, with white waves of dazzling surf, breaking on islands fringed with white shells and coral, and with palms, their tops like the biggest ferns in the brake, and laden with red golden fruit as big as goose eggs, and the birds! Oh, madam, my mother, the birds! They are small, small as our butterflies and beetles, and they hang hovering and quivering over a flower, so that Humfrey thought they were moths, for he saw nothing but a whizzing and a whirring, till he smote the pretty thing dead, and then he said that I should have wept for pity, for it was a little bird with a long bill, and a breast that shines red in one light, purple in another, and flame-coloured in a third. He has brought home the little skin and feathers of it for me." "Thou hast supped full of travellers' tales, my simple child." "Yea, madam, but my lord listened, and made Humfrey sit beside him, and made much of him, my lord himself. I would fain bring him to you, madam. It is so wondrous to hear him tell of the red men with crowns of feathers and belts of beads. Such gentle savages they be, and their chiefs as courteous and stately as any of our princes, and yet those cruel Spaniards make them slaves, and force them to dig in mines, so that they die and perish under their hands." "And better so than that they should not come to the knowledge of the faith," said Mary. "I forgot that your Grace loves the Spaniards," said Cis, much in the tone in which she might have spoken of a taste in her Grace for spiders, adders, or any other noxious animal. "One day my child would grow out of her little heretic prejudices, and learn to love her mother's staunch friends, the champions of the Holy Church, and the representatives of true knighthood in these degenerate days. Ah, child, couldst thou but see a true Spanish caballero, or again, could I but show thee thy noble cousin of Guise, then wouldst thou know how to rate these gross clownish English mastiffs who now turn thy silly little brain. Ah, that thou couldst once meet a true prince!" "The well," murmured Cicely. "Tush, child," said the Queen, amused. "What of that? Thy name is not Cis, is it? 'Tis only the slough that serves thee for the nonce. The good youth will find himself linked to some homely, housewifely Cis in due time, when the Princess Bride is queening it in France or Austria, and will own that the well was wiser than he." Poor Cis! If her inmost heart declared Humfrey Talbot to be prince enough for her, she durst not entertain the sentiment, not knowing whether it were unworthy, and while Marie de Courcelles read aloud a French legend of a saint to soothe the Queen to sleep, she lay longing after the more sympathetic mother, and wondering what was passing in the hall. Richard Talbot had communed with his wife's eyes, and made up his mind that Humfrey should know the full truth before the Queen should enjoin his being put off with the story of the parentage she had invented for Bride Hepburn, and while some of the gentlemen followed their habit of sitting late over the wine cup, he craved their leave to have his son to himself a little while, and took him out in the summer twilight on the greensward, going through the guards, for whom he, as the gentleman warder, had the password of the night. In compliment to the expedition of the day, it had been made True Love and the Flowing Well. It sounded agreeable in Humfrey's ears. He repeated it again, and then added, "Little Cis, she hath come to woman's estate, and she hath taught some of the captive ladies pretty tricks of the head and hands. How long has she been so thick with her?" "Since this journey. I have to speak with thee, my son." "I wait your pleasure, sir," said Humfrey, and as his father paused a moment ere communicating his strange tidings, he rendered the matter less easy by saying, "I guess your purpose. If I may at once wed my little Cis, I will send word to Sir John Norreys that I am not for this expedition to the Low Countries, though there is good and manly work to be done there, and I have the offer of a command, but I gave not my word till I knew your will, and whether we might wed at once." "Thou hast much to hear, my son." "Nay, surely no one has come between!" exclaimed Humfrey. "Methought she was less frank and more coy than of old. If that sneaking traitor Babington hath been making up to her, I will slit his false gullet for him." "Hush, hush, Humfrey. Thy seafaring boasts skill not here. No man hath come between thee and yonder poor maid." "Poor? You mean not that she is sickly? Were she so, I would so tend her that she should be well for mere tenderness. But no, she was the very image of health. No man, said you, father? Then it is a woman? Ah, my Lady Countess is it, bent on making her match her own way? Sir, you are too good and upright to let a tyrannous dame like that sever between us, though she be near of kin to us. My mother might scruple to cross her, but you have seen the world, sir." "My lad, you are right in that it is a woman who stands between you and Cis, but it is not the Countess. None would have the right to do so, save the maiden's own mother." "Her mother! You have discovered her lineage? Can she have aught against me? I, your son, of the Talbot blood, and not ill endowed?" "Alack, son! The Talbot may be a good dog, but the lioness will scarce esteem him her mate. Riddles apart, it is proved beyond question that our little maid is of birth as high as it is unhappy. Thou canst be secret, I know, Humfrey, and thou must be silent as the grave, for it touches my honour and the poor child's liberty." "Who is she, then?" demanded Humfrey sharply. His father pointed to the Queen's window, Humfrey stared at him and muttered an ejaculation, then exclaimed, "How and when was this known?" Richard went over the facts, giving as few names as possible, while his son stood looking down and drawing lines with the point of his sword. "I hoped," ended the father, "that these 5 years' absence might have made thee forget thy childish inclination." And as Humfrey, without raising his face, emphatically shook his head, he went on to add, "So, my dear son, meseemeth that there is no remedy, but that, for her peace and thine own, thou shouldest accept this offer of brave Norreys, and by the time the campaign is ended, they may both be safe in Scotland, out of reach of vexing thy heart, my poor boy." "Is it so sure that her royal lineage will be owned?" muttered Humfrey. "Out on me for saying so, but sure this lady hath made light enough of her wedlock with yonder villain." "Even so, but that was when she deemed its offspring safe beneath the waves. I fear me that, however our poor damsel be regarded, she will be treated as a mere bait and tool, if not bestowed on some foreign prince, and there hath been talk of dukes and archdukes. She may serve to tickle the pride of some Scottish thief, such as was her father." "Sir, sir, how can you speak patiently of such profanation and cruelty, Papist butchers and Scottish thieves, for the child of your hearth? Were it not better that I stole her safely away, and wedded her in secret, so that at least she might have an honest husband?" "Nay, his honesty would scarce be thus manifest," said Richard, "even if the maid would consent, which I think she would not. Her head is too full of her new greatness to have room for thee, my poor lad. Best that thou shouldest face the truth. And verily, what is it but her duty to obey her mother, her true and veritable mother, Humfrey? It is but making her ease harder, and adding to her griefs, to strive to awaken any inclination she may have had for thee, and therefore it is that I counsel thee, nay, I might command thee, to absent thyself while it is still needful that she remain with us, passing for our daughter." Humfrey still traced lines with his sword in the dust. He had always been a strong-willed, though an obedient and honourable boy, and his father felt that these 5 years had made a man of him, whom, in spite of medieval obedience, it was not easy to dispose of arbitrarily. "There is no haste," he muttered. "Norreys will not go till my Lord of Leicester's commission be made out. It is 5 years since I was at home. My son, thou knowest that I would not send thee from me willingly. I had not done so ere now, but that it was well for thee to know the world and men, and Sheffield is a mere nest of intrigue and falsehood, where even if one keeps one's integrity, it is hard to be believed. But for my lord, thy mother, and my poor folk, I would gladly go with thee, to strike honest downright blows at a foe I could see and feel, rather than be nothing better than a warder, and be driven distracted with women's tongues. Why, they have even set division between my lord and his son Gilbert, who is ever the dearest thing to him. Young as he is, methinks Diccon would be better away with thee, than where the very air smells of plots and lies." "I trow the Queen of Scots will not be here much longer," said Humfrey. "Men say in London that Sir Ralph Sadler is even now setting forth to take charge of her, and send my lord to London." "We have had such hopes too often, my son," said Richard. "Nay, she hath left us more than once, but always to fall back upon Sheffield like a weight to the ground. But she is full of hope in her son, now that he is come of age, and hath put to death her great foe, the Earl of Morton." "The poor lady might as well put her faith in a jelly-fish," said Humfrey, falling on a comparison perfectly appreciated by the old sailor. "Eh, she will get naught but stings. How knowest thou?" "Why, do none know here that King James is in the hands of him they call the Master of Gray?" "Queen Mary puts in him her chief hope." "Then she hath indeed grasped a jelly-fish. Know you not, father, those proud and gay ones, with rose-coloured bladders and long blue beards, blue as the azure of a herald's coat?" "Ay, marry I do. I remember when I was a lad in my first voyage laying hold on one. I warrant you I danced about till I was nearly overboard, when my arm was as big as two for 3 days later. Is the fellow of that sort, the false Scot?" "Look you, father, I met in London that same Johnstone who was one of this lady's gentlemen at one time. You remember him? He breakfasted at Bridgefield once or twice, ere the watch became more strict." "Yea, I remember him. He was an honest fellow for a Scot." "When he made out that I was the little lad he remembered, he was very courteous, and desired his commendations to you and to my mother. He had been in Scotland, and had come south in the train of this rogue Gray. I took him to see the old Pelican, and we had a breakfast aboard there. He asked much after his poor Queen, whom he loves as much as ever, and when he saw I was a man he could trust, your true son, he said that he saw less hope for her than ever in Scotland. Her friends have been slain or exiled, and the young generation that has grown up have learned to dread her like an incarnation of the Scarlet One of Babylon. Their preachers would hail her as Satan loosed on them, and the nobles dread nothing so much as being made to disgorge the lands of the Crown and the Church on which they are battening. As to her son, he was fain enough to break forth from one set of tutors, and the messages of France and Spain tickle his fancy, but he is not. He is crammed with scholarship, and not without a shrewd apprehension, but, with respect be it spoken, more the stuff that court fools are made of than kings. It may be, as a learned man told Johnstone, that the shock the Queen suffered when the brutes put Davy to death before her eyes, 3 months ere his birth, hath damaged his constitution, for he is at the mercy of whosoever chooses to lead him, and hath no will of his own. This Master of Gray was at first inclined to the Queen's party, thinking more might be got by a reversal of all things. But now he finds the King's men so strong in the saddle, and the Queen's French kindred like to be too busy at home to aid her, what doth he do but list to our Queen's offers, and this embassage of his, which hath a colour of being for Queen Mary's release, is verily to make terms with my Lord Treasurer and Sir Francis Walsingham for the pension he is to have for keeping his King in the same mind." "Turning a son against a mother! I marvel that honourable counsellors can bring themselves to the like." "Policy, sir, policy," said Humfrey. "And this Gray maketh a fine show of chivalry and honour, insomuch that Sir Philip Sidney himself hath desired his friendship. But, you see, the poor lady is as far from freedom as she was when she first came to Sheffield." "She is very far from believing it, poor dame. I am sorry for her, Humfrey, more sorry than I ever thought I could be, now I have seen more of her. My lord himself says he never knew her break a promise. How gracious she is there is no telling." "That we always knew," said Humfrey, looking somewhat amazed that his honoured father should have fallen under the spell of the siren between the cold earth and the moon. "Yes, gracious, and of a wondrous constancy of mind and evenness of temper," said Richard. "Now that thy mother and I have watched her more closely, we can testify that, weary, worn, and sick of body and of heart as she is, she never letteth a bitter or a chiding word pass her lips towards her servants. She hath nothing to lose by it. Their fidelity is proven. They would stand by her to the last, use them as she would. But assuredly their love must be doubly bound up in her when they see how she regardeth them before herself. Let what will be said of her, son Humfrey, I shall always maintain that I never saw woman, save thine own good mother, of such evenness of condition and sweetness of consideration for all about her, ay, and patience in adversity, such as, heaven forbid, thy mother should ever know." "Amen, and verily amen," said Humfrey. "Deem you then that she hath not worked her own woe?" "Nay, lad, what saith the Scripture? Judge not, and ye shall not be judged. How should I know what passes 17 years back in Scotland?" "Ay, but for present plots and intrigues, judge you her a true woman?" "Humfrey, thou hadst once a fox in a cage. When it found it vain to dash against the bars, rememberest thou how it scratched away the earth in the rear, and then sat over the hole it had made, lest we should see it?" "The fox, you say, sir? Then you cannot call her aught but false." "They tell me," said Sir Richard, "that ever since an Italian named Machiavel wrote his book of the Prince, statecraft hath been craft indeed, and princes suck in deceit with the very air they breathe. Ay, boy, it is what chiefly vexes me in the whole. I cannot doubt that she is never so happy as when there is a plot or scheme toward, not merely for her own freedom, but the utter overthrow of our own gracious sovereign, who, if she hath kept this lady in durance, hath shielded her from her own bloodthirsty subjects, and for dissembling I never saw her equal. Yet she, as thy mother tells me, is a pious and devout woman, who bears her troubles thus cheerfully and patiently, because she deems them a martyrdom for her religion. Ay, all women are riddles, they say, but this one the most of all." "Thinkest thou that she hath tampered with that poor maiden's faith?" asked Humfrey huskily. "I trow not yet, my son," replied Richard. "Cis is as open as ever to thy mother, for I cannot believe she hath yet learnt to dissemble. And I greatly suspect that the Queen, hoping to return to Scotland, may be willing to keep her a Protestant, the better to win favour with her brother and the lords of his council. But if he be such a cur as thou sayest, all hope of honourable release is at an end." "So thou seest, Humfrey, how it lies, and how, in my judgment, to remain here is but to wring thine own heart, and bring the wench and thyself to sore straits. I lay not my commands on thee, a man grown, but such is my opinion on the matter." "I will not disobey you, father," said Humfrey, "but suffer me to consider the matter." End of Chapter 17. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 18 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Cis, or sister. Baxtona, que calide celebraris nomine lymphae, forte mihi post hoc non aduenda vale. Buxton, of whose warm waters men tell, perchance I ne'er shall see thee more. Farewell. Thus wrote Queen Mary with a diamond upon her window pane, smiling as she said, "There, we will leave a memento over which the admirable Dr. Jones will gloat his philosophical soul. Never may I see thee more, Buxton, yet never thought I to be so happy as I here have been." She spoke with the tenderness of farewell to the spot which had always been the pleasantest abode of the various places of durance which had been hers in England. Each year she had hoped would be her last of such visits, but on this occasion everything seemed to point to a close to the present state of things, since not only were the negotiations with Scotland apparently prosperous, but Lord Shrewsbury had obtained an absolute promise from Elizabeth that she would at all events relieve him from his onerous and expensive charge. Thus there was general cheerfulness as the baggage was bestowed in carts and on beasts of burden, and Mary, as she stood finishing her inscription on the window, smiled sweetly and graciously on Mistress Talbot, and gave her joy of the arrival of her towardly and hopeful son, adding, "We surprised him at the well. May his Cis, who is yet to be found, I trow, reward his loyalty." That was all the notice Mary deigned to take of the former relations between her daughter and young Talbot. She did not choose again to beg for secrecy when she was sure to hear that she had been forestalled, and she was too consummate a judge of character not to have learned that though she might despise the dogged, simple straightforwardness of Richard and Susan Talbot, their honour was perfectly trustworthy. She was able for the present to keep her daughter almost entirely to herself, since, on the return to Sheffield, the former state of things was resumed. The Bridgefield family was still quartered in the manor house, and Mistress Talbot continued to be, as it were, lady warder to the captive in the place of the Countess, who obstinately refused to return while Mary was still in her husband's keeping. Cicely, as Mary's acknowledged favourite, was almost always in her apartments, except at the meals of the whole company of Shrewsbury kinsfolk and retainers, when her place was always far removed from that of Humfrey. In truth, if ever an effort might have obtained a few seconds of private conversation, a strong sense of embarrassment and perplexity made the two young people fly apart rather than come together. They knew not what they wished. Humfrey might in his secret soul long for a token that Cis remembered his faithful affection, and yet he knew that to elicit one might do her lifelong injury. So, however he might crave for word or look when out of sight of her, an honourable reluctance always withheld him from seeking any such sign in the short intervals when he could have tried to go beneath the surface. On the other hand, this apparent indifference piqued her pride, and made her stiff, cold, and almost disdainful whenever there was any approach between them. Her vanity might be flattered by the knowledge that she was beyond his reach, but it would have been still more gratified could she have discovered any symptoms of pining and languishing after her. She might peep at him from under her eyelashes in chapel and in hall, but in the former place his gaze always seemed to be on the minister. In the latter he showed no signs of flagging as a trencher companion. Both mothers thought her marvellously discreet, but neither beheld the strange tumult in her heart, where were surging pride, vanity, ambition, and wounded affection. In a few days Sir Ralph Sadler and his son-in-law Mr. Summer arrived at Sheffield in order to take charge of the prisoner, whilst Shrewsbury went to London. The conferences and consultations were endless and harassing, and it was finally decided that the Earl should escort her to Wingfield, and, leaving her there under the charge of Sadler, should proceed to London. She made formal application for Mistress Cicely Talbot to accompany her as one of her suite, and her supposed parents could not but give their consent. But 6 gentlewomen had already been enumerated, and the authorities would not consent to her taking any more ladies with her, and decreed that Mistress Cicely must remain at home. "This unkindness has made the parting from this place less joyous than I looked for," said Mary. "But courage, ma mignonne. Soon I shall send for thee to Scotland, and there shalt thou burst thine husk, and show thyself in thy true colours." And turning to Susan, "Madam, I must commit my treasure to her who has so long watched over her." "Your Grace knows that she is no less my treasure," said Susan. "I should have known it well," returned the Queen. "From the innocence and guilelessness of the damsel, none save such a mother as Mistress Talbot could have made her what she is. Credit me, madam, I have looked well into her heart, and found naught to undo there. You have bred her up better than her poor mother could have done, and I gladly entrust her once more to your care, assured that your well-tried honour will keep her in mind of what she is, and to what she may be called." "She shall remember it, madam," said Susan. "When I am Queen once more," said Mary, "all I can give will seem too poor a meed for what you have been to my child. Even as Queen of Scotland or England itself, my power would be small in comparison with my will. My gratitude, however, no bounds can limit out to me." And with tears of tenderness and thankfulness she kissed the cheeks and lips of good Mistress Talbot, who could not but likewise weep for the mother, thus compelled to part with her child. The night was partly spent in caresses and promises of the brilliant reception preparing in Scotland, with auguries of the splendid marriage in store, with a Prince of Lorraine, or even with an Archduke. Cis was still young enough to dream of such a lot as an opening to a fairyland of princely glories. If her mother knew better, she still looked tenderly back on her beau pays de France, with that halo of brightness which is formed only in childhood and youth. Moreover, it might be desirable to enhance such aspiration as might best secure the young princess from anything derogatory to her real rank, while she was strongly warned against betraying it, and especially against any assumption of dignity should she ever hear of her mother's release, reception, and recognition in Scotland. For whatever might be the maternal longings, it would be needful to feel the way and prepare the ground for the acknowledgment of Bothwell's daughter in Scotland, while the knowledge of her existence in England would almost surely lead to her being detained as a hostage. She likewise warned the maiden never to regard any letter or billet from her as fully read till it had been held without witnesses to the fire. Of Humfrey Talbot, Queen Mary scorned to say anything, or to utter a syllable that she thought a daughter of Scotland needed a warning against a petty English sailor. Indeed, she had confidence that the youth's parents would view the attachment as quite as undesirable for him as for the young princess, and would guard against it for his sake as much as for hers. The true parting took place ere the household was astir. Afterwards, Mary, fully equipped for travelling, in a dark cloth riding dress and hood, came across to the great hall of the manor house, and there sat while each one of the attendants filed in procession, as it were, before her. To each lady she presented some small token wrought by her own hands. To each gentleman she also gave some trinket, such as the elaborate dress of the time permitted, and to each serving man or maid a piece of money. Of each one she gravely but gently besought pardon for all the displeasures or offences she might have caused them, and as they replied, kissing her hand, many of them with tears, she returned a kiss on the brow to each woman, and an entreaty to be remembered in their prayers, and a like request, with a pressure of the hand, to each man or boy. It must have been a tedious ceremony, and yet to every one it seemed as if Mary put her whole heart into it, and to any to whom she owed special thanks they were freely paid. The whole was only over by an hour before noon. Then she partook of a manchet and a cup of wine, drinking with liquid eyes to the health and prosperity of her good host, and to the restoration of his family peace, which she had so sorely, though unwittingly, disturbed. Then she let him hand her out, once more kissing Susan Talbot and Cis, who was weeping bitterly, and whispering to the latter, "Not over much grief, ma petite, not more than may be fit, ma mignon." Lord Shrewsbury lifted her on her horse, and with him on one side and Sir Ralph Sadler on the other, she rode down the long avenue on her way to Wingfield. The Bridgefield family had already made their arrangements, and their horses were waiting for them amid the jubilations of Diccon and Ned. The Queen had given each of them a fair jewel, with special thanks to them for being good brothers to her dear Cis. "As if one wanted thanks for being good to one's own sister," said Ned, thrusting the delicate little ruby brooch on his mother, to be taken care of until his days of foppery should set in, and he would need it for cap and plume. "Come, Cis, we are going home at last," said Diccon. "What! thou art not breaking thine heart over yonder Scottish lady, when we are going home? Home, I say, and have got rid of watch and ward for ever? Hurrah!" And he threw up his cap, and was joined in the shout by more than one of the youngsters around, for Richard and most of the elders were escorting the Queen out of the park, and Mistress Susan had been summoned on some question of household stuff. Cis, however, stood leaning against the balustrade, over which she had leaned for the last glance exchanged with her mother, her face hidden in her hands and kerchief, weeping bitterly, feeling as if all the glory and excitement of the last few weeks had vanished as a dream and left her to the dreary dullness of common life as little insignificant Cis Talbot again. It was Humfrey who first came near, almost timidly touched her hand, and said, "Cheer up. It is but for a little while, mayhap. She will send for thee. Come, here is thine old palfrey, poor old Dapple. Let me put thee on him, and for this brief time let us feign that all is as it was, and thou art my little sister once more." "I know not which is truth and which is dreaming," said Cis, waking up through her tears, but resigning her hand to him, and letting him lift her to her seat on the old pony which had been the playfellow of both. If it had been an effort to Humfrey to prolong the word Cis into sister, he was rewarded for it. It gave the keynote to their intercourse, and set her at ease with him, and the idea that her present rustication was but a comedy instead of a reality was consoling to her present frame of mind. Mistress Susan, surrounded with importunate inquirers as to the household matters, and unable to escape from them, could only see that Humfrey had taken charge of the maiden, and trusted to his honour and his tact. This was, however, only the beginning of a weary and perplexing time. Nothing could restore Cis to her old place in the Bridgefield household, or make her look upon its tasks, cares, and joys, as she had done only a few short months ago. Her share in them could only be acting, and she was too artless and simple to play a part. Most frequently she was listless, dull, and pining, so much inclined to despise and neglect the ordinary household occupations which befitted the daughter of the family, that her adopted mother was forced, for the sake of her incognito, to rouse and often to scold her, when any witnesses were present who would have thought Mrs. Talbot's toleration of such conduct in a daughter suspicious and unnatural. Such reproofs were dangerous in another way, for Humfrey could not bear to hear them, and was driven nearly to the verge of disrespect and perilous approaches to implying that Cis was no ordinary person to be sharply reproved when she sat musing and sighing instead of sewing Diccon's shirts. Even the father himself could not well brook to hear the girl blamed, and both he and Humfrey could not help treating her with a kind of deference that made the younger brothers gape, and wonder what had come to Humfrey on his travels, to make him treat our Cis as a born princess. "You irreverent varlets," said Humfrey, "you have yet to learn that every woman ought to be treated as a born princess." "By cock and pie," said spoilt Nelt, "that beats all! One's own sister!" Whereupon Humfrey had the opportunity of venting a little of his vexation by thrashing his brother for his oath, while sharp Diccon innocently asked if men never swore by anything when at sea, and thereby nearly got another castigation for irreverent mocking of his elder brother's discipline. At other times the girl's natural activity and high spirits gained the upper hand, and she would abandon herself without reserve to the old homely delights of Bridgefield. At the apple gathering she was running about, screaming with joy, and pelting the boys with apples, more as she had done at 13 than at 17, and when called to order she inconsistently pleaded, "Ah, mother, it is for the last time. Do but let me have my swing," putting on a wistful and caressing look, which Susan did not withstand when the only companions were the three brothers, since Humfrey had much of her own unselfishness and self-command, resulting in a discretion that was seldom at fault. And that discretion made him decide at a fortnight's end that his father had been right, and that it would be better for him to absent himself from where he could do no good, but only added to the general perplexity, and involved himself in the temptation of betraying the affection he knew to be hopeless. Before, however, it was possible to fit out either Diccon or the four men who were anxious to go under the leadership of Master Humfrey of Bridgefield, the Earl and Countess of Shrewsbury were returning fully reconciled. Queen Elizabeth had made the Cavendishes ask pardon on the knees of the Earl for their slanders, and he in his joy had freely forgiven all. Gilbert Talbot and his wife had shared in the general reconciliation. His elder brother's death had made him the heir apparent, and all were coming home again, including the little Lady Arbell, once more to fill the castle and the manor house, and to renew the free hospitable life of a great feudal chief, or of the Queen's old courtier, with doors wide open and no ward or suspicion. Richard rejoiced that his sons, before going abroad, should witness the return to the old times, which had been at an end before they could remember Sheffield distinctly. The whole family were drawn up as usual to receive them, when the Earl and Countess arrived first of all at the manor house. The Countess looked smaller, thinner, older, perhaps a trifle more shrewish, but she had evidently suffered much, and was very glad to have recovered her husband and her home. "So, Susan Talbot," was her salutation, "you have thriven, it seems. You have been playing the part of hostess, I hear." "Only so far as might serve his lordship, madam." "And the wench there, what call you her? Ha, Cicely, I hear the Scottish Queen hath been cockering her up, and making her her bedfellow, till she has spoiled her for a reasonable maiden. Is it so? She looks it." "I trust not, madam," said Susan. "She grows a strapping wench, and we must find her a good husband to curb her pride. I have a young man already in my eye for her." "So please your ladyship, we do not think of marrying her as yet," returned Susan in consternation. "Tilly vally, Susan Talbot, tell me not such folly as that. Why, the maid is over 17 at the very least. Save for all the coil this Scottish woman and her crew have made, I should have seen her well mated a year ago." Here was a satisfactory prospect for Mistress Susan, bred as she had been to unquestioning submission to the Countess. There was no more to be said on that occasion, as the great lady passed on to bestow her notice on others of her little court. Humfrey, meantime, had been warmly greeted by the younger men of the suite, and one of them handed him a letter which filled him with eagerness. It was from an old shipmate, who wrote, not without sanction, to inform him that Sir Francis Drake was fitting out an expedition, with the full consent of the Queen, to make a descent upon the Spaniards, and that there was no doubt that if he presented himself at Plymouth he would obtain either the command, or at any rate the lieutenancy, of one of the numerous ships which were to be commissioned. Humfrey was before all else a sailor. He had made no engagement as Sir John Norreys, and many of the persons engaged on this expedition were already known to him. It was believed that the attack was to be upon Spain itself, and the notion filled him with ardour and excitement that almost drove Cicely out of his mind as he laid the proposal before his father. Richard was scarcely less excited. "You young lads are in luck," he said. "I sailed for years, and never had more than a chance brush with the Don, never the chance of bearding him on his own shores." "Come with us then, father," entreated Humfrey. "Sir Francis would be overjoyed to see you. You would get the choicest ship to your share." "Nay, nay, my boy, tempt me not. I cannot leave your mother to meet all the coils that may fall in her way. No, I am too old. I've lost my sea legs. I leave thee to win the fame, son Humfrey." The decision was thus made, and Humfrey and Diccon were to start together for London first, and then for Plymouth, the second day after a great festival for the wedding of little Althea, daughter of Gilbert, Lord Talbot, still of very tender age, to the young heir of Arundel. The Talbot family had been precluded from holding festival for full 14 years, or indeed from entertaining any guests, save the commissioners sent down to confer from time to time with the captive Queen, so that it was no wonder that they were in the highest possible spirits at their release, and determined to take the first opportunity of exercising the gorgeous hospitality of the Tudor times. Posts went out, riding round all the neighbourhood with invitations. The halls were swept and adorned with the best suit of hangings. All the gentlemen, young and old, all the keepers and verderers, were put in requisition to slaughter all the game, quadruped and biped, that fell in their way. The village women and children were turned loose on the blackberries, cranberries, and bilberries, and all the ladies and serving women were called on to concoct pastries of many stories high, subtleties of wonderful curiosity, sweetmeats and comfits, cakes and marchpanes, worthy of Camocho's wedding, or to deck the halls with green boughs, and weave garlands of heather and red berries. Cis absolutely insisted, so that the heads of the household gave way, on riding out with Richard and Humfrey when they had a buck to mark down in Riverland Chase, and she set her heart on going out to gather cranberries in the park, flinging herself about with petulant irritation when Dame Susan showed herself unwilling to permit a proceeding which was thought scarcely becoming in any well-born damsel of the period. "Ah, child, child, thou wilt have to bear worse restraints than these," she said, "if ever thou comest to thy greatness." Cis made no answer, but threw herself into a chair and pouted. The next morning she did not present herself at the usual hour, but just as the good mother was about to go in quest of her to her chamber, a clear voice came singing up the valley, "Berries to sell, berries to sell, berries fresh from moor and fell." And there stood a girl in peasant dress, with short petticoats, stout shoes soaked in dew, a round face under black brows, and cheeks glowing in morning freshness, and a boy swung the other handle of the basket overflowing with purple berries. It was but a shallow disguise betrayed by the two roguish faces, and the good mother was so pleased to see Cis smile merrily again, that she did not scold over the escapade. Yet the inconsistent girl hotly refused to go up to the castle and help to make pastry for her mother's bitter and malicious foe, and Sir Richard shook his head, and said she was in the right on it, and should not be compelled. So Susan found herself making lame excuses, which did not avert a sharp lecture from the Countess on the cockering of her daughter. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 19 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. the clash of swords. Festivals in the Middle Ages were conducted by day rather than by night, and it was a bright noonday sun that shone upon the great hall at Sheffield, bedecked with rich tapestry around the dais, where the floor was further spread with Eastern carpets. Below, the garniture of the walls was of green boughs, interspersed between stags' antlers, and the floor was strewn, in ancient fashion, with the fragrant rush. All the tables, however, were spread with pure white napery, the difference being only in texture, but the higher table rejoiced in the wonderful extravagance of silver plates, while the lower had only trenchers. As to knives, each guest brought his or her own, and forks were not yet, but bread and long fingers of crust was provided to a large amount to supply the want. Splendid salt cellars, towering as landmarks to the various degrees of guests, tankards, gilt and parcel gilt, or shining with silver, perfectly swarmed along the board, and the meanest of the guests present drank from silver-rimmed cups of horn, while for the very greatest were reserved the tall, slender opal Venice glasses, recently purchased by the Countess in London. The pies, the glory of Yorkshire, surpassed themselves. The young bride and bridegroom had the felicity of contemplating one whose crust was elevated into the altar of Hymen, with their own selves united thereat, attended by numerous cupids, made chiefly in paste and sugar, and with little wings from the feathers of the many slaughtered fowl within. As to the jellies, the devices and the subtleties, the pen refuses to describe them. It will be enough to say that the wedding itself was the least part of the entertainment. It was gone through with very few spectators in the early morning, and the guests only assembled afterward to this mighty dinner at a somewhat earlier hour than they would now to a wedding breakfast. The sewer marshalled all the guests in pairs according to their rank, having gone through the roll with his mistress, just as the lady of the house or her aide-de-camp pairs the guests, and puts cards in their places in modern times. Every one was there who had any connection with the Earl, and Cis, though flashes of recollection of her true claims would come across her now and then, was unable to keep from being eager about her first gaiety. Perhaps the strange life she had led at Buxton, as it receded in the distance, became more and more unreal and shadowy, and she was growing back into the simple Cicely she had always believed herself. It was with perfectly girlish natural pleasure that she donned the delicate sky-blue farthingale, embroidered with white lilies by the skilful hands of the captive Queen, and the daintily fashioned little cap of Flanders lace, and practised the pretty dancing steps which the Queen had amused herself with teaching her long ere they knew they were mother and daughter. As Talbots, the Bridgefield family were spectators of the wedding, after which, one by one, the seneschal paired them off. Richard was called away first, then a huge old Yorkshire knight came and bore away Mrs. Susan, and after an interval, during which the young people entertained hopes of keeping together in enviable obscurity, the following summons to the board was heard in a loud voice: "Master Antony Babington, Esquire, of Dethick. Mistress Cicely Talbot, of Bridgefield." Humfrey's brow grew dark with disappointment, but cleared into a friendly greeting as there advanced a tall, slender gentleman of the well-known fair pink and white colouring, and yellow hair, apparelled point device in dark green velvet, with a full, delicately crimped ruff, bowing low as he extended his hand to take that of the young lady, exchanging at the same time a friendly greeting with his old comrade, before leading Cis to her place. On the whole she was pleased. Tete-a-tetes with Humfrey were dreadfully embarrassing, and she felt life so flat without her nocturnal romance that she was very glad to have some one who would care to talk to her of the Queen. In point of fact, such conversation was prohibited. In the former days, when there had been much more intercourse between the Earl's household and the neighbourhood, regular cautions had been given to every member of it not to discuss the prisoner, or make any communication about her habits. The younger generation, who had grown up in the time of the closer captivity, had never been instructed in these laws, for the simple reason that they hardly saw any one. Antony and Cicely were likewise most comfortably isolated, for she was flanked by a young esquire who had no eyes nor ears save for the fair widow of 16, whom he had just led in, and Antony by a fat and deaf lady, whose only interest was in tasting as many varieties of good cheer as she could, and trying to discover how and of what they were compounded. Knowing Mistress Cicely to be a member of the family, she once or twice referred the question to her across Antony, but getting very little satisfaction, she gave up the young lady as a bad specimen of housewifery, and was forced to be content with her own inductions. There was plenty of time for Antony to begin with, "Are there as many conies as ever in the Chase?" and to begin on a discussion of all the memories connected with the free days of childhood, the blackberry and bilberry gatherings, the hide and seek in the rocks and heather, the consternation when little Dick was lost, the audacious comedy with the unsuspected spectators, and all the 101 recollections, less memorable perhaps, but no less delightful to both. It was only thus gradually that they approached their recent encounter in the Castleton cavern, and Antony explained how he had burnt to see his dear Queen and mistress once again, and that his friends, Tichborne and the rest, were ready to kiss every footstep she had taken, and almost worshipped him and John Eyre for contriving this mode of letting them behold the hitherto unknown object of their veneration. All that passionate chivalrous devotion which in Sidney, Spenser, and many more attached itself to then great Gloriana, had in these young men, all either secretly or openly reconciled to Rome, found its object in that rival in whom Edmund Spenser only beheld his false Duessa, or snowy Florimel. And indeed romance had in her a congenial heroine, who needed little self-blinding so to appear. Her beauty needed no illusion to be credited. Even at her age, now over 40, the glimpse they had had in the fitful torchlight of the cavern had been ravishing, and had confirmed all they had ever heard of her witching loveliness, nor did they recollect how that very obscurity might have assisted it. To their convictions, she was the only legitimate sovereign in the island, a confessor for their beloved church, a captive princess and beauty driven from her throne, and kept in durance by a usurper. Thus every generous feeling was enlisted in her cause, with nothing to counterbalance them save the English hatred of the Spaniard, with whom her cause was inextricably linked, a dread of what might be inflicted on the country in the triumph of her party, and in some a strange inconsistent personal loyalty to Elizabeth. But all these they were instructed to believe mere temptations and delusions that ought to be brushed aside as cobwebs. Antony's Puritan tutor at Cambridge had, as Richard Talbot had foreboded, done little but to add to his detestation of the Reformation, and he had since fallen in with several of the seminary priests who were circulating in England. Some were devoted and pious men, who at the utmost risk went from house to house to confirm the faith and constancy of the old families of their communion. The saintly martyr spirit of one of these, whom Antony met in the house of a kinsman of his mother, had so wrought on him as to bring him heart and soul back to his mother's profession, in which he had been secretly nurtured in early childhood, and which had received additional confirmation at Sheffield, where Queen Mary and her ladies had always shown that they regarded him as one of themselves, sure to return to them when he was his own master. It was not, however, of this that he spoke to Cis, but whatever she ventured to tell him of the Queen was listened to with delight as an extreme favour, which set her tongue off with all the eager pleasure of a girl telling what she alone can tell. All through the banquet they talked, for Babington had much to ask of all the members of the household whom he had known, and after the feast was over and the hall was cleared for dancing, Antony was still, by etiquette, her partner for the evening. The young bride and bridegroom had first to perform a stately pavise before the whole assembly in the centre of the floor, in which, poor young things, they acquitted themselves much as if they were in the dancing master's hands. Then her father led out his mother, and vice versa. The bridegroom had no grandparents, but the stately Earl handed forth his little active wiry Countess, bowing over her with a grand stiff devotion as genuine and earnest as at their wedding 20 years previously, for the reconciliation had been complete, and had restored all her ascendancy over him. Theirs, as Mistress Susan exultingly agreed with the Hardwicke kinsman not seen for many years, was the grandest and most fealty of all the performances. All the time each pair were performing, the others were awaiting their turn, the ladies in rows on benches or settles, the gentlemen sometimes standing before them, sometimes sitting on cushions or steps at their feet, sometimes handing them comfits of sugar or dried fruits. The number of gentlemen was greatly in excess, so that Humfrey had no such agreeable occupation, but had to stand in a herd among other young men, watching with no gratified eye Antony Babington in a graceful attitude at Cicely's feet, while she conversed with him with untiring animation. Humfrey was not the only one to remark them. Lady Shrewsbury nodded once or twice to herself, as one who had discovered what she sought, and the next morning a mandate arrived at Bridgefield that Master Richard and his wife should come to speak with my Lady Countess. Richard and his son were out of reach, having joined a party of the guests who had gone out hunting. Susan had to go alone, for she wished to keep Cicely as much as possible out of her ladyship's sight, so she left the girl in charge of her keys, so that if father brought home any of the hunters to the midday meal, tankards and glasses might not be lacking. The Countess's summons was to her own bower, a sort of dressing-room, within her great state bedroom, and with a small glazed window looking down into the great hall where her ladies sat at work, whence she could on occasion call down orders or directions or reproofs. Susan had known what it was to stand in dread of such a window at Chatsworth or Hardwicke, whence shrill shrieks of objuration, followed sometimes by such missiles as pincushions, shoes, or combs. However, the window was now closed, and my lady sat in her arm-chair as on a throne, a stool being set, to which she motioned her kinswoman. "So, Susan Talbot," she said, "I have sent for you to do you a good turn, for you are mine own kinswoman of the Hardwicke blood, and have ever been reasonably humble and dutiful towards me and my lord." Mrs. Talbot did not by any means view this speech as the insult it would appear in these days to a lady of her birth and position, but accepted it as the compliment it was intended to be. "Thus," continued Lady Shrewsbury, "I have always cast about how to marry that daughter of yours fitly. It would have been done ere now, had not that Scottish woman's tongue made mischief between me and my lord, but I am come home to rule my own house now, and mine own blood have the first claim on me." The alarm always excited by a summons to speak with my Lady Countess began to acquire definite form, and Susan made answer, "Your ladyship is very good, but I doubt me whether my husband desires to bestow Cicely in marriage as yet." "He hath surely received no marriage proposals for her without my knowledge or my lord's," said Bess of Hardwicke, who was prepared to strain all feudal claims to the utmost. "No, madam, but—" "Tell me not that you or he have the presumption to think that my son William Cavendish, or even Edward Talbot, will ever cast an eye on a mere portionless country maid, not comely, nor even like the Hardwickes or the Talbots. If I thought so for a moment, never shouldest thou darken these doors again, thou ungrateful, treacherous woman." "Neither of us ever had the thought, far less the wish," said Susan most sincerely. "Well, thou wast ever a simple woman, Susan Talbot," said the great lady, thereby meaning truthful, "so I will e'en take thy word for it, the more readily that I made contracts for both the lads when I was at court. As to Dick Talbot not being fain to bestow her, I trow that is because ye have spent too much on your long-legged sons to be able to lay down a portion for her, though she be your only daughter. Anan?" For though this was quite true, Susan, feeling that it was not the whole truth, made but faint response. However, the Countess went on, expecting to overpower her with gratitude. "The gentleman I mean is willing to take her in her smock, and moreover his wardship and marriage were granted to my lord by her Majesty. Thou knowest whom I mean." She wanted to hear a guess, and Susan actually foreboded the truth, but was too full of dismay and perplexity to do anything but shake her head as one puzzled. "What thinkest thou of Mr. Babington?" triumphantly exclaimed the Countess. "Mr. Babington!" returned Susan. "But he is no longer a ward." "No. We had granted his marriage to a little niece of my Lord Treasurer's, but she died ere coming to age. Then Tom Radcliffe's wife would have him for her daughter, a mere babe, but for that thou and thine husband have done good service while evil tongues kept me absent, and because the wench comes of our own blood, we are willing to bestow her upon him, he showing himself willing and content, as bents a lad bred in our own household."
"Madam, we are much beholden to you and my lord, but sure Mr. Babington is more inclined to the old faith."
"Tush, woman, what of that? Thou mayest say the same of half our northern youth. They think it grand to dabble with seminary priests in hiding, and talk big about their conscience and the like, but when they've seen a neighbour or two pay down a heavy fine for recusancy, they think better of it, and a good wife settles their brains to jog to church to hear the parson with the rest of them."
"I fear me Cis is over young to settle any one's mind," said Susan.
"She is 17 if she's a day," said my lady, "and I was a wedded wife ere I saw my teens. Moreover, I will say for thee, Susan, that thou hast bred the girl as becomes one trained in my household, and unless she have been spoiled by resort to the Scottish woman, she is like to make the lad a moderately good wife, having seen naught of the unthrifty modes of the fine court dames who queen it with standing ruffs a foot high, and coloured with turmeric, so please you, but who know no more how to bake a marchpane or roll puff paste than yonder Mesian dog."
"She is a good girl," said Susan, "but—"
"What has the foolish wife to object to now?" said the Countess. "I tell you I marked them both last eve, and though I seldom turn my mind to such follies, I saw the plain tokens of love in every look and gesture of the young springald. Nay, 'twas his countenance that put it into my mind, for I am even too good-natured, over good-natured, Susan Talbot. How now?"
At some sound below, springing to the little window and flinging it back.
"You lazy, idle wenches, what are you doing there? Is my work to stand still while you are toying with yon vile whelp? He is tangling the yarn, don't you see, you purblind Jane Dacre, with no eyes but for ogling? There, round the leg of the chair, don't you see?"
And down flew a shoe, which made the poor dog howl and his mistress catch him up.
Put him down this instant! Thomas! Davy! Here, hang him up, I say!" cried this over good-natured lady, interspersing her commands with a volley of 16th century Billingsgate, and ending by declaring that nothing fared well without her, and hurrying off to pounce down upon the luckless damsels who had let their dog play with the embroidery yarn, destined to emblazon the tapestry of Chatsworth with the achievements of Juno. The good nature was so far veritable that when she found little harm done, and had vented her wrath in strong language and boxes on the ear, she would forget her sentence upon the poor little greyhound, which Mrs. Jane Dacre had hastily conveyed out of sight during her transit downstairs. Susan was thus to her great relief released for the present, for guests came in before my lady had fully completed her objurgations on her ladies, the hour of noon was nigh at hand, sounds in the court betokened the return of the huntsman, and Susan effected her escape to her own sober old palfrey, glad that she would at least be able to take counsel with her husband on this most inconvenient proposition. He came out to meet her at the court door, having just dismounted, and she knew by his face that she had not to give him the first intelligence of the difficulty in which they stood. My lord had himself spoken to him, like my lady, expecting him to be enchanted at the prospect of so good a match for his slenderly portioned daughter, for Dethick was a fair estate, and the Babington family, though not ennobled, fully equal to a younger branch of the Talbots. However, Richard had had a less uncomfortable task than his wife, since the Earl was many degrees more reasonable than the Countess. He had shown himself somewhat offended at not meeting more alacrity in the acceptance of his proposal, when Richard had objected on account of the young gentleman's popish proclivities,
but boldly declared that he was quite certain that the stripling had been entirely cured. This point of the narrative had just been reached when it was interrupted by a scream, and Cicely came flying out into the hall, crying, "Oh, father, stop them, stop them! Humfrey and Mr. Babington, they are killing one another!" "Where?" exclaimed Richard, catching up his sword. "In the Pleasance, father! Oh, stop them! They will slay one another! They have their swords!" And as the father was already gone, she threw herself into the mother's arms, hid her face, and sobbed with fright as scarce became a princess for whom swords were for the first time crossed. "Fear not, father will stop them," said the mother, with confidence she could only keep up outwardly by the inward cry, "God protect my boy! Father will come ere they can hurt one another. But how came it about?" she added, as with an arm round the trembling girl she moved anxiously forward to know the issue. "Oh, I know not. 'Twas Humfrey fell on him. Hark!" "'Tis father's voice," said Susan. "Thank God, I know by the sound no harm is done. But how was it, child?" Cis told with more coherence now, but the tears in her eyes and colour deepening. "I was taking in Humfrey's kerchiefs from the bleaching on the grass, when Master Babington, he had brought me a plume of pheasant's feathers from the hunting, and he began, 'Oh, mother, is it sooth? He said my lord had sent him.'" "That is true, my child, but you know we have no choice but to refuse thee." "Ay, mother, and Antony knows." "Not thy true birth, child." "Not that, but the other story. So he began to say that if I were favourable. Mother, do men always do like that?" hiding her face against the trusty breast. "And when I drew back, and said I could not, and would not hearken to such folly." "That was well, dear child." "He would have it that I should have to hear him, and he went down on his knee and snatched at my hand, and therewith came a great howl of rage like an angry lion, and Humfrey bounded right over the sweetbriar fence and cried out, 'Off, fellow! No Papist traitor knave shall meddle with her!' And then Antony gave him back the lie for calling him traitor, and they drew their swords, and I ran away to call father. But oh, mother, I heard them clash!" And she shuddered again. "See," said Susan, as they had reached the corner of a thick screen of yew trees, "all is safe. There they stand, and father between them speaking to them. No, we will not go nearer, since we know that it is well with them. Men deal with each other better out of women's earshot. Ah, see, there they are giving one another their hands. All is over now." "Humfrey stands tall, grave, and stiff. He is only doing it because father bids him," said Cicely. "Antony is much more willing." "Poor Humfrey! He knows better than Antony how vain any hope must be of my silly little princess," said Susan, with a sigh for her boy. "Come in, child, and set these locks in order. The hour of noon hath long been over, and father hath not yet dined." So they flitted out of sight as Richard and his son turned from the place of encounter, the former saying, "Son Humfrey, I had deemed thee a wiser man." "Sir, how could a man brook seeing that fellow on his knee to her? Is it not enough to be debarred from my sweet princess myself, but I must see her beset by a Papist and traitor, fostered and encouraged too?" "And thou couldst not rest secure in the utter impossibility of her being given to him? He is as much out of reach of her as thou art." "He has secured my lord and my lady on his side," growled Humfrey. "My lord is not an Amurath, nor my lady either," said Richard shortly. "As long as I pass for her father, I have power to depose of her, and I am not going to give another woman's daughter away without her consent." "Yet the fellow may have her ear," said Humfrey. "I know him to be popishly inclined, and there is a web of those Romish priests all over the island, whereof this Queen holds the strands in her fingers, captive though she be. I should not wonder if she had devised this fellow's suit." "This is the very madness of jealousy, Humfrey," said his father. "The whole matter was, as thy mother and thy lord have both told me, simply a device of my Lady Countess's own brain." "Babington took to it wondrous naturally," muttered Humfrey. "That may be, but as for the lady at Wingfield, her talk to our poor maid hath been all of archdukes and dukes. She is far too haughty to think for a moment of giving her daughter to a mere Derbyshire esquire, not even of noble blood. You may trust her for that." This pacified Humfrey for a little while, especially as the bell was clanging for the meal which had been unusually deferred, and he had to hurry away to remove certain marks, which were happily the result of the Sweetbriar weapons instead of that of Babington. That a little blood had been shed was shown by the state of his sword point, but Antony had disclaimed being hurt when the master of the house came up, and in the heat of the rebuke the father and son had hardly noticed that he had thrown a kerchief round his left hand ere he moved away. Before dinner was over, word was brought in from the door that Master Will Cavendish wanted to speak to Master Humfrey. The ladies' hearts were in their mouths, as it were, lest it should be to deliver a cartel, and they looked to the father to interfere, but he sat still, contenting himself with saying, as his son craved license to quit the board, "Use discretion as well as honour." They were glad that the next minute Humfrey came back to call his father to the door, where Will Cavendish sat on horseback. He had come by desire of Babington, who had fully intended that the encounter should be kept secret, but some servant must have been aware of it either from the garden or the park, and the Countess had got wind of it. She had summoned Babington to her presence before the castle barber had finished dealing with the cut in his hand, and the messenger reported that my lady was in one of her raging fits, and talked of throwing young Humfrey into a dungeon, if not having him hung for his insolence. Babington, who had talked to his friends of a slip with his hunting knife while disemboweling a deer, was forced to tell the fact in haste to Cavendish, the nearest at hand, begging him to hurry down and advise Humfrey to set forth at once if he did not wish his journey to be unpleasantly delayed. "My lord is unwilling to cross my mother at the present," said young Cavendish with half a smile, "and though it be not likely that much harm should come of the matter, yet if she lays hands on Humfrey at the present moment, there might be hindrance and vexation. So it may be well for him to set forth, in case Tony may be unable to persuade my lady that it is not." Will Cavendish had been a friendly comrade of both Humfrey and Antony in their boyish days, and his warning was fully to be trusted. "I know not why I should creep off as though I had done aught that was evil," said Humfrey, drawing himself up. "Well," said Will, "my lord is always wroth at brawling with swords amongst us, and he might, my mother egging him on, lay you by the heels in the strong room for a week or so. Nay, for my part, methinks 'twas a strange requital of poor Babington's suit to your sister. Had she been your love instead of your sister, there might have been plainer excuse, but sure you wot not of aught against Tony to warrant such heat." "He was importuning her when she would have none of him," said Humfrey, feeling the perplexity he had drawn on himself. "Will says well," added the father, feeling that by all means behoved them all to avert inquiry into the cause of Humfrey's passion, since neither Cicely's birth nor Antony's perilous inclinations could be pleaded. "To be detained a week or two might hinder thy voyage, so we will speed thee on thy way instantly." "Tell me not where he halts for the night," said Cavendish significantly. "Fare thee well, Humfrey. I would return ere I am missed. I trust thou wilt have made the Spaniard's ship smoke, and weighted thy pouch with his dollars before we see thee again." "Fare thee well, Will, and thank thee kindly," returned Humfrey as they wrung each other's hands. "And tell Antony I thank him heartily for his thought, and owe him a good turn." "That is well, my son," said Richard, as Cavendish rode out of the court. "Babington is both hot and weak-headed, and I fear me is in the toils of the Scottish lady, but he would never do aught that he held as disloyal by a comrade. I wish I could say the same of him anent the Queen." "And you will guard her from him, sir?" earnestly said Humfrey. "As I would from, I would have said Frenchman or Spaniard, but, poor maid, that may only be her hap, if her mother should come to her throne again." And as Humfrey shrugged his shoulders at the improbability, "But we must see thee off, my boy. Poor mother, this hurries the parting for her, so best, mayhap." It was hastily arranged that Humfrey should ride off at once, and try to overtake a squire who had been at the festival, and had invited him to turn a little out of his road, and spend a day or two at his house when leaving home. Humfrey had then declined, but hospitality in those days was elastic, and he had no doubt of a welcome. His father would bring Diccon and his baggage to join him there the next day. Thus there were only a very few minutes for adieu, and as Richard had felt, this was best for all, even the anxious mother. Cicely ran about with the rest in the stress of preparation, until Humfrey, hurrying upstairs, met her coming down with a packet of his lace cuffs in her hands. He caught the hand on the balusters and cried, my princess, and art thou doing this for me?" "Thou hast learned fine compliments, Humfrey," said Cis, trying to do her part with quivering lips. "Ah, Cis, thou knowest but too well what has taught me no fine words but plain truth. Fear me not, I know what is due to thee. Cis, we never used to believe the tales and ballads that told of knights worshipping princesses beyond their reach, without a hope of more than a look, not even daring to wish for more. Cis, it is very truth. Be thou where thou wilt, with whom thou wilt, there will be one ready to serve thee to the uttermost, and never ask aught but such remembrance as may befit the brother of thy childhood." "Mistress Cis," screamed one of the maids, "Madam is waiting for those cuffs." Cis ran down, but the squeeze and kiss on the hand remained, as it were, imprinted on it, far more than the last kiss of all, which he gave, as both knew and felt, to support his character as a brother before the assembled household. End of Chapter 19. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 20 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Wingfield Manor. The drawing of swords was not regarded as a heinous offence in Elizabethan days. It was not likely, under ordinary circumstances, to result in murder, and was looked on much as boxing is, or was recently, in public schools, as an evidence of high spirit and a means of working off ill blood. Lady Shrewsbury was, however, much incensed at such a presumptuous reception of the suitor whom she had backed with her would-be despotic influence, and, in spite of Babington's making extremely light of it, and declaring that he had himself been too forward in his suit, and the young lady's apparent fright had made her brother interfere over hastily for her protection, 4 yeomen were dispatched by her ladyship with orders instantly to bring back Master Humfrey Talbot to answer for himself. They were met by Mr. Talbot with the sober reply that Master Humfrey was already set forth on his journey. The men, having no orders, never thought of pursuing him, and after a short interval Richard thought it expedient to proceed to the manor house to explain matters. The Countess swooped upon him in one of her ungovernable furies, one of those of which even Gilbert Talbot avoided writing the particulars to his father, abusing his whole household in general, and his son in particular, in the most outrageous manner, for thus receiving the favour she had done to their beggarly, ill-favoured, ill-nurtured daughter. Richard stood still and grave, his hat in his hand, as unmoved and tranquil as if he had been breasting a stiff breeze on the deck of his ship, with good sea-room and confidence in all his tackle, never even attempting to open his lips, but looking at the Countess with a steady gaze which somehow disconcerted her, for she demanded wherefore he stared at her like one of his clumsy hinds. "Because her ladyship does not know what she is saying," he replied. "Darest thou, thou traitor, thou viper, thou unhanged rascal, thou mire under my feet, thou blot on the house, darest thou beard me, me?" screamed my lady. "Darest thou, I say?" If the sailor had looked one whit less calm and resolute, my lady would have had her clenched fist on his ear, or her talons in his beard, but he was like a rock, against which the billows expended themselves, and after more of the tempest than need stain these pages, she deigned to demand what he meant or had to say for his son. "Solely this, madam, that my son had never even heard of Babington's suit, far less that he had your ladyship's goodwill. He found him kneeling to Cicely in the garden, and the girl distressed and dismayed at his importunity. There were hot words and drawn blades, that was the whole. I parted them and saw them join hands. So saith Master Babington. He is willing to overlook the insult. So will I and my lord, if you will atone for it by instantly consenting to this espousal." "That, madam, I cannot do." She let him say no more, and the storm had begun to rage again, when Babington took advantage of an interval to take breath, and said, "I thank you, madam, and pray you peace. If a little space be vouchsafed me, I trust to show this worthy gentleman cause wherefore he should no longer withhold his fair damsel from me." "Indeed," said the Countess, "art thou so confident? I marvel what better backer thou wouldst have than me. So conceited of themselves are young men nowadays, they think, forsooth, their own merits and graces should go farther in mating them than the word and will of their betters. There, you may go. I wash my hands of the matter. One is as ingrate as the other." Both gentlemen accepted this amiable dismissal, each hoping that the Countess might indeed have washed her hands of their affairs. On his departure, Richard was summoned into the closet of the Earl, who had carefully kept out of the way during the uproar, only trusting not to be appealed to. "My goodness, cousin," he asked, "what means this broil between the lads? Hath Babington spoke sooth?" "He hath spoken well and more generously than mayhap I thought he would have done," said Richard. "Ay, you have judged the poor youth somewhat hardly, as if the folly of pagedom never were outgrown," said the Earl. "I put him under governorship such as to drive out of his silly pate all the wiles that he was fed upon here. You will see him prove himself an honest Protestant and good subject yet, and be glad enough to give him your daughter. So he was too hot a lover for Master Humfrey's notions, eh?" said my lord, laughing a little. "The varlet! He was over prompt to protect his sister, yet 'twas a fault on the right side, and I am sorry there was such a noise about it that he should have gone without leave-takings." "He will be glad to hear of your lordship's goodness. I shall go after him to-morrow and take his mails and little Diccon to him." "That is well," said the Earl, "and give him this, with his kinsman's good wishes that he may win 10 times more from the Don," pushing towards Richard a packet of 20 broad gold pieces, stamped with Queen Bess in all her glory. And then, after receiving due thanks for the gift, which was meant half as friendly feudal patronage from the head of the family, half as a contribution to the royal service, the Earl added, "I would crave of thee, Richard, to extend thy journey to Wingfield. Here are some accounts of which I could not sooner get the items, to be discharged between me and the lady there, and I would fain send thee as the man whom I can most entirely trust. I will give thee a pass, and a letter to Sadler, bidding him admit thee to her presence, since there are matters here which can sooner be discharged by one word of mouth than by many weary lines of writing." Good Master Richard's conscience had little occasion to wince, yet he could not but feel somewhat guilty when this opportune commission was given to him, since the Earl gave it unaware of his secret understanding with the captive. He accepted it, however, without hesitation, since he was certainly not going to make a mischievous use of it, and bent all his mind to understand the complicated accounts that he was to lay before the Queen or her comptroller of the household. He had still another interview to undergo with Antony Babington, who overtook him on his way home through the crackling leaves that strewed the avenue, as the October twilight fell. His recent conduct towards Humfrey gave him a certain right to friendly attention, though, as the frank-hearted mariner said to himself, it was hard that a plain man, who never told a lie, nor willingly had a concealment of his own, should be involved in a many-sided secret like this, a sort of web, where there was no knowing whether straining the wrong strand might not amount to a betrayal, all because he had rescued an infant, and not at once proclaimed her an alien. "Sir," said Antony, "if my impatience to accost the maiden we wot of, when I saw her alone, had not misled me, I should have sought you first to tell you that no man knows better than I that my Lady Countess's goodwill is not what is wanting to forward my suit." "Knowing then that it is not in my power or right to dispose of her, thine ardent wooing was out of place," said Richard. "I own it, sir, though had I but had time I should have let the maiden know that I sought her subject to other approval, which I trust to obtain so as to satisfy you." "Young man," said Richard, "listen to friendly counsel. and meddle not in perilous matters. I ask thee not whether Dethick hath any commerce with Wingfield, but I warn thee earnestly to eschew beginning again that which caused the trouble of thy childhood. Thou mayst do it innocently, seeking the consent of the lady to this courtship of thine, but I tell thee as one who knows more of the matter than thou canst, that thou wilt only meet with disappointment." "Hath the Queen other schemes for her?" asked Babington anxiously, and Richard, thinking of the vista of possible archdukes, replied that she had, but that he was not free to speak, though he replied to Babington's half-uttered question that his son Humfrey was by no means intended. "Ah!" cried Antony, "you give me hope, sir. I will do her such service that she shall refuse me nothing. Sir, do you mock me?" he added, with a fierce change of note. "My poor lad, I could not but laugh to think what a simple plotter you are, and what fine service you will render if thou utterest thy vows to the very last person who should hear them. Credit me, thou wast never made for privy schemes and conspiracies, and a queen who can only be served by such is no mistress for thee. Thou wilt but run thine own neck into the noose, and be like that of others." "That will I never do," quoth Antony. "I may peril myself, but no others." "Then the more you keep out of secrets the better. Thou art too open-hearted and unguarded for them. So speaks thy well-wisher, Antony, whose friendship thou hast won by thine honourable conduct towards my rash boy, though I tell thee plainly the maiden is not for thee, whether as Scottish or English, Cis or bride." So they parted at the gate of the park, the younger man full of hope and confidence, the elder full of pitying misgiving. He was too kind-hearted not to let Cicely know that he should see her mother, or to refuse to take a billet for her, a little formal note, necessarily silent on the matter at issue, since it had to be laid before the Earl, who smiled at the scrupulous precaution and let it pass. Thus the good father parted with Humfrey and Diccon, rejoicing in his heart that they would fight with open foes instead of struggling with the meshes of perplexity which beset all concerned with Queen Mary, and then he turned his horse's head toward Wingfield Manor, a grand old castellated mansion of the Talbots, considered by some to excel even Sheffield. It stood high, on ground falling very steeply from the walls on three sides, and on the south well fortified, court within court, and each with a deep arched and portcullised gateway, with loop-holed turrets on either side, a porter's lodge, and yeoman guards. Mr. Talbot had to give his name and quality, and show his pass, at each of these gates, though they were still guarded by Shrewsbury retainers, with a Talbot on their sleeves. He was, however, received with the respect and courtesy due to a trusted kinsman of their lord, and Sir Ralph Sadler, a thin, elderly, careworn statesman, came to greet him at the door of the hall, and would only have been glad could he have remained a week, instead of for the single night he wished to spend at Wingfield. Sadler was one of Mary's most gentle and courteous warders, and he spoke of her with much kindness, regretting that her health had again begun to suffer from the approach of winter, and far more from disappointment. The negotiation with Scotland on her behalf was now known to have been abortive. James had fallen into the hands of the faction most hostile to her, and though his mother still clung with desperate hope to the trust that he at least was labouring on her behalf, no one else believed that he cared for anything but his own security, and even she had been forced to perceive that her liberation was again adjourned. "And what think you was her thought when she found that road closed up?" said Sir Ralph. "Why, for her people, her gentlewoman Mrs. Mowbray hath, it seemed, been long betrothed." "Ay, to Gilbert Curll, the long-backed Scotch secretary. They were to be wed at Stirling so soon as she arrived there again." "Yea, but when she read the letter that overthrew her hopes, what did she say but that her servants must not grow grey-headed with waiting till she was set free? So she would have me make the cause known to Sir Parson, and we had them married in the parish church 2 days since, they being both good Protestants." "There is no doubt that her kindness of heart is true," said Richard. "The poor folk at Sheffield and Ecclesfield will miss her plentiful almsgiving." "Some say it ought to be hindered, "For that it is but a purchasing of friends to her cause," said Sadler. "But I have not the heart to check it, and what could these of the meaner sort do to our Queen's prejudice? I take care that nothing goes among them that could hide a billet, and that none of her people have private speech with them, so no harm can ensue from her bounty." A message here came that the Queen was ready to admit Mr. Talbot, and Richard found himself in her presence chamber, a larger and finer room than that in the lodge at Sheffield, and with splendid tapestry hangings and plenishings, but the windows all looked into the inner quadrangle instead of on the expanse of park, and thus, as Mary said, she felt more entirely the prisoner. This, however, was not perceptible at the time, for the autumn evening had closed in. There were two large fires burning, one at each end of the room, and tall tapestry-covered screens and high-backed settles were arranged so as to exclude the draughts around the hearth, where Mary reclined on a couch-like chair. She looked ill, and though she brightened with her sweet smile to welcome her guest, there were dark circles round her eyes, and an air of dejection in her whole appearance. She held out her hand graciously as Richard approached, closely followed by his host. He put his knee to the ground and kissed it, as she said, "You must pardon me, Mr. Talbot, for discourtesy, if I am less agile than when we were at Buxton. You see my old foe lies in wait to plague me with aches and pains so soon as the year declines." "I am sorry to see your Grace thus," returned Richard, standing on the step. "The while I am glad to see you thus well, sir. And how does the good lady your wife, and my sweet playfellow, your daughter?" "Well, madam, I thank your Grace, and Cicely has presumed to send a billet by mine hand." "Ah, the dear bairnie!" And all the Queen's consummate art could not repress the smile of gladness and movement of eager joy with which she held out her hand for it, so that Richard regretted its extreme brevity and unsatisfying nature, and Mary, recollecting herself in a second, added, smiling at Sadler, "Mr. Talbot knows how a poor prisoner must love the pretty playfellows that are lent to her for a time." Sir Ralph's presence hindered any more intimate conversation, and Richard had certainly committed a solecism in giving Cicely's letter the precedence over the Earl's. The Queen, however, had recalled her caution and inquired for the health of the Lord and Lady, and, with a certain sarcasm on her lips, trusted that the peace of the family was complete, and that they were once more setting Hallamshire the example of living together as household doves. Her hazel eyes meantime archly scanned the face of Richard, who could not quite forget the very undove-like treatment he had received, though he could and did sturdily aver that my lord and my lady were perfectly reconciled, and seemed most happy in their reunion. "Well a day, let us trust that there will be no further disturbances to their harmony," said Mary, "a prayer I may utter most sincerely. Is the little Arbel come back with them?" "Yea, madam." "And is she installed in my former rooms, with a canopy over her cradle, to befit her strain of royalty?" "I think not, madam. Meseems that my Lady Countess hath seen reason to be heedful on that score. My young lady hath come back with a grave governante, who makes her read her primer and sew her seam, and save that she sat next my lady at the wedding feast, there is little difference made between her and the other grandchildren." The Queen then inquired into the circumstances of the wedding festivities with the interest of one to whom most of the parties were more or less known, and who seldom had the treat of a little feminine gossip. She asked who had been her little Cis's partner, and when she heard of Babington, she said, "Aha! Then the poor youth has made his peace with my lord?" "Certes, madam, he is regarded with high favour by both my lord and my lady," said Richard, heartily wishing himself rid of his host. "I rejoice to hear it," said Mary. "I was afraid that his childish knight-errantry towards the captive dame had damaged the poor stripling's prospects for ever. He is our neighbour here, and I believe Sir Ralph regards him as somewhat perilous." "Nay, madam, if my Lord of Shrewsbury be satisfied with him, so surely ought I to be," said Sir Ralph. Nothing of importance passed that night. The packet of accounts was handed over to Sir Andrew Melville, and the two gentlemen dismissed with gracious good nights. Richard Talbot was entirely trusted, and when the next morning, after prayers, breakfast, and a turn among the stables, it was intimated that the Queen was ready to see him anent my Lord's business, Sir Ralph Sadler, who had his week's report to write to the Council, requested that his presence might be dispensed with, and thus Mr. Talbot was ushered into the Queen's closet without any witnesses to their interview, save Sir Andrew Melville and Marie de Courcelles. The Queen was seated in a large chair, leaning against cushions, and evidently in a good deal of pain, but as Richard made his obeisance, her eyes shone as she quoted two lines from an old Scotch ballad. "Madame, how does my gay goshawk? Madame, how does my dew? Now I can hear what I hunger for." "My gay goshawk, madam, is flown to join Sir Francis Drake at Plymouth, and taken his little brother with him. I come now from speeding them as far as Derby." "Ah, you must not ask me to pray for success to them, my good sir, only that there may be a time when nations may be no more divided, and I fear me we shall not live to see it. And my dew, my little Cis, did she weep as became a sister for the bold laddies?" "She wept many tears, madam, but we are sore perplexed by a matter that I must lay before your Grace. My Lady Countess is hotly bent on a match between the maiden and young Babington." "Babington!" exclaimed the Queen, with a lioness sparkle in her eye. "You refuse the fellow, of course." "Flatly, madam, but your Grace knows that it is ill making the Countess accept a denial of her will." Mary laughed. "Aha! Methought, sir, you looked somewhat as if you had had a recent taste of my Lord of Shrewsbury's dove. But you are a man to hold your own sturdy will, Master Richard, let lord or lady say what they choose." "I trust so, madam. I am a master of mine own house, and as I should certainly not give mine own daughter to Babington, so shall I guard your Grace's." "You would not give the child to him if she were your own?" "No, madam." "And wherefore not? Because he is too much inclined to the poor prisoner in her faith. Is it so, sir?" "Your Grace speaks the truth in part," said Richard, and then with effort added, "and likewise, madam, with your pardon, I would say that though I verily believe it is nobleness of heart and spirit that inclines poor Antony to espouse your Grace's cause, there is to my mind a shallowness and indiscretion about his nature, even when most in earnest, such as would make me loath to commit any woman or any secret to his charge." "You are an honest man, Mr. Talbot," said Mary. "I am glad my poor maid is in your charge. Tell me, is this suit on his part made to your daughter, or to the Scottish orphan?" "To the Scottish orphan, madam. Thus much he knows, though by what means I cannot tell, unless it be through that kinsman of mine who, as I told your Grace, saw the babe the night I brought her in." "Doubtless," responded Mary. "Take care he neither knows more, nor hints what he doth know to the Countess." "So far as I can, I will, madam," said Richard. "But his tongue is not easy to silence. I marvel that he hath not let the secret ooze out already." "Proving him to have more discretion than you gave him credit for, my good sir," said the Queen, smiling. "Refuse him, however, staunchly, grounding your refusal, if it so please you, on the very causes for which I should accept him, were the lassie verily what he deems her, my ward and kinsman. Nor do you accede to him, whatever word or token he may declare that he brings from me, unless it bear this mark." And she hastily traced a peculiar twisted form of M. "You know it?" she asked. "I have seen it, madam," said Richard gravely, for he knew it as the letter which had been traced on the child's shoulders. "Ah, good Master Richard," she said, with a sweet and wistful expression, looking up to his face in pleading, and changing to the familiar pronoun, "thou likest not my charge, and I know that it is hard on an upright man like thee to have all this dissembling thrust on thee. But what can a poor captive mother do but strive to save her child from an unworthy lot, or from captivity like her own? I ask thee to say naught, that is all, and to shelter the maid, who hath been as thine own daughter, yet a little longer. Thou wilt not deny me, for her sake."
"Madam, I deny nothing that a Christian man and my Queen's faithful servant may in honour do. Your Grace has the right to choose your own daughter's lot, and with her I will deal as you direct me. But, madam, were it not well to bethink yourself whether it be not a perilous and cruel policy to hold out a bait to nourish hope in order to bind to your service a foolish though a generous youth, whose devotion may, after all, work you and himself more ill than good?"
Mary looked a good deal struck, and waved back her two attendants, who were both startled and offended at what Marie de Courcelles described as the Englishman's brutal boldness. "Silence, dear friends," said she. "Would that I had always had counsellors who would deal with me with such honour and disinterestedness. Then I should not be here."
However, she then turned her attention to the accounts, where Sir Andrew Melville was ready to question and debate every item set down by Shrewsbury's steward, while his mistress showed herself liberal and open-handed. Indeed, she had considerable command of money from her French dowry, the proceeds of which were, in spite of the troubles of the League, regularly paid to her, and no doubt serving her well in maintaining the correspondence which, throughout her captivity, eluded the vigilance of her keepers. On taking leave of her, which Richard Talbot did before joining his host at the midday meal, she reiterated her thanks for his care of her daughter, and her charges to let no persuasion induce him to consent to Babington's overtures, adding that she hoped soon to obtain permission to have the maiden amongst her authorized attendants. She gave him a billet, loosely tied with black floss silk, and unsealed, so that if needful, Sadler and Shrewsbury might both inspect the tender playful message she wrote to her mignon, and which she took care should not outrun those which she had often addressed to Bessie Pierrepoint. Cicely was a little disappointed when she first opened the letter, but ere long she bethought herself of the directions she had received to hold such notes to the fire, and accordingly she watched, waiting even till the next day before she could have free and solitary access to either of the two fires in the house, those in the hall and in the kitchen. At last, while the master was out farming, Ned at school, and the mistress and all her maids engaged in the unsavoury occupation of making candles by repeated dipping of rushes into a cauldron of melted fat after the winter's salting, she escaped under pretext of attending to the hall fire, and kneeling beside the glowing embers, she held the paper over it, and soon saw pale yellow characters appear and deepen into a sort of brown or green, in which she read, "My little jewel must share the ring with none less precious. Yet be not amazed if commendations, as from me, be brought thee. Jewels are sometimes useful to dazzle the eyes of those who shall never possess them. Therefore seem not cold, nor over coy, so as to take away all hope. It may be much for my service. Thou art discreet, and thy good guardians will hinder all from going too far. It might be well that he should deem thee and me inclined to what they oppose. Be secret, keep thine own counsel, and let them not even guess what thou hast here read. So fare thee well, with my longing, yearning blessing." Cicely hastily hid the letter in the large housewifely pocket attached to her girdle, feeling excited and important at having a real secret unguessed by any one, and yet experiencing some of the reluctance natural to the pupil of Susan Talbot at the notion of acting a part towards Babington. She really liked him, and her heart warmed to him as a true friend of her much injured mother, so that it seemed the more cruel to delude him with false hopes. Yet here was she asked to do a real service to her mother. Poor Cis, as she knelt gazing perplexed into the embers, now and then touching a stick to make them glow, till Nat, the chief of the old blue bottles of serving men, came in to lay the cloth for dinner, exclaiming, "So, Mistress Cis, Madam doth cockle thee truly, letting thee dream over the coals till thy face be as red as my lady's new farthingale, while she is toiling away like the very scullion."
End of Chapter 20. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 21 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. A Tangle. It was a rainy November afternoon. Dinner was over, the great wood fire had been made up, and Mistress Talbot was presiding over the women folk of her household and their tasks with needle and distaff. She had laid hands on her unwilling son Edward to show his father how well he could read the pièce de résistance of the family, Fabian's Chronicle, and the boy, with an elbow firmly planted on either side of the great folio, was floundering through the miseries of King Stephen's time, while Mr. Talbot, after smoothing the head of his largest hound for some minutes, had leant back in his chair and dropped asleep. Cicely's hand tardily drew out her thread, her spindle scarcely balanced itself on the floor, and her maiden meditation was in an inactive sort of way occupied with the sense of dulness after the summer excitements, and wonder whether her greatness were all a dream, and anything would happen to recall her once more to be a princess. The kitten at her feet took the spindle for a lazily moving creature, and thought herself fascinating it, so she stared hard, with only an occasional whisk of the other end of her striped tail, and Mistress Susan was only kept awake by her anxiety to adapt Dickens's last year's jerkin to Ned's use. Suddenly the dogs outside bayed, the dogs inside pricked their ears, and Ned joyfully halted. His father uttered the unconscious falsehood, "I'm not asleep, lad, go on," then woke up as the horses' feet were heard. Ned dashed out into the porch, and was in time to hold the horse of one of the two gentlemen, who, with cloaks over their heads, had ridden up to the door. He helped them off with their cloaks in the porch, exchanging greetings with William Cavendish and Antony Babington. "Will Mrs. Talbot pardon our riding boots?" said the former. "We have only come down from the Manor house, and we rode mostly on the grass." Their excuses were accepted, though Susan had rather Master William had brought any other companion. However, on such an afternoon almost any variety was welcome, especially to the younger folk, and room was made for them in the circle, and, according to the hospitality of the time, a cup of canary fetched for each to warm him after the ride, while another was brought to the master of the house to pledge them in, a relic of the barbarous ages when such a security was needed that the beverage was not poisoned. Will Cavendish then explained that a post had come that morning to his stepfather from Wingfield, having been joined on the way by Babington. People always preferred travelling in companies for security's sake, and that, as there was a packet from Sir Ralph Sadler for Master Richard, he had brought it down, accompanied by his friend, who was anxious to pay his devoirs to the ladies, and though Richard spoke to the mother, he smiled and nodded comprehension at the daughter, who blushed furiously, and set her spindle to twirl and leap so violently as to make the kitten believe the creature had taken fright and was going to escape. On she dashed with a sudden spring, involving herself and it in the flax. The old watchdog roused himself with a growl to keep order. Cicely flung herself on the cat. Antony hurried to the rescue to help her disentangle it, and received a fierce scratch for his pains, which made him start back, while Mrs. Talbot put in her word. "Ah, Master Babington, it is ill meddling with a cat in the toils, especially for menfolk. Here, Cis, hold her fast, and I will soon have her free. Still, Tib." Cicely's cheeks were of a still deeper colour as she held fast the mischievous favourite, while the good mother untwisted the flax from its little claws and supple limbs, while it winked, twisted its head about sentimentally, purred, and altogether wore an air of injured innocence and forgiveness. "I am afraid, sir, you received nothing but damage at our house," said Mrs. Talbot politely. "Hast drawn blood? Oh fie, thou ill-mannered Tib! Will you have a tuft from a beaver to stop the blood?" "Thanks, madam, no. It is a small scratch. I would that I could face truer perils for this lady's sake." "That I hope you will not, sir," said Richard in a serious tone, which conveyed a meaning to the ears of the initiated, though Will Cavendish only laughed and said, "Our kinsman takes it gravely. It was in the days of our grandfathers that ladies could throw a glove among the lions, and bid a knight fetch it out for her love." "It has not needed a lion to defeat Mr. Babington," observed Ned, looking up from his book with a sober twinkle in his eye, which set them all laughing, though his father declared that he ought to have his ears boxed for a malapert varlet. Will Cavendish declared that the least the fair damsel could do for her knight errant was to bind up his wounds, but Cis was too shy to show any disposition to do so, and it was Mrs. Talbot who salved the scratch for him. She had a feeling for the motherless youth, upon whom she foreboded that a fatal game might be played. When quiet was restored, Mr. Talbot craved license from his guests, and opened the packet. There was a letter for Mistress Cicely, in Queen Mary's well-known beautiful hand, which Antony followed with eager eyes, and a low gasp of "Ah, favoured maiden," making the good mother, who overheard it, say to herself, "Methinks his love is chiefly for the maid as something appertaining to the Queen, though he wots not how nearly. His heart is most for the Queen herself, poor lad." The maiden did not show any great haste to open the letter, being aware that the true gist of it could only be discovered in private, and her father was studying his own likewise in silence. It was from Sir Ralph Sadler to request that Mistress Cicely might be permitted to become a regular member of the household. There was now a vacancy, since, though Mrs. Curll was nearly as much about the Queen as ever, it was as the secretary's wife, not as one of the maiden attendants, and Sir Ralph wrote that he wished the more to profit by the opportunity, as he might soon be dispatched by some one not of a temper greatly to consider the prisoner's wishes. Moreover, he said, the poor lady was ill at ease, and much dejected at the tenor of her late letters from Scotland, and that she had said repeatedly that nothing would do her good but the presence of a pretty playfellow. Sir Ralph added assurances that he would watch over the maiden like his own daughter, and would take the utmost care of the faith and good order of all within his household. Curll also wrote by order of his mistress a formal application for the young lady, to which Mary had added in her own hand, "I thank the good Master Richard and Mrs. Susan beforehand, for I know they will not deny me." Refusal was, of course, impossible to a mother who had every right to claim her own child, and there was nothing to be done but to fix the time for setting off. And Cicely, who had by this time read her own letter, or at least all that was on the surface, looked up tremulous, with a strange frightened gladness, and said, "Mother, she needs me." "I shall shortly be returning home," said Antony, "and shall much rejoice if I may be one of the party who will escort this fair maiden." "I shall take my daughter myself on a pillion, sir," said Richard shortly. "Then, sir, I may tell my lord that you purpose to grant this request?" said Will Cavendish, who had expected at least some time to be asked for deliberation, and knew his mother would expect her permission to be requested. "I may not choose but do so," replied Richard, and then thinking he might have said too much, he added, "It were sheer cruelty to deny any solace to the poor lady." "Sick and in prison and balked by her only son," added Susan. "One's heart cannot but ache for her." "Let not Mr. Secretary Walsingham hear you say so, good madam," said Cavendish, smiling. "In London they think of her solely as a kind of malicious fury shut up in a cage, and there were those who looked askance at me when I declared that she was a gentlewoman of great sweetness and kindness of demeanour. I believe myself they will not rest till they have her blood." Cis and Susan cried out with horror, and Babington, with stammering wrath, demanded whether she was to be assassinated in the Spanish fashion, or on what a pretext a charge could be brought against her. "Well," Cavendish answered, "as the saying is, give her rope enough and she will hang herself. Indeed, there's no doubt but that she tampered enough with Throckmorton's plot to have been convicted of misprision of treason, and so she would have been, but that her most sacred Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, would have no charge made against her." "Treason from one sovereign to another, that is new law," said Babington. "So to speak," said Richard. "But if she claimed to be heiress to the crown, she must also be a subject. Heaven forfend that she should come to the throne." To which all except Cis and Babington uttered a hearty amen, while a picture arose before the girl of herself standing beside her royal mother robed in velvet and ermine on the throne, and of the faces of Lady Shrewsbury and her daughter as they recognised her, and were pardoned. Cavendish presently took his leave, and carried the unwilling Babington off with him, rightly divining that the family would wish to make their arrangements alone. To Richard's relief, Babington had brought him no private message, and to Cicely's disappointment, there was no addition in sympathetic ink to her letter, though she scorched the paper brown in trying to bring one out. The Scottish Queen was much too wary to waste and risk her secret expedients without necessity.
To Richard and Susan this was the real resignation of their foster child into the hands of her own parent. It was true that she would still bear their name, and pass for their daughter, but that would only be so long as it might suit her mother's convenience, and instead of seeing her every day and enjoying her full confidence, so far as they knew, she would be out of reach and given up to influences, both moral and religious, which they deeply distrusted, also to a fate looming in the future with all the dark uncertainty that brooded over all connected with Tudor or Stuart royalty. How much good Susan wept and prayed that night, only her pillow knew, not even her husband, and there was no particular comfort when my Lady Countess descended on her in the first interval of fine weather, full of wrath at not having been consulted, and discharging it in all sorts of predictions as to Cis's future. No honest and loyal husband would have her, after being turned loose in such company. She would be corrupted in morals and manners, and a disgrace to the Talbots. She would be perverted in faith, become a papist, and die in a nunnery beyond sea, or she would be led into plots, and have her head cut off, or pressed to death by the peine forte et dure. Susan had nothing to say to all this, but that her husband thought it right, and then had a little vigorous advice on her own score against tamely submitting to any man, a weakness which certainly could not be laid to the charge of the termagant of Hardwicke. Cicely herself was glad to go. She loved her mother with a romantic, enthusiastic affection, missed her engaging caresses, and felt her Bridgefield home eminently dull, flat, and even severe, especially since she had lost the excitement of Humfrey's presence, and likewise her companion Diccon. So she made her preparations with a joyful alacrity, which secretly pained her good foster parents, and made Susan almost ready to reproach her with ingratitude. They lectured her, after the fashion of the time, on the need of never forgetting her duty to her God in her affection to her mother, Susan trusting that she would never let herself be led away to the Romish faith, and Richard warning her strongly against untruth and falsehood, though she must be exposed to cruel perplexities as to the right. "But if thou be true to man, thou wilt be true to God," he said. "If thou be false to man, thou wilt soon be false to thy God likewise."
"We will pray for thee, child," said Susan. "Do thou pray earnestly for thyself, that thou mayest ever see the right." "My Queen Mother is a right pious woman. She is ever praying and reading holy books," said Cis. "Mother Susan, I marvel you, who know her, can speak thus." "Nay, child, I would not lessen thy love and duty to her, poor soul, but it is not even piety in a mother that can keep a maiden from temptation. I blame not her in warning thee." Richard himself escorted the damsel to her new home. There was no preventing their being joined by Babington, who, being well acquainted with the road, and being also known as a gentleman of good estate, was able to do much to make their journey easy to them, and secure good accommodation for them at the inns, though Mr. Talbot entirely baffled his attempts to make them his guests, and insisted on bearing a full share of the reckoning. Neither did Cicely fulfil her mother's commission to show herself inclined to accept his attentions. If she had been under contrary orders, there would have been some excitement in going as far as she durst, but the only effect on her was embarrassment, and she treated Antony with the same shy stiffness she had shown to Humfrey during the earlier part of his residence at home. Besides, she clung more and more to her adopted father, who, now that they were away from home and he was about to part with her, treated her with a tender, chivalrous deference, most winning in itself, and making her feel herself no longer a child. Arriving at last at Wingfield, Sir Ralph Sadler had hardly greeted them before a messenger was sent to summon the young lady to the presence of the Queen of Scots. Her welcome amounted to ecstasy. The Queen rose from her cushioned invalid chair as the bright young face appeared at the door, held out her arms, gathered her into them, and covering her with kisses, called her by all sorts of tender names in French and Scottish. "Oh, ma mie, my lassie, ma fille, mine own wee thing, how sweet to have one bairn who is mine, mine own, whom they have not robbed me of, for thy brother, thy brother, he hath forsaken me. He is made of the false Darnley stuff, and compacted by Knox and Buchanan and the rest, and he will not stand a blast of Queen Elizabeth's wrath for the poor mother that bore him. Ay, he hath betrayed me and deluded me, my child.
He hath sold me once more to the English loons. I am set faster in prison than ever. The iron entereth into my soul. Thou art but daughter to a captive queen, who looks to thee to be her one bairn, one comfort and solace." Cicely responded by caresses, and indeed felt herself more than ever before the actual daughter, as she heard with indignation of James's desertion of his mother's cause. But Mary, whatever she said herself, would not brook to hear her speak severely of him. "The poor laddie," she said, "he was no better than a prisoner among those dour Scot lords." And she described in graphic terms some of her own experiences of royalty in Scotland. The other ladies all welcomed the newcomer as the best medicine both to the spirit and body of their queen. She was regularly enrolled among the Queen's maidens, and shared their meals. Mary dined and supped alone, 16 dishes being served to her, both on fish and flesh days, and the reversion of these, as well as a provision of their own, came to the higher table of her attendants, where Cicely ranked with the two Maries, Jean Kennedy, and Sir Andrew Melville. There was a second table at which ate the two secretaries, Mrs. Curll and Elizabeth Curll, Gilbert's sister, a most faithful attendant on the Queen. As before, she shared the Queen's chamber, and there it was that Mary asked her, "Well, mignonne, and how fares it with thine ardent suitor? Didst say that he rode with thee?" "As far as the manor gates, madam." "And what said he? Was he very pressing?" "Nay, madam, I was ever with my father, Mr. Talbot." "And he keeps the poor youth at arm's length. Thine other swain, the sailor, his son, is gone off once more to rob the Spaniards, is he not? So there is the more open field." "Ay, but not till he had taught Antony a lesson." The Queen made Cis tell the story of the encounter, at which she was much amused. "So, my princess, even unknown, can make hearts beat and swords ring for her. Well done! Thou art worthy to be one of the maids in Perceforest, or Amadis de Gaul, who are bred in obscurity, and set all the knights a sparring together. Tourneys are gone out since my poor good father perished by mischance at one, or we would set thee aloft to be contended for." "Oh, Madam Mare, it made me greatly afraid, and poor Humfrey had to go off without leave taking, my Lady Countess was so wrathful." "So my Lady Countess is playing our game, is she? Backing Babington and banishing Talbot? Ha, ha, ha!" And Mary again laughed with a merriment that rejoiced the faithful ears of Jean Kennedy under her bedclothes, but somewhat vexed Cicely. "Indeed, Madam Mother," she said, "if I must wed under my degree, I had rather to a Humfrey than Antony Babington." "I tell thee, simple child, thou shalt wed neither. A woman does not wed every man to whom she gives a smile and a nod. So long as thou bearest the name of this Talbot, he is a good watchdog to hinder Babington from winning thee. But if my Lady Countess choose to send the swain here, favoured by her, to pay his court to thee, why then she gives us the best chance we have had for many a long day of holding intercourse with our friends without, and our hope of thee will bind him the more closely." "He is all yours, heart and soul, already, madam." "I know it, child, but men are men, and no chains are so strong as can be forged by a lady's lip and eye, if she do it cunningly. So said my belle mère in France, and well do I believe it. Why, if one of the sour-visaged reformers who haunt this place chanced to have a daughter with sweetness enough to temper the acidity, the youth might be throwing up his cap the next hour for Queen Bess and the Reformation, unless we can tie him down with a silken cable while he is in the mind." "Yea, madam, you who are beautiful and winsome, you can do such things. I am homely and awkward." "Mortimer thee, my child! The beauty of the best of us is in the man's eyes who look at us. 'Tis true thou hast more of the border lassie than the princess. The likeness of some ewe-milking, cheese-making sonsie Hepburn hath descended to thee, and hath been fostered by country breeding. But thou hast by nature the turn of the neck and the tread that belong to our Lorraine blood, the blood of Charlemagne. And now that I have thee altogether, see if I train thee not so as to bring out the princess that is in thee. And so good night, my bairnie, my sweet child. I shall sleep to-night. now that I have thy warm, fresh young cheek beside mine. Thou art life to me, my little one. End of Chapter 21. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama.
Chapter 22 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Tutbury. James the Sixth again cruelly tore his mother's heart, and dashed her hopes by an unfeeling letter, in which he declared her incapable of being treated with, since she was a prisoner and deposed. The not unreasonable expectation that his manhood might reverse the proceedings wrought in his name in his infancy was frustrated. Mary could no longer believe that he was constrained by a faction, but perceived clearly that he merely considered her as a rival whose liberation would endanger his throne, and that whatever scruples he might once have entertained had given way to English gold and Scottish intimidation. "The more simple was I to look for any other in the son of Darnley and the pupil of Buchanan," said she, "but a mother's heart is slow to give up her trust." "And is there now no hope?" asked Cicely. "Hope, child? Dum spiro spero. The hope of coming forth honourably to him and to Elizabeth is at an end. There is another mode of coming forth," she added with a glittering eye, "a mode which shall make them rue that they have driven patience to extremity." "By force of arms? Oh, madam!" cried Cicely. "And wherefore not? My noble kinsman Guise is the paramount ruler in France, and will soon have crushed the heretics there. Parma is triumphant in the Low Countries, and has only to tread out the last remains of faction with his iron boot. They wait only the call, which my motherly weakness has delayed, to bring their hosts to revenge my wrongs, and restore this island to the true faith. Then thou, child, wilt be my heiress. We will give thee to one who will worthily bear the sceptre, and make thee blessed at home. The Austrians make good husbands, I am told. Matthias or Albert would be a noble mate for thee. Only thou must be trained to more princely bearing, my little home-bred lassie." In spite, nay, perhaps in consequence, of these anticipations, an entire change began for Cicely. It was as if all the romance of her princely station had died out, and the reality had set in. Her freedom was at an end. As one of the suite of the Queen of Scots, she was as much a prisoner as the rest, whereas before, both at Buxton and Sheffield, she had been like a dog or kitten admitted to be petted and played with, but living another life elsewhere, while now there was nothing to relieve the weariness and monotony of the restraint. Nor was the petting what it was at first. Mary was far from being in the most frolicsome mood which had possessed her at Buxton. Her hopes and spirits had sunk to the lowest pitch, and though she had an admirably sweet and considerate temper, and was scarcely ever fretful or unreasonable with her attendants, still depression, illness, and anxiety could not but tell on her mode of dealing with her surroundings. Sometimes she gave way entirely, and declared she should waste away and perish in her captivity, and that she only brought misery and destruction on all who tried to befriend her. Or again, that she knew that Burghley and Walsingham were determined to have her blood. It was in these moments that Cicely loved her most warmly, for caresses and endearments soothed her, and the grateful affection which received them would be very sweet. Or, in a higher tone, she would trust that, if she were to perish, she might be a martyr and confessor for her church, though, as she owned, the sacrifice would be stained by many a sin, and she betook herself to the devotions which then touched her daughter more than in any other respect. More often, however, her indomitable spirit resorted to fresh schemes, and chafed fiercely and hotly at thought of her wrongs, and this made her the more critical of all that displeased her in Cicely. Much that had been treated as charming and amusing when Cicely was her plaything and her visitor, was now treated as unbecoming English rusticity. The princess bride must speak French and Italian, perhaps Latin, and the girl, whose literary education had stopped short when she ceased to attend Master Sniggius's school, was made to study her Cicero once more with Almoner, who was now a French priest named de Preaux, while Queen Mary herself heard her read her French, and, though always good-natured, was excruciated by her pronunciation. Moreover, Mary was too admirable a needlewoman not to wish to make her daughter the same, whereas Cicely's turn had always been for the department of housewifery, and she could make a castle in pastry far better than in tapestry. But where Queen Mary had a whole service of cooks and pantlers of her own, this accomplishment was uncalled for, and was in fact considered undignified. She had to sit still and learn all the embroidery stitches and lace-making arts brought by Mary from the court of France, till her eyes grew weary, her heart faint, and her young limbs ached for the freedom of Bridgefield Pleasance and Sheffield Park. Her mother sometimes saw her weariness, and would try to enliven her by setting her to dance, but here poor Cicely's untaught movements were sure to incur reproof, and even if they had been far more satisfactory to the beholders, what refreshment were they in comparison with gathering cranberries in the park, or holding a basket for Ned in the apple tree? Mrs. Kennedy made no scruple of scolding her roundly for fretting in a month over what the Queen had borne for full 18 years. "Ah," said poor Cicely, "but she had always been a queen, and was used to being mewed up close." And if this was the case at Wingfield, how much more was it so at Tutbury, whither Mary was removed in January. The space was far smaller, and the rooms were cold and damp. There was much less outlet, the atmosphere was unwholesome, and the furniture insufficient. Mary was in bed with rheumatism almost from the time of her arrival, but she seemed thus to become the more vigilant over her daughter, and distressed by her shortcomings. If the Queen did not take exercise, the suite were not supposed to require any, and indeed it was never desired by her elder ladies, but to the country maiden it was absolute punishment to be thus shut up day after day. Neither Sir Ralph Sadler nor his colleague Mr. Summer had brought a wife to share the charge, so that there was none of the neutral ground afforded by intercourse with the ladies of the Talbot family, and at first the only variety Cicely ever had was the attendance at chapel on the other side of the court. It was remarkable that Mary discouraged all proselytizing towards the Protestants of her train, and even forbore to make any open attempt on her daughter's faith. "Cela viendra," she said to Marie de Courcelles. "The sermons of Monsieur le Pasteur will do more to convert her to our side than 100 controversial arguments of our excellent Abbé, and when the good time comes, one high mass will be enough to win her over." "Alas! when shall we ever again assist at the Holy Sacrifice in all its glory?" sighed the lady. "Ah, my good Courcelles, of what have you not deprived yourself for me? Sacrifice! Ah, truly you share it. But for the child it would give needless offence and difficulty were she to embrace our holy faith at present. She is simple and impetuous, and has not yet sufficiently outgrown the rude, straightforward breeding of the good housewife, Madame Susan, not to rush into open confession of her faith, and then, oh, the fracas! The wicked wolves would have stolen a precious lamb from Monsieur le Pasteur's fold. Master Richard would be sent for, our restraint would be the closer. Moreover, even when the moment of freedom strikes, who knows that to find her of their own religion may not win us favour with the English?" So, from whatever motive, Cis remained unmolested in her religion, save by the weariness of the controversial sermon, during which the young lady contrived to abstract her mind pretty completely. If in good spirits, she would construct airy castles for her Archduke. If dispirited, she yearned with a homesick feeling for Bridgefield and Mrs. Talbot. There was something in the firm sober wisdom and steady kindness of that good lady which inspired a sense of confidence for which no caresses nor brilliant auguries could compensate. Weary and cramped she was to the point of having a feverish attack, and on one slightly delirious night she fretted piteously after her mother, and shook off the Queen's hand, entreating that mother, real mother, would come. Mary was much pained, and declared that if the child were not better the next day, she should have a messenger sent to summon Mrs. Talbot. However, she was better in the morning, and the Queen, who had been making strong representations of the unhealthiness and other inconveniences of Tutbury, received a promise that she should change her abode as soon as Chartley, a house belonging to the young Earl of Essex, could be prepared for her. The giving away large alms had always been one of her great solaces, not that she was often permitted any personal contact with the poor, only to sit at a window watching them as they flocked into the court, to be relieved by her servants under supervision from some officer of her warders, so as to hinder any surreptitious communication from passing between them. Sometimes, however, the poor would accost her or her suite as she rode out, and she had a great compassion for them, deprived, as she said, of the alms of the religious houses, and flogged or branded if hunger forced them into beggary. On a fine spring day, Sir Ralph Sadler invited the ladies out to a hawking party on the banks of the Dove, with the little sparrow hawks, whose prey was specially larks. Pity for the beautiful soaring songster, or for the young ones that might be starved in their nests if the parent birds were killed, had not then been thought of. A gallop on the moors, though they were strangely dull, grey, and stony, was always the best remedy for the Queen's ailments, and the party got into the saddle gaily and joyously followed the chase, thinking only of the dexterity and beauty of the flight of pursuer and pursued, instead of the deadly terror and cruel death to which they condemned the created creature, the very proverb for joyousness. It was during the halt which followed the slaughter of one of the larks and the reclaiming of the hawk, that Cicely strayed a little away from the rest of the party to gather some golden willow catkins and sprays of white sloe thorn, wherewith to adorn a bow pot that might cheer the dull rooms at Tutbury. She had jumped down for her pony for the purpose, and was culling the branch, when from the copsewood that clothed the gorge of the river, a ragged woman, with a hood tied over her head, came forward with outstretched hand asking for alms. "You may have something from the Queen anon, Goody, when I can get back to her," said Cis, not much liking the looks or the voice of the woman. "And have you nothing to cross the poor woman's hand with, fair mistress?" returned the beggar. "She brought you fair fortune once. How know you but she can bring you more?" And Cicely recognised the person who had haunted her at Sheffield, Tideswell, and Buxton, and whom she had heard pronounced to be no woman at all. "I need no fortune of your bringing," she said proudly, and tried to get nearer the rest of the party, heartily wishing she was on, not off, her rough little pony. "My young lady is proud," said her tormentor, fixing on her the little pale eyes she so much disliked. "She is not one of the maidens who would thank one who can make her or mar her life, and cast spells that can help her to a princely husband or leave her to a prison." "Let go," said Cicely, as she saw a restraining hand laid on her pony's bridle. "I will not be beset thus." "And this is your gratitude to her who helped you to lie in a queen's bosom, ay, and who could aid you to rise higher or fall lower." "I owe nothing to you," said Cicely, too angry to think of prudence. "Let me go." There was a laugh, and not a woman's laugh. "You owe nothing, quoth my princess, not to one who saw you, a drenched babe, brought in from the wreck, and who gave the sign which has raised you to your present honours. Beware!" By this time, however, the conversation had attracted notice, and several riders were coming towards them. There was an immediate change of voice from the threatening tone to the beggar's whine, but the words were, "I must have my reward ere I speak out." "What is this? A masterful beggar, wife, besetting Mistress Talbot," said Mr. Sumner, who came first. "I had naught to give her," said Cicely. "She should have the lash for thus frightening you," said Summer. "Yonder lady is too good to such vagabonds, and they come about us in swarms. Stand back, woman, or it may be the worse for you. Let me help you to your horse, Mistress Cicely." Instead of obeying, the seeming woman, to gain time perhaps, began a story of woe, and Mr. Summer, being anxious to remount the young lady, did not immediately stop it, so that before Cis was in her saddle the Queen had ridden up, with Sir Ralph Sadler a little behind her. There were thus a few seconds free in which the stranger sprang to the Queen's bridle and said a few hasty words almost inaudibly, and, as Cis thought, in French, but they were answered aloud in English. "My good woman, I know all that you can tell me, and more, of this young lady's fortune. Here are such alms as are mine to give, but hold your peace, and quit us now." Sir Ralph Sadler and his son-in-law both looked suspicious at this interview, and bade one of the grooms ride after the woman and see what became of her, but the fellow soon lost sight of her in the broken ground by the riverside. When the party reached home, there was an anxious consultation of the inner circle of confidants over Cicely's story. Neither she nor the Queen had the least doubt that the stranger was Cuthbert Langston, who had been employed as an agent of hers for many years past, his insignificant stature and colourless features eminently fitting him for it. No concealment was made now that he was the messenger with the beads and bracelets, which were explained to refer to some ivory beads which had been once placed among some spare purchased by the Queen, and which Jean had recognised as part of a rosary belonging to poor Alison Hepburn, the nurse who had carried the babe from Lochleven. This had opened the way to the recovery of her daughter. Mary and Sir Andrew Melville had always held him to be devotedly faithful, but there had certainly been something of greed and something of menace in his language which excited anxiety. Cicely was sure that his expressions conveyed that he really knew her royal birth, and meant to threaten her with the consequences, but the few who had known it were absolutely persuaded that this was impossible, and believed that he could only surmise that she was of more importance than an archer's daughter. He had told the Queen in French that he was in great need, and expected a reward for his discretion respecting what he had brought her, and when he perceived the danger of being overheard, he had changed it into a pleading. "I did but tell the fair young lady that I could cast a spell that would bring her some good fortune. Would her Grace hear it?"
"So," said Mary, "I could but answer him as I did, Sadler and Summer being both nigh. I gave him my purse, with all there was therein. How much was it, Andrew?" "5 golden pieces, besides groats and testers, madam," replied Sir Andrew. "If he come again, he must have more, if it can be contrived without suspicion," said the Queen. "I fear me he may become troublesome if he guess somewhat, and have to be paid to hold his tongue."
"I dread worse than that," said Melville apart to Jean Kennedy. "There was a scunner in his een that I misliked, as though her Grace had offended him, and if the lust of the penny fee hath possessed him, 'tis but who can bid the highest to have him fast body and soul. Those lads! I've seen a mony of them. They'll begin for pure love of the Queen and of Holy Church, but you see 'tis lying and falsehood in disguise that is needed, and one way or the other they get so in love with it, that they come at last to lie to us as well as to the other side, and then none kens where to have them. Cuthbert has been over to that weary Paris, and once a man goes there, he leaves his truth and honour behind him, and you cannot whether he be serving you, or Queen Elizabeth, or the deil himself. I wish I could stop that loon Straffel, or else wot how much he kens anent our Lady Bride."
End of chapter 22. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 23 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. The Love Token. "Yonder woman came to tell this young lady's fortune," said Sir Ralph a few days later. "Did she guess what I, an old man, have to bode for her?" And he smiled at the Queen. "Here is a token I was entreated by a young gentleman to deliver to this young lady, with his humble suit, that he may pay his devours to her to-morrow, your Grace permitting." "I knew not," said Mary, "that my young women had licence to receive visitors." "Assuredly not, as a rule, but this young gentleman, Mr. Babington of Dethick, has my Lord and Lady of Shrewsbury's special commendation." "I knew the young man," said Mary, with perfectly acted heedlessness. "He was my Lady Shrewsbury's page in his boyhood. I should have no objection to receive him." "That, madam, may not be," returned Sadler. "I am sorry to say it is contrary to the orders of the Council, but if Mr. and Mrs. Curll and the fair Mistress Cicely will do me the honour to dine with me to-morrow in the hall, we may bring about the auspicious meeting my lady desires."
Cicely's first impulse had been to pout and say she wanted none of Mr. Babington's tokens, nor his company, but her mother's eye held her back, and besides, any sort of change of scene or any new face could not but be delightful, so there was a certain leap of the young heart when the invitation was accepted for her, and she let Sir Ralph put the token into her hand, and a choice one it was. Everybody pressed to look at it, while she stood blushing, coy, and unwilling to display the small egg-shaped watch of the kind recently invented at Nuremberg. Sir Ralph observed that the young lady showed a comely shamefast maidenliness, and therewith bowed himself out of the room. Cicely laughed with impatient scorn. "Well spoken, reverend Signor," she said, as she found herself alone with the Queen. "I wish my Lady Countess would leave me alone. I am none of hers." "Nay, mademoiselle, be not thus disdainful," said the Queen in a gay tone of banter. "Give me here this poor token that thou dost so despise, when many a maiden would be distraught with delight and gratitude. Let me see it, I say." And as Cicely, restraining with difficulty an impatient, uncourtly gesture, placed the watch in her hand, her delicate deft fingers opened the case, disregarding both the face and the place for inserting the key, but dealing with a spring, which revealed that the case was double, and that between the two thin plates of silver which formed it was inserted a tiny piece of the thinnest paper, written from corner to corner with the smallest characters in cipher. Mary laughed joyously and triumphantly as she held it up. "There, mignon, what sayest thou to thy token now? This is the first secret news I have had from the outer world since we came to this weary Tutbury. And oh, the exquisite jest that my lady and Sir Ralph Sadler should be the bearers. I always knew some good would come of that suitor of thine. Thou must not flout him, my fair lady, nor scowl at him so with thy beetle brows." "It seems but hard to lure him on with false hopes," said Cicely gravely. "Hoots, lassie, as Dame Jean would say, 'tis but joy and delight to men to be thus tickled. 'Tis the greatest kindness we can do them thus to amuse them," said Mary, drawing up her head with the conscious fascination of the serpent of the old Nile, and toying the while with the ciphered letter, an eagerness and yet dread of what it might contain. Such things were not easy to make out, even to those who had the key, and Mary, unwilling to trust it out of her own hands, leant over it, spelling it out for many minutes, but at last broke forth into a clear ringing burst of girlish laughter, and clasped her hands together. "Mignon, mignon, it is too rare a jest to hold back. Deem not that your Highness stands first here. Oh no, 'tis a letter from Bernardo de Mendoza, with a proposition for whose hand thinkest thou? For this poor old captive hand. For mine, maiden. Ay, and from whom? From his Excellency, the Prince of Parma, Lieutenant of the Netherlands. Anon will he be here with 30,000 picked men and the Spanish fleet, and then I shall ride once again at the head of my brave men, hear trumpets bray, and see banners fly. We will begin to work our banner at once, child, and let Sir Ralph think it is a bedquilt for our sacred Majesty Elizabeth. Thou lookest dismayed, little maiden." "Spanish ships and men, madam, ah! And how would it be with my father, Mr. and Mrs. Talbot, I mean?" "Not a hair of their heads shall be touched, child. We will send down a chosen troop to protect them, with Babington at its head if thou wilt. But," added the Queen, recollecting herself, and perceiving that she had startled and even shocked her daughter, "it is not to be to-morrow, nor for many a weary month. All that is here demanded is whether, all being well, he might look for my hand as his guerdon. Shall I propose thine instead?" "Oh, madam, he is an old man and full of gout." "Well, we will not pull caps for him just yet. And see, thou must be as secret as the grave, child, or thou wilt ruin thy mother. I ought not to have told thee, but the surprise was too much for me, and thou canst keep a secret. Leave me now, child, and send me Monsieur No." The next time any converse was held between mother and daughter, Queen Mary said, "Will it grieve thee much, my lassie, to return this bauble, on the plea of thy duty to the good couple at Bridgefield?" After all,
Cicely had become so fond of the curious and ingenious egg that she was rather sorry to part with it, and there was a little dismal resignation in her answer. "I will do your bidding, madam." "Thou shalt have a better. I will write to Chateauneuf for the choices that Paris can furnish," said Mary. "But seest thou, none other mode is so safe for conveying an answer to this suitor of mine. Nay, little one, do not fear. He is not at hand, and if he be so gout-ridden and stern as I have heard, we will find some way to content him, and make him do the service without giving thee a stepfather, even though he be a grandson to an emperor." There was something perplexing and distressing to Cis in this sudden mood of exultation at such a suitor. However, Parma's proposal might mean liberty and a recovered throne, and who could wonder at the joy that even the faintest gleam of light afforded to one whose captivity had lasted longer than Cicely's young life? And then once more there was an alteration of feeling at the last moment, when Cicely, dressed in her best, came to receive instructions. "I cannot, said Mary, speaking the Scottish tongue, to which she recurred in her moments of deepest feeling. "I ought not to let it go. I ought to tell the noble prince to have naught to do with a being like me. 'Tis not only the jettatura wherewith the Queen Mother used to reproach me. Men need but bear me good will, and misery overtakes them. Death is the best that befalls them. The gentle husband of my girlhood, then the frantic Chastelar, my poor, poor good Davy, Darnley, Bothwell, Geordie Douglas, young Willie, and again Norfolk, and the noble and knightly Don John. One spark of love and devotion to the wretched Mary, and all is over with them. Give me back that paper, child, and warn Babington against ever dreaming of aid to a wretch like me. I will perish alone. It is enough. I will drag down no more generous spirits in the whirlpool around me." "Madam, madam," exclaimed Du Preau the almoner, who was standing, "this is not like your noble self. Have you endured so much to be faint-hearted when the end is near, and you are made a smooth and polished instrument, wielded in the fire, for the triumph of the Church over her enemies?" "Ah, father," said the Queen, "how should not my heart fail me when I think of the many high spirits who have fallen for my sake? Ay, and when I look out on yonder peaceful vales and happy homesteads, and think of them ravaged by those furious Spaniards and Italians, whom my brother of Anjou himself calls very fiends." "Fiends are the tools of divine wrath," returned Prue. "Look at the profaned sanctuaries and outraged convents on which these proud English have waxen fat, and say whether a heavy retribution shall not be due to them." "Ah, father, I may be weak, but I never loved persecution. King Francis and I were dragged to behold the executions at Amboise. That was enough for us. His gentle spirit never recovered it, and I see their contorted visages and forms still in my restless nights, and if the Spanish dogs should deal with England as with Haarlem or Antwerp, and all through me, oh, I should be happier dying within these walls." "Nay, madam, as Queen, you would have the reins in your own hand. You could exercise what wholesome severity or well-tempered leniency you choose," urged the almoner. "It were ill requiting the favour of the saints who have opened this door to you at last to turn aside now in terror at the fantasy that long weariness of spirit hath conjured up before you." So Mary rallied herself, and in 5 minutes more was as eager in giving her directions to Cicely and to the Curlls as though her heart had not recently failed her. Cis was to go forth with her chaperons, not by any means enjoying the message to Babington, and yet unable to help being very glad to escape for ever so short a time from the dull prison apartments. There might be no great faith in her powers of diplomacy, but as it was probable that Babington would have more opportunity of conversing with her than with the Curlls, she was charged to attend heedfully to whatever he might say. Sir Ralph's son-in-law, Mr. Summer, was sent to escort the trio to the hall at the hour of noon, and there, pacing the ample chamber, while the board at the upper end was being laid, was Sir Ralph Sadler and his guest, Mr. Babington. Antony was dressed in green velvet slashed with primrose satin, setting off his good mien to the greatest advantage, and he came up with suppressed but rapturous eagerness, bowing low to Mrs. Curll and the secretary,
but falling on his knee to kiss the hand of the dark-browed girl. Her recent courtly training made her much less rustically awkward than she would have been a few months before, but she was extremely stiff, and held her head as though her ruff were buckram as she began her lesson. "Sir, I am greatly beholden to you for this token, but if it be not sent with the knowledge and consent of my honoured father and mother, I may not accept of it." "Alas, that you will say so, fair mistress," said Antony, but he was probably prepared for this rejection, for he did not seem utterly overwhelmed by it. "The young lady exercises a wise discretion," said Sir Ralph Sadler to Mrs. Curll. "If I had known that mine old friend Mr. Talbot of Bridgefield was unfavourable to the suit, I would not have harboured the young spark, but when he brought my Lady Countess's commendation, I thought all was well." Barbara Curll had her cue, namely, to occupy Sir Ralph, so as to leave the young people to themselves, so she drew him off to tell him in confidence a long and not particularly veracious story of the objections of the Talbots to Antony Babington, whilst her husband engaged the attention of Mr. Somer, and there was a space in which, as Antony took back the watch, he was able to inquire, "Was the eggshell opened?" "Ay," said Cis, blushing furiously and against her will. "The egg was sucked and replenished." "Take consolation," said Antony, as some one came near them. "Duty and discretion shall, I trust, both be satisfied when I next sun myself in the light of those lovely eyes." Then, as the coast became more clear, "You are about shortly to move. Chartley is preparing for you." "So we are told." "There are others preparing," said Antony, bending over her, holding her hand, and apparently making love to her with all his might. "Tell me, lady, who has charge of the Queen's buttery? Is it faithful old Halbert, as at Sheffield?" "It is," replied Cis. "Then let him look well at the bottom of each barrel of beer supplied for the use of her household. There is an honest man, a brewer, at Burton, whom Paulett will employ, who will provide that letters be sent to and fro. Gifford and Langston, who are both of these parts, know him well." Cis started at the name. "Do you trust Langston, then?" she asked. "Wholly. Why, he is the keenest and ablest of all. Have you not seen him, and had speech with him in many strange shapes? He can change his voice, and whine like any beggar wife." "Yea," said Cis, "but the Queen and Sir Andrew doubted a little if he meant not threats last time we met." "All put on. Excellent dissembling to beguile the keepers. He told me all," said Antony. "And how he had to scare thee, and change tone suddenly. Why, he it is who laid this same egg, and will receive it. There is a sworn band, as you know already, who will let her know of our plans, and be at her commands through that means. Then, when we have done service approaching to be worthy of her, then it may be that I shall have earned at least a look or sign." "Alas, sir," said Cicely, "how can I give you false hopes?" For her honest heart burnt to tell the poor fellow that she would, in case of his success, be farther removed from him than ever. "What would be false now shall be true then. I will wring love from thee by my deeds for her whom we both alike love, and then wilt thou be mine own, my true bride." By this time other guests had arrived, and the dinner was ready. Babington was, in deference to the Countess, allowed to sit next to his lady love. She found he had been at Sheffield, and had visited Bridgefield, vainly endeavouring to obtain sanction to his addresses from her adopted parents. He saw how her eyes brightened, and heard how her voice quivered with eagerness to hear of what still seemed home to her, and he was pleased to feel himself gratifying her by telling her how Mrs. Talbot looked, and how Brown Dumpling had been turned out in the park, and Mr. Talbot had taken a new horse, which Ned had insisted on calling Fulvius, from its colour, for Ned was such a scholar that he was to be sent to study at Cambridge. Then he would have wandered off to little Lady Arbell's being put under Master Sniggius's tuition, but Cicely would bring him back to Bridgefield, and to Ned's brothers. No, the boasted expedition to Spain had not begun yet. Sir Francis Drake was lingering about Plymouth, digging a ditch, it was said, to bring water from Dartmoor. He would never get licence to attack King Philip on his own shores. The Queen knew better than to give it. Humfrey and Diccon would get no better sport than robbing a ship or two on the way to the Netherlands. Antony, for his part, could not see that piracy on the high seas was fit work for a gentleman. "A gentleman loves to serve his Queen and country in all places," said Cicely. "Ah!" said Antony, with a long breath, as though making a discovery. "Sits the wind in that quarter?" "Antony!" exclaimed she, in her eagerness, calling him by the familiar name of childhood, "you are in error. I declare most solemnly that it is quite another matter that stands in your way." "And you will not tell me wherefore you are thus cruel?" "I cannot, sir. You will understand in time that what you call cruelty is true kindness." This was the gist of the interview. All the rest only repeated it in one form or another, and when Cis returned it was with a saddened heart, for she could not but perceive that Antony was well nigh crazed, not so much with love of her, as with the contemplation of the wrongs of the Church and the Queen, whom he regarded with equally passionate devotion, and with burning zeal and indignation to avenge their sufferings and restore them to their pristine glory. He did indeed love her, as he professed to have done from infancy, but as if she were to be his own personal portion of the reward. Indeed, there was magnanimity enough in the youth almost to lose the individual hope in the dazzle of the great victory for which he was willing to devote his own life and happiness in the true spirit of a crusader. Cicely did not fully or consciously realise all this, but she had such a glimpse of it as to give her a guilty feeling in concealing from him the whole truth, which would have shown how fallacious were the hopes that her mother did not scruple, for her own purposes, to encourage. Poor Cicely! She had not had royal training enough to look on all subjects as simply pawns on the monarch's chessboard, and she was so evidently unhappy over Babington's courtship, and so little disposed to enjoy her first feminine triumph, that the Queen declared that nature had designed her for the convent she had so narrowly missed, and, valuable as was the intelligence she had brought, she was never trusted with the contents of the correspondence. On the removal of Mary to Chartley, the barrel with the false bottom came into use, but the secretaries now and Curll alone knew in full what was there conveyed. Little more was said to Cicely of Babington. However, it was a relief when, before the end of this summer, Cicely heard of his marriage to a young lady selected by the Earl. She hoped it would make him forget his dangerous inclination to herself, but yet there was a little lurking vanity which believed that it had been rather a marriage for property's than for love's sake.
End of chapter 23. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 24 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. A Lioness at Bay. It was in the middle of the summer of 1586 that Humfrey and his young brother Richard, in broad grass hats and long feathers, found themselves again in London, Diccon looking considerably taller and leaner than when he went away. For when, after many months' delay, the naval expedition had taken place, he had been laid low with fever during the attack on Florida by Sir Francis Drake's little fleet, and the return to England had been only just in time to save his life. Though Humfrey had set forth merely as a lieutenant, he had returned in command of a vessel, and stood in high repute for good discipline, readiness of resource, and personal exploits. His ship had, however, suffered so severely as to be scarcely seaworthy when the fleet arrived in Plymouth harbour, and Sir Francis, finding it necessary to put her into dock and dismiss her crew, had chosen the young Captain Talbot to ride to London with his despatches to Her Majesty. The commission might well delight the brothers, who were burning to hear of home, and to know how it fared with Cicely, having been absolutely without intelligence ever since they had sailed from Plymouth in January, since which they had plundered the Spaniard both at home and in the West Indies, but had had no letters. They rode post into London, taking their last chance of horses at Kensington on a fine June evening, when the sun was mounting high upon the steeple of St. Paul's, and speeding through the fields in hopes of being able to reach the Strand in time for supper at Lord Shrewsbury's mansion, which, even in the absence of my lord, was always a harbour for all of the name of Talbot. Nor indeed was it safe to be out after dark, for the neighbourhood of the city was full of roisterers of all sorts, if not of highwaymen and cutpurses, who might come in numbers too large even for the 2 young gentlemen and the 2 servants who remained out of the 4 volunteers from Bridgefield. They were just passing Westminster
where the Abbey, Hall, and St. Stephen's Chapel and their precincts stood up in their venerable but unstained beauty among the fields and fine trees, and some of the Westminster boys, flat-capped, gowned, and yellow-stockinged, ran out with the cry that always flattered Diccon, not to say Humfrey, though he tried to be superior to it, "Mariners! Mariners from the western main! Hurrah for gallant Drake! Down with the Don!" For the tokens of the sea, in the form of clothes and weapons, were well known and highly esteemed. 2 or 3 gentlemen who were walking along the road turned and looked up, and the young sailors recognised in a moment a home face. There was an exclamation on either side of "Antony Babington!" and "Humfrey Talbot!" and a ready clasp of the hand in right of old companionship. "Welcome home!" exclaimed Antony. "Is all well with you?" "Royally well," returned Humfrey. "Knowest thou aught of our father and mother?" "All was well with them when last I heard," said Antony. "And Cis, my sister, I mean?" said Diccon, putting in his unconsciousness the very question Humfrey was burning to ask. "She is still with the Queen of Scots at Chartley," replied Babington. "Chartley! Where is that?" "It is a new place for her captivity." "'Tis a house of my Lord of Essex, not far from Lichfield," returned Antony. "They sent her thither this spring, after they had well nigh slain her with the damp and wretched lodgings they provided at Tutbury." "Who? Not our Cis?" asked Diccon. "Nay," said Antony, "it hurt not her vigorous youth, but I meant the long-suffering princess." "Hath Sir Ralph Sadler still the charge of her?" inquired Humfrey. "No, indeed, he was too gentle a jailer for the council. They have given her to Sir Amias Paulett, a mere Puritan and Leicestrian, who is as hard as the nether millstone, and well nigh as dull," said Babington, with a little significant chuckle, which perhaps alarmed one of his companions, a small slight man with a slight halt, clad in black like a lawyer. "Mr. Babington," he said, "pardon me for interrupting you, but we shall make Mr. Gage tarry supper for us." "Nay, Mr. Langston," said Babington, who was in high spirits, "these are kinsmen of your own, sons of Mr. Richard Talbot of Bridgefield, to whom you have often told me you were akin." Mr. Langston was thus compelled to come forward and shake hands with the young travellers, welcome them home, and desire to be commended to their worthy parents; and Babington, in the exuberance of his welcome, named his 2 other companions, Mr. Tichborne, a fine, handsome, graceful, and somewhat melancholy young man; Captain Fortescue, a bearded, mustachioed bravo, in the height of the fashion, a long plume in his Spanish hat, and his short grey cloak glittering with silver lace. Humfrey returned their salute, but was as glad as they evidently were when they got Babington away with them, and left the brothers to pursue their way, after inviting them to come and see him at his lodgings as early as possible. "It is before supper," said Diccon, sagely, "or I should say Master Antony had been acquainted with some good canary." "More likely he is uplifted with some fancy of his own. It may be only with the meeting of me after our encounter," said Humfrey. "He is a brave fellow and kindly, but never did craft so want ballast as does that pate of his." "Humfrey," said his brother, riding nearer to him, "did he not call that fellow in black Langston?" "Ay, Cuthbert Langston. I have heard of him. No good comrade for his weak brain." "Humfrey, it is so, though father would not credit me. I knew his halt in his eye, just like the venomous little snake that was the death of poor Foster. He is the same with the witch woman Tibbott, ay, and with her with the beads and bracelets, who beset Cis and me at Buxton." Young Diccon had proved himself on the voyage to have an unerring eye for recognition, and his brother gave a low whistle. "I fear me then Master Antony may be running himself into trouble." "See, they turn in mounting the steps to the upper fence of yonder house with the deep curved balcony. Another has joined them. I like not his looks. He is like one of those hardened cavaliers from the Netherlands." "Ay, who seem to have left pity and conscience behind them there," said Humfrey, looking anxiously up at the fine old gabled house with its projecting timbered front, and doubting inwardly whether it would be wise to act on his old playfellow's invitation, yet with an almost sick longing to know on what terms the youth stood with Cicely. In another quarter of an hour they were at the gateway of Shrewsbury House, where the porter proved to be one of the Sheffield retainers, and admitted them joyfully. My Lord Earl was in Yorkshire, he said, but my Lord and Lady Talbot were at home, and would be fain to see them, and there too was Master William Cavendish. they were handed on into the courtyard, where servants ran to take their horses, and as the news ran that Master Richard's sons had arrived from the Indies, Will Cavendish came running down the hall steps to embrace them in his glee, while Lord Talbot came to the door of the hall to welcome them. These great London houses, which had not quite lost their names of hostels or inns, did really serve as free lodgings to all members of the family who might visit town, and above all such travellers as these, bringing news of grand national achievements. Very soon after Gilbert's accession to the heirship, quarrels had begun between his wife and her mother, the Countess. Lord Talbot had much of his father's stately grace, and his wife was a finished lady. They heartily welcomed the two lads who had grown from boys to men. My lady smilingly excused the riding gear, and as soon as the dust of travel had been removed, they were seated at the board, and called on to tell of the gallant deeds in which they had taken part, whilst they heard an exchange of Lord Leicester's doings in the Netherlands, and the splendid exploits of the Stanleys at Zutphen. Lord Talbot promised to take Humfrey to Richmond the next day, to be presented to her Majesty, so soon as he should be equipped, so as not to lose his character of mariner, but still not to affront her sensibilities by aught of uncourtly or unstudied in his apparel. They confirmed what Babington had said of the Queen of Scots' changes of residence and of keepers. As to Cicely, they had been lately so little at Sheffield that they had almost forgotten her, but they thought that if she was still at Chartley, there could be no objection to her brothers having an interview with her on their way home, if they chose to go out of their road for it. Humfrey mentioned his meeting with Babington in Westminster, and Lord Talbot made some inquiries as to his companions, adding that there were strange stories and suspicions afloat, and that he feared that the young man was disaffected and was consorting with Popish recusants. Diccon's tongue was on the alert with his observation, but at a sign from his brother, who did not wish to get Babington into trouble, he was silent. Cavendish, however, laughed, and said he was for ever in Mr. Secretary's house, and even had a room there. Very early the next morning the body servant of his lordship was in attendance with a barber and the fashionable tailor of the court, and in good time Humfrey and Diccon were arrayed in such garments as were judged to suit the Queen's taste, and to become the character of young mariners from the West. Humfrey had a dainty jewel of shell work from the spoils of Carthagena, entrusted to him by Drake, to present to the Queen as a foretaste of what was to come. Lady Talbot greatly admired its novelty and beauty, and thought the Queen would be enchanted with it, giving him a pretty little perfumed box to present it in. Lord Talbot, well pleased to introduce his spirited young cousins, took them in his boat to Richmond, which they reached just as the evening coolness came on. They were told that Her Majesty was walking in the park, and thither, so soon as the ruffs had been adjusted and the fresh Spanish gloves drawn on, they resorted. The Queen walked freely there without guards, without even swords being drawn by the gentlemen in attendance, loving as she did to display her confidence in her people. No precautions were taken, but they were allowed to gather together on the greensward to watch her, as among the beautiful shady trees she paced along. The eyes of the two youths were eagerly directed towards her as they followed Lord Talbot. Was she not indeed the cynosure of all the realm? Did she not hold the heart of every loyal Englishman by an invisible rein? Was not her favour their dream and their reward? She was a little in advance of her suite. Her hair, of that light sandy tint which is slow to whiten, was built up in curls under a rich stiff coif, covered with silver lace, and lifted high at the temples. From this a light gauze veil hung around her shoulders and over her splendid standing ruff, which stood up like the erected neck ornaments of some birds, opening in front, and showing the lesser ruff or frill encircling her throat, and terminating a lace tucker within her low-cut bodice. Rich necklaces, the jewel of the Garter, and a whole constellation of brilliants decorated her bosom, and the bodice of her blue satin dress and its sleeves were laced with seed pearls. The waist, a very slender one, was encircled with a gold cord and heavy tassels. The farthingale spread out its magnificent proportions, and a richly embroidered white satin petticoat showed itself in front, but did not conceal the active, well-shaped feet. There was something extraordinarily majestic in her whole bearing, especially the poise of her head, which made the spectator never perceive how small her stature actually was. Her face and complexion, too, were of the cast on which time is slow to make an impression, being always pale and fair, with keen and delicately cut features, so that her admirers had quite as much reason to be dazzled as when she was half her present age. Nay, perhaps more, for the habit of command had added to the regality which really was her principal beauty. Sir Christopher Hatton, with a handsome but very small face at the top of a very tall and portly frame, dressed in the extreme of foppery, came behind her, and then a bevy of ladies and gentlemen. As the Talbots approached, she was moving slowly on, unusually erect even for her, and her face composed to severe majesty, like that of a judge, the tawny eyes with a strange gleam in them, fixed on some one in the throng on the grass near at hand. Lord Talbot advanced with a bow so low that he swept the ground with his plume, and while the two youths followed his example, Diccon's quick eye noted that she glanced for one rapid second at their weapons, then continued her steady gaze, never withdrawing it to even receive Lord Talbot's salutation as he knelt before her, though she said, "We greet you well, my good lord. Are we not well guarded, not having one man with a sword near me?" "Here are 3 good swords, madam," returned he, "and those of my 2 young kinsmen, whom I venture to present to your Majesty, as they bear greetings from your trusty servant, Sir Francis Drake." While he spoke there had been a by-play unperceived by him, or by the somewhat slow and tardy Hatton. A touch from Diccon had made Humfrey follow the direction of the Queen's eye, and they saw it was fixed on a figure in a loose cloak, strangely resembling that which they had seen on the stair of the house Babington had entered. They also saw a certain quailing and cowering of the form, and a scowl on the shaggy red eyebrows and Irish features, and Humfrey at once edged himself so as to come between the fellow and the Queen, though he was ready to expect a pistol shot in his back, but better thus, was his thought, than that it should strike her, and both laid their hands on their swords. "How now?" said Hatton. "Young men, you are over prompt. Her Majesty needs no swords. You are out of rank. Fall in and do your obeisance." Something in the Queen's relaxed gaze told Humfrey that the peril was over, and that he might kneel as Talbot named him, explaining his lineage as Elizabeth always wished to have done. A sort of tremor passed over her, but she instantly recalled her attention. "From Drake," she said in her clear, somewhat shrill voice. "So, young gentleman, you have been with the pirate who outruns our orders, and fills our brother of Spain with malice, such that he would have our life by fair or foul means." "That shall he never do while your Grace has English watchdogs to guard you," returned Talbot. "The Talbot is a trusty hound by water or by land," said Elizabeth, surveying the goodly proportion of the elder brother. "Whelps of a good litter, though yonder lad be somewhat long and lean. Well, and how fares Sir Francis? Let him make his will, for the Spaniards one day will have his blood." "I have letters and a token from him for your Grace," said Humfrey. "Come then in," said the Queen. "We will see it in the bower, and hear what thou wouldst say." A bower, or small summer-house, stood at the end of the path, and here she took her way, seating herself on a kind of rustic throne evidently intended for her, and there receiving from Humfrey the letter and the gift, and asking some questions about the voyage, but she seemed preoccupied and anxious, and did not show the enthusiastic approbation of her sailor's exploits which the young men expected. After glancing over it, she bade them carry the letter to Mr. Secretary Walsingham the next day, nor did she bid the party remain to supper, but as soon as half a dozen of her gentlemen pensioners, who had been summoned by her orders, came up, she rose to return to the palace. End of Chapter 24. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 25 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Paul's Walk. Will Cavendish, who was in training for a statesman, and acted as a secretary to Sir Francis Walsingham, advised that the letters should be carried to him at once that same evening, as he would be in attendance on the Queen the next morning, and she would inquire for them. The great man's house was not far off,
and he walked thither with Humfrey, who told him what he had seen, and asked whether it ought not at once to be reported to Walsingham. Will whistled. "They are driving it very close," he said. "Humfrey, old comrade, thy brains were always more of the order fit to face a tough breeze than to meddle with court plots. Credit me, there is a cause for what amazed thee. The Queen and her council know what they are about. Risk a little, and put an end to all the plottings for ever. That's the word." "Risk even the Queen's life?" Will Cavendish looked sapient and replied, "We of the Council Board know many a thing that looks passing strange." Mr. Secretary Walsingham's town house was, like Lord Talbot's, built round a court, across which Cavendish led the way, with the assured air of one used to the service, and at home there. The hall was thronged with people waiting, but Cavendish passed it, opened a little wicket, and admitted his friends into a small anteroom, where he bade them remain while he announced them to Sir Francis. He disappeared, shutting a door behind him, and after a moment's interval another person, with a brown cloak round him, came hastily and stealthily across to the door. He had let down the cloak which muffled his chin, not expecting the presence of any one, and there was a moment's start as he was conscious of the young men standing there. He passed through the door instantly, but not before Humfrey had had time to recognise in him no other than Cuthbert Langston, almost the last person he would have looked for at Sir Francis Walsingham's. Directly afterwards Cavendish returned. Sir Francis could not see Captain Talbot, and prayed him to excuse him and send in the letter. "It can't be helped," said Cavendish, with his youthful airs of patronage. "He would gladly have spoken with you when I told him of you, but that Maude is just come on business that may not tarry, so you must e'en trust your packet to me." "Maude?" repeated Humfrey. "Was that man's name Maude? I should have dared be sworn that he was my father's kinsman, Cuthbert Langston." "Very like," said Will. "I would dare be sworn to nothing concerning him, but that he is one of the greatest and most useful villains unhung." So saying, Will Cavendish disappeared with the letters. He probably had had a caution administered to him, for when he returned he was evidently swelling with the consciousness of a state secret, which he would not on any account betray, yet of the existence of which he desired to make his old comrade aware. Humfrey asked whether he had told Mr. Secretary of the man in Richmond Park. "Never fear, he knows it," returned the budding statesman. "Why, look you, a man like Sir Francis has 10,000 means of intelligence that a simple mariner like you would never guess at. I thought it strange myself when I came first into business of state,
But he hath eyes and ears everywhere.
like the Queen's gown in her picture. Men of the Privy Council, you see, must despise none, for the lewdest and meanest rogues oft prove those who can do the best service.
Just as the bandy-legged cur will turn the spit, or unearth the fox, when your gallant hound can do naught but bay outside. Is this Maude or Langston such a cur?"
Cavendish gave his head a shake that expressed unutterable things, saying, "Your kinsman, said you? I trust not on the Talbot side of the house." "No, on his mother's side. I wondered the more to see him here, as he got that halt in the rising of the North, and on the wrong side, and hath ever been reckoned a concealed Papist." "Ay, ay. Dost not see, mine honest Humfrey, that's the very point that fits him for our purpose?" "You mean that he is a double traitor and informer." "We do not use such hard words in the Privy Council Board as you do on deck, my good friend," said Cavendish. "We have our secret intelligencers, you see, all in the Queen's service. Foul and dirty work, but you can't dig out a fox without soiling of fingers, and if there be those that take kindly to the work, why, e'en let them do it." "Then there is a plot?" "Content you, Humfrey, you'll hear enough of it anon. A most foul, bloody, and horrible plot, quite enough to hang every soul that has meddled in it, and yet safe to do no harm, like poor Hal's blunderbuss, which would never go off, except when it burst and blew him to pieces." Will felt that he had said quite enough to impress Humfrey with a sense of his statecraft and importance, and was not sorry for an interruption before he should have said anything dangerous. It was from Frank Pierrepoint, who had been Diccon's schoolmate, and was enchanted to see him. Humfrey was to stay one day longer in town, in case Walsingham should wish to see him, and to show Diccon something of London, which they had missed on their way to Plymouth. St. Paul's Cathedral was even then the sight that all Englishmen were expected to have seen, and the brothers took their way thither, accompanied by Frank Pierrepoint, who took their guidance on his hands. Had the lads seen the place at the opening of the century, they would have thought it a piteous spectacle, for desecration and sacrilege had rioted there unchecked, the magnificent peal of bells had been gambled away at a single throw of the dice, the library had been utterly destroyed, the magnificent plate melted up, and what covetous fanaticism had spared had been further ravaged by a terrible fire. At this time Bishop Bancroft had done his utmost towards reparation, and the old spire had been replaced by a wooden one, but there was much of ruin and decay visible all around, where stood the famous octagon building called Paul's Cross, where outdoor sermons were preached to listeners of all ranks. This was of wood, and was kept in moderately good repair. Beyond, the nave of the cathedral stretched its length, the greatest in England.
Two sets of doors, immediately opposite to one another on the north and south sides, had rendered it a thoroughfare in very early times, in spite of the endeavours of the clergy.
And at this time Duke Humphrey's Walk from the tomb of Duke Humphrey Stafford, as the 12 grand Norman bays of this unrivalled nave were called, was the prime place for the humours of London, and it may be feared that this, rather than the architecture, was the chief idea in the minds of the youths, as a babel of strange sounds fell on their ears, a still roar like a humming of bees, as it was described by a contemporary, or, as Humphrey said, like the sea in a great hollow cave. A cluster of choir boys were watching at the door to fall on any one entering with spurs on, to levy their spur money, and one gentleman whom they had thus attacked was endeavouring to save his purse by calling on the youngest boy to sing his gamut. Near at hand was a pillar, round which stood a set of men, some rough, some knavish looking, with the blue coats, badges, short swords, and bucklers carried by serving men. They were waiting to be hired, as if in a statue fair, and 2 or 3 loud-voiced bargains were going on. In the middle aisle, gentlemen in all the glory of plumed hats, jewelled ears, ruffled necks, Spanish cloaks, silken jerkins, velvet hose, and berosed shoes, were marching up and down, some attitudinizing to show their graces, some discussing the news of the day, for Paul's Walk was the Bond Street, the Row, the Tattersall's, the Club of London. 12 scriveners had their tables to act as letter-writers, and sometimes as legal advisers, and great amusement might be had by those who chose to stand listening to the blundering directions of their clients. In the side aisles, horse dealing, merchants' exchanges, everything imaginable in the way of traffic was going on. Disreputable-looking men, who were in sanctuary from their creditors, there lurked around Humphrey Stafford's tomb, and young Pierrepont's warning to guard their purses was evidently not wasted, for a country fellow who had just lost his was loudly demanding justice, and getting jeered at for his simplicity in expecting to recover it. "Seest thou this?" said a voice close to Humfrey, and he found a hand on his arm, and Babington, in the handsome equipment of one of the loungers, came close to him. "A sorry sight, that would grieve my good mother," returned Humfrey. "My mother the Church is grieved," responded Antony. "This is what you have brought us to, for your so-called religion," he added, ignorant or oblivious that these desecrations had been quite as shocking before the Reformation. "All will soon be changed, however," he added. "Sir Thomas Gresham's new exchange has cleared off some of the traffic, they say," returned Humfrey. "Oh, pshaw!" said Antony. "I meant no such folly. That were cleansing one stone, while the whole house is foul with shame. No, there shall be a swift vengeance on these desecrators. The purifier shall come again, and the glory and the beauty of the true faith shall be here as of old, when our fathers bowed before the holy rood, instead of tearing it down." His eye glanced with an enthusiasm which Humfrey thought somewhat wild, and he said, "Whist! These are not things to be thus spoken of." "All is safe," said Babington, drawing him within shelter of the chantry of Sir John Beauchamp's tomb. "Never heed Diccon. Pierrepoint can guide him." And Humfrey saw their figures, apparently absorbed in listening to the bidding for a horse. "I have things of moment to say to thee, Humfrey Talbot. We have been old comrades, and had that childish emulation which turns to love and manhood in the face of perils." Humfrey, recalling how they had parted, held out his hand in recognition of the friendliness. "I would fain save thee," said Babington. "Heretic and rival as thou art, I cannot but love thee, and I would have thee die, if die thou must,
in honourable fight by sea or land, rather than be overtaken by the doom that will fall on all who are persecuting our true and lawful confessor and sovereign." "Gramercy for thy good will, Tony," said Humfrey, looking anxiously to see whether his old companion was in his right mind, yet remembering what had been said of plots. "Thou deemest me raving," said Antony, smiling at the perplexed countenance before him. "But thou wilt see too late that I speak sooth, when the armies of the Church avenge the name that hath been profaned among you." "The Spaniards, I suppose you mean," said Humfrey coolly. "You must be far gone indeed to hope to see those fiends turned loose on this peaceful land, but by God's blessing we have kept them aloof before. I trust we may again." "You talk of God's blessing. Look at his house," said Babington. "He is more like to bless honest men who fight for their Queen, their homes and hearths, than traitors who would bring in slaughterers and butchers to work their will." "His glory is worked through judgment, and thus it must begin," returned the young man. "But I would save thee, Humfrey," he added. "Go thou back to Plymouth, and be warned to hold aloof from that prison where the keepers will meet their fit doom, and the captive will be set free. Thou dost not believe," he added. "See here!" And drawing into the most sheltered part of the chantry, he produced from his bosom a picture in the miniature style of the period, containing 6 heads, among which his own was plainly to be recognised, and likewise a face which Humfrey felt as if he should never forget, that which he had seen in Richmond Park quailing beneath the Queen's eye. Round the picture was the motto, Hae mihi sunt, comites quos ipsa pericula jungunt. I tell thee, Humfrey, thou wilt hear, if thou dost live to hear, of these 6 as having wrought the greatest deed of our times. "May it only be a deed an honest man need not be ashamed of," said Humfrey, not at all convinced of his friend's sanity. "Ashamed of!" exclaimed Babington. "It is blessed, I tell thee, blessed by holy men, blessed by the noble and suffering woman who will thus be delivered from her martyrdom." "Babington, if thou talkest thus, it will be my duty to have thee put in ward," said Humfrey. Antony laughed, and there was a triumphant ring very like insanity in his laughter. Humfrey, with a moment's idea that to hint that the conspiracy was known would blast it at once, if it were real, said, "I see not Cuthbert Langston among your 6. Know you, I saw him only yestereven going into Secretary Walsingham's privy chamber." "Was he so?" answered Babington. "Ha! He holds them all in play till the great stroke be struck. Why, am I not myself in Walsingham's confidence? He thinketh that he is about to send me to France to watch the League. Ha!" Here Humfrey's other companions turned back in search of him. Babington vanished in the crowd, he hardly knew how, and he was left in perplexity and extreme difficulty as to what was his duty as friend or as subject. If Babington were sane, there must be a conspiracy for killing the Queen, bringing in the Spaniards, and liberating Mary, and he had expressly spoken of having had the latter lady's sanction, while the sight of the fellow in Richmond Park gave a colour of probability to the guess. Yet the imprudence and absurdity of having portraits taken of 6 assassins before the blow was struck seemed to contradict all the rest. On the other hand, Cavendish had spoken of having all the meshes of the web in the hands of the Council, and Langston or Maude seemed to be trusted by both parties. Humfrey decided to feel his way with Will Cavendish, and that evening spoke of having met Babington, and having serious doubts whether he were in his right mind. Cavendish laughed. "Poor wretch! I could pity him," he said, "though his plans be wicked enough to merit no compassion. Nay, never fear, Humfrey. All were overthrown, did I speak openly. Nay, to utter one word would ruin me for ever. 'Tis quite sufficient to say that he and his fellows are only at large till Mr. Secretary sees fit, that so his grip may be the more sure." Humfrey saw he was to be treated with no confidence, and this made him the more free to act. There were many recusant gentlemen in the neighbourhood of Chartley, and an assault and fight there were not improbable, if, as Cavendish hinted, there was a purpose of letting the traitors implicate themselves in the largest numbers and as fatally as possible. On the other hand, Babington's hot head might only fancy he had authority from the Queen for his projects. If, through Cicely, he could convey the information to Mary, it might save her from even appearing to be cognizant of these wild schemes, whatever they might be, and to hint that they were known was the surest way to prevent their taking effect. Anyway, Humfrey's heart was at Chartley,
and every warning he had received made him doubly anxious to be there in person, to be Cicely's guardian in case of whatever danger might threaten her. He blessed the fiction which still represented him as her brother, and which might open a way for him to see her, but he resolved not to take Diccon thither, and parted with him when the roads diverged towards Lichfield, sending to his father a letter which Diccon was to deliver only into his own hand, with full details of all he had seen and heard, and his motives for repairing to Chartley. "Shall I see my little Cis?" thought he. "And even if she play the princess to me, how will she meet me? She scorned me even when she was at home. How will it be now when she has been for well nigh a year in this Queen's training? Ah, she will be taught to despise me. Hi-ho, at least she may be in need of a true heart and strong arm to guide her, and they shall not fail her." Will Cavendish, in the plenitude of the official importance with which he liked to dazzle his old playfellow, had offered him a pass to facilitate his entrance, and he found reason to be glad that he had accepted it, for there was a guard at the gate of Chartley Park, and he was detained there while his letter was sent up for inspection to Sir Amias Paulett, who had for the last few months acted as warder to the Queen. However, a friendly message came back inviting him to ride up. The house, though called a castle, had been rebuilt in hospitable domestic style, and looked much less like a prison than Sheffield Lodge, but at every enclosure stood yeomen who challenged the passers-by, as though this were a time of alarm. However, at the hall door itself stood Sir Amias Paulett, a thin, narrow-browed, anxious-looking man, with the stiffest of ruffs, over which hung a scanty yellow beard. "Welcome, sir," he said, with a nervous, anxious, distressed manner. "Welcome, most welcome. You will pardon any discourtesy, sir, but these are evil times. The son, I think, of good Master Richard Talbot of Bridgefield? Ay, I would not for worlds have shown any lack of hospitality to one of his family. It is no want of respect, sir, no, nor of my lord's house, but these are ill days, and with my charge, sir, if heaven itself keep not the house, who knows what may chance or what may be laid on me?" "I understand," said Humfrey, smiling. "I was bred close to Sheffield, and hardly knew what 'twas to live beyond watch and ward." "Yea," said Paulett, shaking his head, "you come of a loyal house, sir, but even the good Earl was less exercised than I am in the charge of this same lady. But I am glad to see you, sir. And you would see your sister, sir? A modest young lady, and not indevout, though I have sometimes seen her sleep at sermon. It is well that the poor maiden should see some one well affected, for she sitteth in the very gate of Babylon, and with respect, sir, I marvel that a woman so goodly as Mistress Talbot of Bridgefield is reported to be, should suffer it. However, I do my poor best under heaven to hinder the faithful of the household from being tainted. I have removed Pro, who is well known to be a popish priest in disguise, and thus he can spread no more of his errors. Moreover, my chaplain, Master Blunden, with other godly men, preaches 3 times a week against Romish errors, and all are enforced to attend. May their ears be open to the truth! I am about to attend this lady on a ride in the park, sir. It might, if she be willing, be arranged that your sister, Mistress Talbot, should spend the time in your company, and methinks the lady were there to agree, for she is ever ready to show a certain carnal and worldly complaisance to the wishes of her attendants, and I have observed that she greatly affects the damsel, more, I fear, than may be for the eternal welfare of the maiden's soul.
End of chapter 25. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 26 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. In the Web. It was a beautiful bright summer day, and Queen Mary and some of her train were preparing for their ride. The Queen was in high spirits, and that wonderful and changeful countenance of hers was beaming with anticipation and hope, while her demeanour was altogether delightful to every one who approached her. She was adding some last instructions to Nau,
who was writing a letter for her to the French ambassador, and Cicely stood by her holding her little dog on a leash, and looking somewhat anxious and wistful. There was more going on round the girl than she was allowed to understand, and it made her anxious and uneasy. She knew that the correspondence through the brewer was actively carried on, but she was not informed of what passed. Only she was aware that some crisis must be expected, for her mother was ceaselessly restless and full of expectation. She had put all her jewels and valuables into as small a compass as possible, and talked more than ever of her plans for giving her daughter either to the Archduke Matthias or to some great noble, as if the English crown were already within her grasp. Anxious, curious, and feeling injured by the want of confidence, yet not daring to complain, Cicely felt almost fretful at her mother's buoyancy, but she had been taught a good many lessons in the past year, and one of them was that she might indeed be caressed, but that she must show neither humour nor will of her own, and the least presumption in inquiry or criticism was promptly quashed. There was a knock at the door, and the usher announced that Sir Amias Paulett prayed to speak with her Grace. Her eye glanced round, with the rapid emotion of one doubtful whether it were for weal or woe, yet with undaunted spirit to meet either, and as she granted her permission, Cis heard her whisper to Nau, "A rider come up even now. 'Tis the tidings. Are the Catholics of Derby in the saddle? Are the ships on the coast?" In came the tall old man with a stiff reverence. "Madam, your Grace's horses attend you, and I have tidings." Mary started forward. "Tidings for this young lady, Mistress Cicely Talbot. Her brother is arrived from the Spanish Main, and requests permission to see and speak with her." Radiance flashed out on Cicely's countenance as excitement faded on that of her mother. "Humfrey! Oh, madam, let me go to him!" she entreated, with a spring of joy and clasped hands. Mary was far too kind-hearted to refuse. Besides, to have done so would have excited suspicion at a perilous moment, and the arrangement Sir Amias proposed was quickly made. Mary Seaton was to attend the Queen in Cicely's stead, and she was allowed to hurry downstairs, and only one warning was possible. "Go then, poor child, take thine holiday, only bear in mind what and who thou art." Yet the words had scarce died on her ears before she was oblivious of all, save that it was a familiar home figure who stood at the bottom of the stairs, one of the faces she trusted most in all the world which beamed out upon her, the hands which she knew would guard her through everything was stretched out to her, the lips with veritable love in them kissed the cheeks she did not withhold. Sir Amias stood by and gave the kindest smile she had seen from him, quite changing his pinched features, and he proposed to the two young people to go and walk in the garden together, letting them out into the square walled garden, very formal, but very bright and gay, and with a pleached alley to shelter them from the sun. "Good old gentleman!" exclaimed Humfrey, holding the maiden's hand in his. "It is a shame to win such pleasure by feigning." "As for that," sighed Cis, "I never know what is sooth here, and what am I save a living lie myself? Oh, Humfrey, I am so weary of it all." "Ah, I would that I could bear thee home with me," he said, little prepared for this reception. "Would that thou couldst! Oh, that I were indeed thy sister, or that the writing in my swaddling bands had been washed out! Nay," catching back her words, "I meant not that. I would not but belong to the dear lady here. She says I comfort her more than any of them, and oh, she is, there is no telling how sweet and how noble. It was only that the sight of thee awoke the yearning to be at home with mother and with father. Forget my folly, Humfrey." "I cannot soon forget that Bridgefield seems to thee thy true home," he said, putting strong restraint on himself to say and do no more, while his heart throbbed with a violence unawakened by storm or Spaniard. "Tell me of them all," she said. "I have heard naught of them since we left Tutbury, where at least we were in my lord's house, and the dear old silver dog was on every sleeve. Ah, there he is, the trusty rogue!" And snatching up Humfrey's hat, which was fastened with a brooch of his crest in the fashion of the day, she kissed the familiar token. Then, however, she blushed and drew herself up, remembering the caution not to forget who she was, and with an assumption of more formal dignity, she said, "And how fares it with the good Mistress Talbot?" "Well, when last I heard," said Humfrey, "but I have not been at home.
I only know what Will Cavendish and my Lord Talbot told me. I sent Diccon on to Bridgefield, and came out of the way to see you, lady," he concluded, with the same regard to actual circumstances that she had shown.
"Oh, that was good," she whispered,
And they both seemed to feel a certain safety in avoiding personal subjects. Humfrey had the history of his voyage to narrate, to tell of little Diccon's gallant doings, and to exalt Sir Francis Drake's skill and bravery, and at last to let it ooze out, under Cis's eager questioning, that when his captain had died of fever on the Hispaniola coast, and they had been overtaken by a tornado, Sir Francis had declared that it was Humfrey's skill and steadfastness which had saved the ship and crew. "And it was that tornado," he said, "which stemmed the fever, and saved little Diccon's life. Oh, when he lay moaning below, then was the time to long for my mother."
Time sped on, till the great hall clock made Cicely look up and say she feared that the riders would soon return, and then Humfrey knew that he must make sure to speak the words of warning he came to utter. He told in haste of his message to Queen Elizabeth, and of his being sent on to Secretary Walsingham, adding, "But I saw not the great man, for he was closeted. With whom, think you? No other than Cuthbert Langston, whom Cavendish called by another name. It amazed me the more, because I had 2 days before met him in Westminster with Anthony Babington, who presented him to me by his own name." "Saw you Anthony Babington?" asked Cis, raising her eyes to his face, but looking uneasy.
"Twice at Westminster, and again in Paul's Walk. Had you seen him since you have been here?"
"Not here, but at Tutbury. He came once, and I was invited to dine in the hall because he brought recommendations from the Countess."
There was a pause, and then, as if she had begun to take in the import of Humfrey's words, she added,
"What said you? That Mr. Langston was going between him and Mr. Secretary?"
"Not exactly that," said Humfrey. And Humfrey repeated with more detail what he had seen of Langston, forbearing to ask any questions which Cicely might not be able to answer with honour, but they had been too much together in childhood not to catch one another's meaning with half a hint, and she said,
"I see why you came here, Humfrey. It was good and true and kind, befitting you. I will tell the Queen. If Langston be in it, there is sure to be treachery. But indeed I know nothing, or well nigh nothing."
"I am glad of it," fervently exclaimed Humfrey.
"No, I only know that she has high hopes, and thinks that the term of her captivity is well nigh over. But it is Madame de Courcelles whom she trusts, not me," said Cicely, a little hurt.
"So it is much better for thee to know as little as possible," said Humfrey, growing intimate in tone again in spite of himself. "She hath not changed thee much, Cis, only thou art more grave and womanly. Ay, and thou art taller, yea, and thinner and paler, as I feared me thou mayst well be."
"Ah, Humfrey, 'tis a poor joy to be a princess in prison, and yet I shame me that I long to be away. Oh no, I would not. Mistress Seaton and Mrs. Curll and the rest might be free, yet they have borne this durance patiently all these years, and I think she loves me a little, and oh, she is hardly used. Humfrey, what thinkest thou that Mr. Langston meant? I wot now for certain that it was he who twice came to beset us, as Tibbott the huckster, and with the beads and bracelets. They all deem him a true friend to my Queen."
"So doth Babington," said Humfrey curtly.
"Ah!" she said, with a little terrified sound of conviction, then added, "What thought you of Master Babington?"
"That he is half crazed," said Humfrey.
"We may say no more," said Cis, seeing a servant advancing from the house to tell her that the riders were returning. "Shall I see you again, Humfrey?"
"If Sir Amias should invite me to lie here to-night, and remain to-morrow, since it will be Sunday."
"At least I shall see you in the morning ere you depart," she said, as with unwilling yet prompt step she returned to the house, Humfrey feeling that she was indeed his little Cis, yet that some change had come over her, not so much altering her as developing the capabilities he had always seen. For herself, poor child, her feelings were in a strange turmoil, more than usually conscious of that dual existence which had tormented her ever since she had been made aware of her true birth. Moreover, she had a sense of impending danger and evil, and, by force of contrast, the frank, open-hearted manner of Humfrey made her the more sensible of being kept in the dark as to serious matters, while outwardly made a pet and plaything by her mother, "just like Bijou," as she said to herself. "So, little one,
said Queen Mary as she returned. "Thou hast been revelling once more in tidings of Sheffield. How long will it take me to polish away the dullness of thy clownish contact?"
"Humfrey does not come from home, madam, but from London. Madam, let me tell you in your ear."
Mary's eyes instantly took the terrified alert expression which had come from many a shock and alarm.
"What is it, child?" she asked, however, in a voice of affected merriment. "I wager it is that he has found his true Cis. Nay, whisper it to me, if it touch thy silly little heart so deeply."
Cicely knelt down, the Queen bending over her, while she murmured in her ear,
"He saw Cuthbert Langston, by a feigned name, admitted to Mr. Secretary Walsingham's privy chamber."
She felt the violent start this information caused, but the command of voice and countenance was perfect.
"What of that, mignonne?" she said. "What knowest thee of this Langston, as thou callest him?" "He is his father's kinsman, madam, and is known to be but a plotter. Oh, surely he is not in your secrets, madam, my mother, after that day at Tutbury?"
"Alack, my lassie, Gifford or Babington answered for him," said the Queen, "and he kens more than I could desire. But this Humfrey of thine, how came he to blunder out such tidings to thee?"
"It was no blunder, madam. He came here of purpose."
"Sure!" exclaimed Mary.
"It were too good to hope that he hath become well affected. He, a sailor of Drake's, a son of Master Richard. Hath Babington won him over, or is it for thy sake, child? For I bestowed no pains to cast smiles to him at Sheffield, even had he come in my way." "I think, madam," said Cicely, "that he is too loyal-hearted to bear this sight of treachery without a word of warning." "Is he so? Then he is the first of his nation who hath been of such a mind. Nay, mignonne, deny not thy conquest. This is thy work." "I deny not that, madam, that I am beloved by Humfrey," said Cicely, "for I have known it all my life. But that goes for naught in what he deems it right to do." "There spoke so truly Mistress Susan Scholar, that thou makest me laugh in spite of myself and all the rest. Hold him fast, my maiden. Think what thou wilt of his service, and leave me now, and send Melville and Curll to me."
Cicely went away full of that undefined discomfort experienced by generous young spirits when their elders, more worldly-wise or foolish, fail even to comprehend the purity or loftiness of motive which they themselves thoroughly believe. Yet, though she had infinitely more faith in Humfrey's affection than she had in that of Babington, she had not by any means the same dread of being used to bait the hook for him, partly because she knew his integrity too well to expect to shake it, and partly because he was perfectly aware of her real birth, and could not be gulled with such delusive hopes as poor Antony might once have been. Humfrey meanwhile was made very welcome by Sir Amias Paulett, who insisted on his spending the next day, Sunday, at Chartley, and made him understand that he was absolutely welcome, as having a strong arm, stout heart, and clear brain used to command. "Trusty aid do I need," said poor Amias, "if ever man lacked an arm of flesh. The Council is putting more on me than ever man had to bear, in an open place like this, hard to be defended, and they will not increase the guard, lest they should give the alarm, forsooth." "What is it that you apprehend?" inquired Humfrey. "There's enough to apprehend when all the hot-headed papists of Stafford and Derbyshire are waiting the signal to fire the outhouses and carry off this lady under cover of the confusion. Mr. Secretary swears they will not stir till the signal be given, and that it never will, but such sort of fellows are like enough to mistake the sign, and the stress may come through their dilly-dallying to make all sure, as they say, and then if there be any mischance, I shall be the one to bear the blame. Ay, if it be their own work," he added, speaking to himself. "Murder under trust! That would serve as an answer to foreign princes, and my head would have to pay for it, however welcome it might be. So, good Mr. Talbot, supposing any alarm should arise, keep you close to the person of this lady, for there be those who would make the fray a colour for taking her life, under pretext of hindering her from being carried off."
It was no wonder that a warder in such circumstances looked harassed and perplexed, and showed himself glad of being joined by any ally whom he could trust. In truth, harsh and narrow as he was, Paulett was too good and religious a man for the task that had been thrust on him, where loyal obedience, sense of expediency, and even religious fanaticism were all in opposition to the primary principles of truth, mercy, and honour. He was besides in constant anxiety, living as he did between plot and counterplot, and with the certainty that emissaries of the Council surrounded him, who would have no scruple in taking Mary's life, and leaving him to bear the blame, when Elizabeth would have to explain the deed to the other sovereigns of Europe. He disclosed almost all this to Humfrey, whose frank, trustworthy expression seemed to move him to unusual confidence. At supper time another person appeared whom Humfrey thought he had once seen at Sheffield, a thin, yellow-haired and bearded man, much marked with smallpox, in the black dress of a lawyer, who sat above the household servants, though below the salt. Paulett once drank to him with a certain air of patronage, calling him Master Phillips, a name that came as a revelation to Humfrey. Phillips was the decipherer who had, he knew, been employed to interpret Queen Mary's letters after the Norfolk plot. Were there, then, fresh letters of that unfortunate lady in his hands, or were there any to be searched for and captured? End of chapter 26. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 27 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. The Castle Well. What vantage, or what thing, gett'st thou thus for to sting, thou false and flattering liar? Thy tongue doth hurt, it's seen, no less than arrows keen, or hot consuming fire. So sang the congregation in the chapel at Chartley, in the strains of Sternhold and Hopkins, while Humfrey Talbot could not forbear from a misgiving whether these falsehoods were entirely on the side to which they were thus liberally attributed. Opposite to him stood Cicely in her dainty Sunday farthingale of white, embroidered with velvet buds, and a green and violet bodice to match, holding herself with that unconscious royal bearing which had always distinguished her, but with an expression of care and anxiety drawing her dark brows nearer together as she bent over her book. She knew that her mother had left her bed with the earliest peep of summer dawn, and had met the two secretaries in her cabinet. There they were busy for hours, and she had only returned to her bed just as the household began to bestir itself. "My child," she said to Cicely, "I am about to put my life into thy keeping, and that of this Talbot lad. If what he saith of this Langston be sooth, I am again betrayed, fool that I was to expect aught else. My life is spent in being betrayed. The fellow hath been a go-between in all that hath passed between Babington and me. If he hath uttered it to Walsingham, all is over with our hopes, and the window in whose sunlight I have been basking is closed for ever. But something may yet be saved. Something! What do I say? The letters I hold here would give colour for taking my life. Ay, and Babington's, and Curll's, and many more. I trusted to have burnt them, but in this summer time there is no coming by fire or candle without suspicion, and if I tore them they might be pieced together, nay, and with addition. They must be carried forth and made away with beyond the ken of Paulett and his spies. Now, this lad hath some bowels of compassion and generous indignation. Thou wilt see him again, alone and unsuspected, ere he departs. Thou must deal with him to bear this packet away, and when he is far out of reach, to drop it into the most glowing fire, or the deepest pool he can find. Tell him it may concern thy life and liberty, and he will do it. But be not simple enough to say aught of Babington." "He would be as like to do it for Babington as for any other," said Cis. The Queen smiled and said, 19 years old, and know thus little of men." "I know Humfrey at least," said Cis. "Then deal with him after thy best knowledge, to make him convey away this perilous matter ere a search come upon us. Do it we must, maiden, not for thy poor mother's sake alone, but for that of many a faithful spirit outside, and above all of poor Curll. Think of our Barbara! Would that I could have sent her out of reach of our alarms and shocks, but Paulett is bent on penning us together like silly birds in the nest. Still, proofs will be wanting if thou canst get this youth to destroy this packet unseen. Tell him that I know his parent's son too well to offer him any meed save the prayers and blessings of a poor captive, or to fear that he would yield it for the largest reward Elizabeth's coffers could yield." "It shall be done, madam," said Cicely, but there was a strong purpose in her mind that Humfrey should not be implicated in the matter. When, after dinner, Sir Amias Paulett made his daily visit of inspection to the Queen, she begged that the young Talbot might be permitted another walk in the garden, and when he replied that he did not approve of worldly pastime on the Sabbath, she pleaded the celebrated example of John Knox finding Calvin playing at bowls on a Sunday afternoon at Geneva, and thus absolutely prevailed on him to let them take a short walk together in brotherly love, while the rest of the household was collected in the hall to be catechised by the chaplain. So out they went together, but to Humfrey's surprise, Cicely walked on hardly speaking to him, so that he fancied at first that she must have had a lecture on her demeanour to him. She took him along the broad terrace beside the bowling green, through some yew tree walks to a stone wall, and a gate which proved to be locked. She looked much disappointed, but scanning the wall with her eye, said, "We have scaled walls together before now, and higher than this. Humfrey, I cannot tell you why, but I must go over there." The wall was overgrown with stout branches of ivy, and though the Sunday farthingale was not very appropriate for climbing, Cicely's active feet and Humfrey's strong arm carried her safely to where she could jump down on the other side, into a sort of wilderness where thorn and apple trees grew among green mounds, heaps of stones and broken walls, the ruins of some old outbuilding of the former castle. There was only a certain trembling eagerness about her, none of the mirthful exultation that the recurrence of such an escapade with her old companion would naturally have excited, and all she said was, "Stand here, Humfrey, an you love me, follow me not. I will return anon." With stealthy step she disappeared behind a mound covered by a thicket of brambles, but Humfrey was much too anxious for her safety not to move quietly onwards. He saw her kneeling by one of those black yawning holes often to be found in ruins, intent upon fastening a small packet to a stone. He understood all in a moment, and drew back far enough to secure that no one molested her. There was something in this reticence of hers that touched him greatly. It showed so entirely that she had learnt the lesson of loyalty which his father's influence had impressed, and likewise one of self-dependence. What was right for her to do for her mother and Queen might not be right for him as an Englishman to aid and abet. And small as the deed seemed in itself, her thus silently taking it on herself, rather than perplex him with it, added a certain esteem and respect to the affection he always had had for her. She came back to him with bounding steps, as if with a lightened heart, and as he asked her what this strange place was, she explained that here were said to be the ruins of the former castle, and that beyond lay the ground where sometimes the party shot at the butts. A little dog of Mary Seaton's had been lost the last time of their archery, and it was feared that he had fallen down the old well to which Cis now conducted Humfrey. There was a sound, long, hollow, reverberating, when Humfrey threw a stone down, and when Cicely asked him, in an awe-struck voice, whether he thought anything thrown there would ever be heard of more, he could well say that he believed not. She breathed freely, but they were out of bounds, and had to scramble back, which they did undetected, and with much more mirth than the first time. Cicely was young enough to be glad to throw off her anxieties and forget them. She did not want to talk over the plots she only guessed at, which were not to her exciting mysteries, but gloomy terrors into which she feared to look. Nor was she free to say much to Humfrey of what she knew. Indeed, the rebound and the satisfaction of having fulfilled her commission had raised Cicely's spirits, so that she was altogether the bright childish companion Humfrey had known her before he went to sea, or royalty had revealed itself to her. And Sir Amias Paulett would hardly have thought them solemn and serious enough for an edifying Sunday talk, could he have heard them laughing over Humfrey's adventures on board ship, or her troubles in learning to dance in a high and disposed manner. She came in so glowing and happy that the Queen smiled and sighed, and called her her little milkmaid, commending her highly, however, for having disposed of the dangerous parcel unknown, as she believed, to her companion. "The fewer who have to keep counsel, the sicherer it is," she said. Humfrey meantime joined the rest of the household, and comported himself at the evening sermon with such exemplary discretion as to entirely win the heart of Sir Amias Paulett, who thought him listening to Mr. Blunden's oft-divided headings, while he was in fact revolving on what pretext he could remain to protect Cicely. The knight gave him that pretext, when he spoke of departing early on Monday morning, offering him, or rather praying him to accept, the command of the Guards, whose former captain had been dismissed as untrustworthy. Sir Amias undertook that a special messenger should be sent to take a letter to Bridgefield, explaining Humfrey's delay, and asking permission from his parents to undertake the charge, since it was at this very crisis that he was especially in need of God-fearing men of good integrity. Then, moved to confidence, the old gentleman disclosed that not only was he in fear of an attack on the house from the Roman Catholic gentry in the neighbourhood, which was to take place as soon as Parma's ships were seen on the coast, but that he dreaded his own servants being tampered with by some whom he would not mention to take the life of the prisoner secretly.
"It hath been mooted to me," he said, lowering his voice to a whisper, "that to take such a deed on me would be good service to the Queen and to religion. But I cast the thought from me. It can be naught but a deadly sin, accursed of God, and were I to consent, I should be the first to be accused."
"It would be no better than the King of Spain himself," exclaimed Humfrey.
"Even so, young man, and right glad am I to find one who thinks with me. For the other practices, they are none of mine, and is it not written, in the same pit which they laid privily is their foot taken?"
"Then there are other practices?"
"Ask me no questions, Mr. Talbot. All will be known soon enough. Be content that I will lay nothing on you inconsistent with the honour of a Christian man, knowing that you will serve the Queen faithfully."
Humfrey gave his word, resolving that he would warn Cicely to reckon henceforth on nothing on his part that did not befit a man in charge. End of chapter 27. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 28 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Hunting down the deer. Humfrey had been sworn in of the service of the Queen, and had been put in charge of the guard mustered at Chartley for about 10 days, during which he seldom saw Cicely, and wondered much not to have heard from home, when a stag hunt was arranged to take place at the neighbouring park of Tithill, or Tixall, belonging to Sir Walter Ashton. The chase always invigorated Queen Mary, and she came down in cheerful spirits, with Cicely and Mary Seaton as her attendants, and with the 2 secretaries, Nau and Curll, heading the other attendants. "Now," she said to Cicely, "shall I see this swain or this brother of thine, who hath done us such good service, and I promise you there will be more in my greeting than will meet Sir Amias's ear." But to Cicely's disappointment, Humfrey was not among the horsemen mustered at the door to attend and guard the Queen. "My little Maisie is seeking for her brother," said Mary, as Sir Amias advanced to assist her to her horse.
"He hath another charge which will keep him at home," replied Paulett somewhat gruffly, and they rode on. It was a beautiful day in early August, the trees in full foliage, the fields seen here and there through them, assuming their amber harvest tints, the twin spires of Lichfield rising in the distance, the park and forest ground through which the little hunting party rode, rich with purple heather, illuminated here and there with a bright yellow spike or star, and the rapid motion of her brisk palfrey animated the Queen. She began to hope that Humfrey had, after all, brought a false alarm, and that either he had been mistaken, or that Langston was deceiving the Council itself, and though Sir Amias Paulett's close proximity held her silent, those who knew her best saw that her indomitably buoyant spirits were rising, and she hummed to herself the refrain of a gay French hunting song, with the more zest perhaps than her warder held himself trebly upright, stiff and solemn under it, as one who thought such lively tunes equally unbefitting a lady, a queen, and a captive. So at least Cis imagined as she watched them, little guessing that there might be deeper reasons of compassion, and something like compunction to add to the gravity of the old knight's face.
As they came in sight of the gate of Tickhill Park, they became aware of the company whose steel caps and shouldered arquebuses did not look like those of huntsmen. Mary bounded in her saddle. She looked round at her little suite with a glance of exultation in her eye, which said as plainly as words, "My brave friends, the hour has come," and she quickened her steed, expecting, no doubt, that she might have to outride Sir Amias in order to join them. One gentleman came forward from the rest. He held a parchment in his hand, and as soon as he was alongside of the Queen, thus read, "Mary, late Queen of Scots and Queen Dowager of France, I, Thomas George, attaint thee of high treason, and of compassing the life of our most gracious Majesty Queen Elizabeth, in company with Antony Babington, John Ballard, Chidiock Tichborne, Robert Barnwell, and others." Mary held up her hands, raised her eyes to heaven, and a protest was on her lips, but George cut it short with, "It skills not denying it, madam. The proofs are in our hands. I have orders to conduct you to Tickhill, while seals are put on your effects." "That there may be proofs of your own making," said the Queen with dignity. "I have experience of that mode of judgment. So, Sir Amias Paulett, the chase you lured me to was truly of a poor hunted doe, whom you think you have run down at last. A worthy chase indeed, and of long continuance."
"I do but obey my orders, madam," said Paulett gloomily.
"Oh ay, and so did the sleuth hound," said Mary.
"Your Grace must be pleased to ride on with me," said Mr. Georges, laying his hand on her bridle.
"What are you doing with those gentlemen?" cried Mary, sharply reining in her horse, as she saw Nau and Curll surrounded by the armed men.
"They will be dealt with after her Majesty's pleasure," returned Paulett.
Mary dropped her rein and threw up her hands with a gesture of despair, but as Georges was leading her away, she turned on her saddle, raised her voice to call out, "Farewell, my true and faithful servants. Betide what may, your mistress will remember you in her prayers. Curll, we will take care of your wife." And she waved her hand to them as they were made, with a strong guard, to ride off in the direction of Lichfield. All the way to Tickhill, whither she was conducted with George and Paulett on either side of her horse, Cis could hear her pleading for consideration for poor Barbara Curll, for whose sake she forgot her own dignity and became a supplicant. Sir Walter Ashton, a dull, heavy-looking country gentleman of burly form and ruddy countenance, stood at his door, and somewhat clownishly offered his services to hand her from her horse. She submitted passively till she had reached the upper chamber which had been prepared for her, and there, turning on the three gentlemen, demanded the meaning of this treatment.
"You will know soon, madam," said Paulett. "I am sorry that thus it should be."
"Thus!" repeated Mary scornfully. "What means this?"
"It means, madam," said Georges, a ruder man of less feeling even than Paulett, "that your practices with recusants and seminary priests have been detected. The traitors are in the Counter, and will shortly be brought to judgment for the evil purposes which have been frustrated by the mercy of Heaven."
"It is well if treason against my good sister's person have been detected and frustrated," said Mary. "But how doth that concern me?"
"That, madam, the papers at Chartley will show," returned Georges. "Meantime you will remain here till her Majesty's pleasure be known."
"Where then are my women and my servants?" inquired the Queen.
"Your Grace will be attended by the servants of Sir Walter Ashton."
"Gentlemen, this is not seemly," said Mary, the colour coming hotly to her face. "I know it is not the will of my cousin, the Queen of England, that I should remain here without any woman to attend me, nor any change of garments. You are exceeding your commission, and she shall hear of it." Sir Amias Paulett here laid his hand on George's arm, and after exchanging a few words with him, said,
"Madam, this young lady, Mistress Talbot, being simple and of a loyal house, may remain with you for the present. For the rest, seals are put on all your effects at Chartley, and nothing can be removed from thence. But what is needful will be supplied by my Lady Ashton. I bid your Grace farewell, craving your pardon for what may have been hasty in this."
Mary stood in the centre of the floor, full of her own peculiar injured dignity, not answering, but making a low ironical reverence. Mary Seaton fell on her knees, clinging to the Queen's dress, and declaring that while she lived she would not leave her mistress. "Endure this also, mamie," said the Queen in French. "Give them no excuse for using violence. They would not scruple." And as a demonstration to hinder French speaking was made by the gentleman, "Fear not for me. I shall not be alone." "I understand your Grace and obey," said Mary Seaton, rising with a certain bitterness in her tone which made Mary say, "Ah! why must jealousy mar the fondest affection? Remember, it is their choice, not mine, my Seaton, friend of my youth. Bear my loving greetings to all, and take care of poor Barbara."
"Madam, there must be no private messages," said Paulett.
"I send no messages save what you yourself may hear, sir," replied the Queen. "My greetings to my faithful servants, and my entreaty that all care and tenderness may be shown to Mrs. Curll."
"I will bear them, madam," said the knight, "and so I commend you to God's keeping, praying that he may send you repentance. Believe me, madam, I am sorry that this has been put upon me."
To this Mary only replied by a gesture of dismissal. The three gentlemen drew back, a key grated in the lock, and the mother and daughter were left alone. To Cicely it was a terrible, hopeless sound, and even to her mother it was a lower depth of wretchedness. She had been practically a captive for nearly 20 years. She had been insulted, watched, guarded, coerced, but never in this manner locked up before. She clasped her hands together, dropped on her knees at the table that stood by her, and hid her face. So she continued till she was roused by the sound of Cicely's sobs. Frightened and oppressed, and new to all terror and sorrow, the girl had followed her example in kneeling, but the very attempt to pray brought on a fit of weeping, and the endeavour to restrain what might disturb the Queen only rendered the sobs more choking and strangling, till at last Mary heard, and coming towards her, sat down on the floor, gathered her into her arms, and kissing her forehead, said, "Poor bairnie! And did she weep for her mother? Had the sorrows of her house come on her?" "Oh, mother, I could not help it. I meant to have comforted you," said Cicely between sobs. "And so thou dost, my child. Unwittingly they have left me that which was most precious to me." There was consolation in the fondness of the loving embrace, at least to such sorrows as those of the maiden, and Queen Mary had an inalienable power of charming the will and affections of those in contact with her, so that insensibly there came into Cicely's heart a sense that, so far from weeping, she should rejoice at being the one creature left to console her mother. "And," she said by and by, looking up with a smile, "they must go to the bottom of the old well to find anything. Hush, lassie, never speak above thy breath in a prison till thou knowest whether walls have ears. And, apropos, let us examine what sort of a prison they have given us this time." So saying, Mary rose, and leaning on her daughter's arm, proceeded to explore her new abode. Like her apartment at the lodge, it was at the top of the house, a fashion not uncommon when it was desirable to make the lower regions defensible. But whereas she had always hitherto been placed in the castles of the highest nobility, she was now in that of a country knight of no great wealth or refinement, and moreover taken by surprise. So the plenishing was of the simplest. The walls were covered with tapestry so faded that the pattern could hardly be detected. The hearth yawned dark and dull, and by it stood one chair with a moth-eaten cushion. A heavy oaken table and 2 forms were in the middle of the room, and there was the dreary fusty smell of want of habitation. The Queen, whose instincts for fresh air were always a distress to her ladies, sprang to the mullioned window, but the heavy lattice defied all her efforts. "Let us see the rest of our dominions," she said, turning to a door, which led to a still more gloomy bedroom, where the only articles of furniture were a great carved bed, with curtains of some undefined dark colour, and an oaken chest. The window was a mere slit, and even more impracticable than that of the outer room. However, this did not seem to horrify Mary so much as it did her daughter. "They cannot mean to keep us here long," she said. "Perhaps only for the day, while they make their search, their unsuccessful search, thanks to—" We know home, little one."
"I hope so. How could we sleep there?" said Cicely, looking with a shudder at the bed.
"Tush! I have seen worse in Scotland, mignonne. Ay, and when I was welcomed as a liege lady, not as a captive. I have slept in a box like a coffin with one side open, and I have likewise slept on a plaidie on the braw purple blossoms of freshly pulled heather. Nay, the very thought makes this chamber doubly mouldy and stifling. Let the old knight beware. If he opens not his window, I shall break it. Soft, here he comes."
Sir Walter Ashton appeared, louting low, looking half dogged, half sheepish, and escorting two heavy-footed, blue-coated serving-men, who proceeded to lay the cloth, which at least had the merit of being perfectly clean and white. Two more brought in covered silver dishes, one of which contained a Yorkshire pudding, the other a piece of roast beef, apparently calculated to satisfy 5 hungry men. A flagon of sack, a tankard of ale, a dish of apples, and a large loaf of bread completed the meal, at which the Queen and Cicely, accustomed daily to a first table of 16 dishes and a second of 9, compounded by her Grace's own French cooks and pantlers, looked with a certain amused dismay, as Sir Walter, standing by the table, produced a dagger from a sheath at his belt, and took up with it first a mouthful of the pudding, then cut off a corner of the beef, finished off some of the bread, and having swallowed these, as well as a draught of each of the liquors, said, "Good and sound meat, not tampered with, as I hereby testify. You take us suddenly, madam, but I thank Heaven none ever found us unprovided. Will it please you to fall to? Your woman can eat after you."
Mary's courtesy was unfailing, and though she felt all a Frenchwoman's disgust at the roast beef of old England, she said, "We are too close companions not to eat together, and I fear she will be the best trencher comrade, for, sir, I am a woman sick and sorrowful, and have little stomach for meat." As Sir Walter carved a huge red piece from the ribs, she could not help shrinking back from it, so that he said with some affront, "You need not be queasy, madam. It was cut from a home-fed bullock, only killed 3 days since, and as prime a beast as any in Stafford."
"Ah, yea, sir. It is not the fault of the beef, but of my feebleness. Mistress Talbot would do it reason. But I, methinks I could eat better were the windows opened."
But Sir Walter replied that these windows were not of the new-fangled sort, made to open, that honest men might get rheums and foolish maids prate therefrom, so there was no hope in that direction. He really seemed to be less ungracious than utterly clownish, dull, and untaught, and extremely shy and embarrassed with his prisoner. Cicely poured out some wine, and persuaded her to dip some bread in, which, with an apple, was all she could taste. However, the fare, though less nicely served than by good Mrs. Susan, was not so alien to Cicely, and she was of an age and constitution to be made hungry by anxiety and trouble, so that, encouraged by the Queen whenever she would have desisted, she ended by demolishing a reasonable amount. Sir Walter stood all the time, looking on moodily and stolidly with his cap in his hand. The Queen tried to talk to him, and made inquiries of him, but he had probably steeled himself to her blandishments, for nothing but gruff monosyllables could be extracted from him, except when he finally asked what she would be pleased to have for supper. "Mine own cook and pantler have hitherto provided for me. They would save your household the charge, sir," said Mary, "and I would be at charges for them."
"Madam, I can bear the charge in the Queen's service. Your blackguard are under ward, and if not, no French jackanape shall ever brew his messes in my kitchen. Command honest English fare, madam, and if it be within my compass, you shall have it. No one shall be stinted in Walter Ashton's house, but I'll not away with any of your outlandish kickshaws. Come, what say you to eggs and bacon, madam?"
"As you will, sir,"
replied Mary listlessly, and Sir Walter, opening the door, shouted to his serving-man, who speedily removed the meal, he going last and making his clumsy reverence at the door, which he locked behind him.
"So," said Mary, "I descend. I have had the statesman, the Earl, the courtly knight, the pedantic Huguenot for my warders. Now I am come to the clown. Soon it will be the dungeon and the headsman." "Oh, dear Madam Mother, speak not thus!" cried Cicely. "Remember they can find nothing against you." "They can make what they cannot find, my poor child. If they thirst for my blood, it will cost them little to forge a plea. Ah, lassie, there have been times when nothing but my cousin Elizabeth's conscience or her pity stood between me and doom. If she be brought to think that I have compassed her death, why then there is naught for it but to lay my head on the same pillow as Norfolk and Moore and Holy Fisher and many other beside. Well, be it so. I shall die a martyr for the Holy Church, and thus may I atone by God's mercy for my many sins. Yea, I offer myself as sacrifice," she said, folding her hands and looking upward with a light on her face. "Oh, do thou accept it, and let my sufferings purge away my many misdeeds, and render it a pure and acceptable offering unto thee. Child, child," she added, turning to Cicely, "would that thou wert of my faith, then couldst thou pray for me." "Oh, mother, mother, I can do that. I do pray for thee." And hand in hand, with tears often rising, they knelt, while Mary repeated in broken verse the Misery. End of chapter 28. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama.
Chapter 29 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. The Search. Humfrey had been much disappointed when, instead of joining the hunt, Sir Amias Paulet bade him undertake the instruction of half a dozen extremely awkward peasants who had been called in to increase the guard, but who did not know how to shoulder, load, or fire an arquebus, had no command of their own limbs, and if put to stand sentry would quite innocently loll in the nearest corner and go to sleep. However, he reflected that if he were resident in the same house as Cicely, he could not expect opportunities to be daily made for their meeting, and he addressed himself with all his might to the endeavour to teach his awkward squad to stand upright for 5 minutes together. Sturdy fellows as they were, he had not been able to hinder them from lopping over in all directions when horses were heard approaching. Every man of them, regardless of discipline, lumbered off to stare, and Humfrey, after shouting at them in vain, and wishing he had them all on board ship, gave up the endeavour to recall them, and followed their example, repairing to the hall door, when he found Sir Amias Paulet dismounting, together with a clerkly-looking personage, attended by Will Cavendish. Mary Seaton was being assisted from her horse, evidently in great grief, and others of the personal attendants of Mary were there, but neither herself, Cicely, nor the secretaries. Before he had time to ask questions, his old companion came up to him. "You still here, Humfrey? Well, you have come in for the outburst of the train you scented out when you were with us in London, though I could not then speak explicitly." "What mean you? Where is Cicely? Where is the Queen of Scots?" asked Humfrey anxiously. Sir Amias Paulet heard him, and replied, "Your sister is safe, Master Talbot, and with the Queen of Scots at Tixall Castle. We permitted her attendance as being young, simple, and loyal. She is less like to serve for plots than her elders in that lady's service." Sir Amias strode on, conducting with him his guest, whom Cavendish explained to be Mr. Wade, sworn by Her Majesty's Council to take possession of Queen Mary's effects, and there make search for evidence of the conspiracy. Cavendish followed, and Humfrey took leave to do the same. The doors of the Queen's apartments were opened at the summons of Sir Amias Paulet, and Sir Andrew Melville, Mistress Kennedy, Marie de Courcelles, and the rest, stood anxiously demanding what was become of their Queen. They were briefly and harshly told that her foul and abominable plots and conspiracies against the life of the Queen and the peace of the kingdom had been brought to light, and that she was under secure ward. Jean Kennedy demanded to be taken to her at once, but Paulet replied, "That must not be, madam. We have strict commands to keep her secluded from all." Marie de Courcelles screamed aloud and wrung her hands, crying, "If ye have slain her, only tell us quickly." Sir Andrew Melville gravely protested against such a barbarous insult to a Queen of Scotland and France, and was answered, "No queen, sir, but a state criminal, as we shall presently show." Here Barbara Curll pressed forward, asking wildly for her husband, and Wade replying with brutal brevity that he was taken to London to be examined for his practices before the Council. The poor lady, well knowing examination often meant torture, fell back in a swoon. "We shall do nothing with all these women crying and standing about," said Wade impatiently. "Have them all away while we put seals on the effects." "Nay, sirs," said Jean Kennedy. "Suffer me first to send her Grace some changes of garments." "I tell thee, woman," said Wade, "our orders are precise. Not so much as a kerchief is to be taken from these chambers till search hath been made. We know what practices may lurk in the smallest rag." "It is barbarous! It is atrocious! The King of France shall hear of it!" shrieked Marie de Courcelles. "The King of France has enough to do to take care of himself, my good lady," returned Wade with a sneer. "Sir," said Jean Kennedy with more dignity, turning to Sir Amias Paulett, "I cannot believe that it can be by the orders of the Queen of England herself, a woman, that my mistress, her cousin, should be deprived of all attendance, and even of a change of linen. Such unseemly commands can never have been issued from herself." "She is not without attendance," replied the knight. "The little Talbot wench is with her, and for the rest, Sir Walter and Lady Ashton have orders to supply her needs during her stay among them. She is treated with all honour, and is lodged in the best chambers," he added consolingly. "We must dally no longer," called out Wade. "Have away all this throng into wards, Sir Amias. We can do nothing with them here." There was no help for it. Sir Andrew Melville did indeed pause to enter his protest, but that of course went for nothing with the Commissioners, and Humfrey was ordered to conduct them to the upper gallery, there to await further orders. It was a long passage in the highly pointed roof, with small chambers on either side, which could be used when there was a press of guests. There was a steep stair as the only access, and it could be easily guarded, so Sir Amias directed Humfrey to post a couple of men at the foot, and to visit and relieve them from time to time. It was a sad procession that climbed up those narrow stairs, of those faithful followers who were separated from their Queen for the first time. The servants of lower rank were merely watched in their kitchen, and not allowed to go beyond its courtyard, but were permitted to cook for and wait on the others, and bring them such needful furniture as was required. Humfrey was very sorry for them, having had some acquaintance with them all his life, and he was dismayed to find himself, instead of watching over Cicely, separated from her and made a jailer against his will. And when he returned to the Queen's apartments, he found Cavendish holding a taper, while Paulett and Wade were vigorously affixing cords, fastened at each end by huge red seals bearing the royal arms, to every receptacle, and rudely plucking back the curtains that veiled the ivory crucifix. Sir Amias's zeal would have plucked down the idol, as he said, but Wade restrained him by reminding him that all injury or damage was forbidden. Not till all was sealed and a guard had been stationed at the doors would the Commissioners taste any dinner, and then their conversation was brief and guarded, so that Humfrey could discover little. He did indeed catch the name of Babington in connection with the counter prison, and a glance of inquiry to Cavendish with a nod in return showed him that his suspicions were correct, but he learnt little or nothing more till the two, together with Phillips, drew together in the deep window with wine, apples, and pears on the ledge before them, for a private discussion. Humfrey went away to see that the sentries at the staircase were relieved, and to secure that a sufficient meal for the unfortunate captives in the upper stories had been allowed to pass. Will Cavendish went with him. He had known these ladies and gentlemen far more intimately than Humfrey had done, and allowed that it was harsh measure that they suffered for their fidelity to their native sovereign. "No harm will come to them in the end," he said, "but what can we do? That very faithfulness would lead them to traverse our purposes did we not shut them up closely out of reach of meddling, and there is no other place where it can be done." "And what are these same purposes?" asked Humfrey, as, having fulfilled his commission, the two young men strolled out into the garden and threw themselves on the grass, close to a large mulberry tree, whose luscious fruit dropped round and hung within easy reach. "To trace out all the coils of as villainous and bloodthirsty a plot as ever was hatched in a traitor's brain," said Will. "But they little knew that we overlooked their designs the whole time. Thou wast mystified in London, honest Humfrey. I saw it plainly, but I might not then speak out," he added, with all his official self-importance. "And poor Tony hath brought himself within compass of the law." "Verily you may say so. But Tony Babington was always a fool, and a wrong-headed fool, who was sure to ruin himself sooner or later. You remember the decoy for the wild fowl? Well, never was silly duck or goose so ready to swim into the nets as was he." "He always loved this Queen, yea, and the old faith." "He sucked in the poison with his mother's milk, you may say. Mrs. Babington was naught but a concealed papist, and, coming from her, it cost nothing to this Queen to beguile him when he was a mere lad, and make him do her errands, as you know full well. Then what must my Lord Earl do but send him to that bitter Puritan at Cambridge, who turned him all the more that way, out of very contradiction. My lord thought him cured of his Popish inclinations, and never guessed they had only led him among those who taught him to dissemble." "And that not over well," said Humfrey. "My father never trusted him." "And would not give him your sister. Yea, but the counterfeit was good enough for my lord, who sees nothing but what is before his nose, and for my mother, who sees nothing but what she will see. Well, he hath fallen in with those who deem this same Mary our only lawful queen, and would fain set her on the throne to bring fire and faggot by the Spanish sword among us." "I deemed him well nigh demented with brooding over her troubles and those of his church." "Demented in verity. His folly was surpassing. He put his faith in a recusant priest, one John Ballard, who goes ruffling about as Captain Fortescue in velvet hose and a silver-laced cloak." "Ha! Hast seen him?" "Ay, in company with Babington, on the day I came to London, passing through Westminster." "Very like. Their chief place of meeting was at a house in Westminster, belonging to a fellow named Gage. We took some of them there. Well, this Ballard teaches poor Antony, by way of gospel truth, that 'tis the mere duty of a good Catholic to slay the enemies of the Church, and that he who kills our gracious Queen, whom God defend, will do the holiest deed, just as they gulled the fellow who murdered the Prince of Orange, and then died in torments, deeming himself a holy martyr." "But it was not Babington whom I saw at Richmond." "Hold, I'm coming to that. Let me tell you the Queen bore it in mind, and asked after you. Well, Babington has a number of friends as hot-brained and fanatical as himself, and when once he had swallowed the poison of privily murdering the Queen, he got so enamoured of it that he swore in 5 more to aid him in the enterprise. And then what must they do but have all their portraits taken in one picture, with a Latin motto around them. What! Thou hast seen it?" "He showed it to me in Paul's Walk, and said I should hear of them, and I thought one of them marvellously like the fellow I had seen in Richmond Park." "So thought her Majesty, but more of that anon. On the self-same day as the Queen was to be slain by these sacrilegious wretches, another band was to fall on this place, free the lady, and proclaim her, while the Prince of Parma landed from the Netherlands and brought fire and sword with him." "And Antony would have brought this upon us?" said Humfrey, still slow to believe it of his old comrade. "All for the true religion's sake," said Cavendish. "They were ringing bells and giving thanks for the discovery and baffling thereof when we came down from London." "As well they might," said Humfrey. "But how was it detected and overthrown? Was it through Langston?" "Aha! We had the strings in our hands all along. Why, Langston, as thou namest him, though we call him Maude, and a master spy called Gifford, have kept us warned thoroughly of every stage in the business. Maude even contrived to borrow the picture under colour of getting it blessed by the Pope's agent, and lent it to Mr. Secretary Walsingham, by whom it was privily shown to the Queen. Thereby she recognised the rogue Barnwell, an Irishman it seems, when she was walking in the park at Richmond with only her women and Sir Christopher Hatton, who is better at dancing than at fighting. Not a sign did she give, but she kept him in check with her royal eye, so that he durst not so much as draw his pistol from his cloak. But she owned afterwards to my Lady Norris that she could have kissed you when you came between, and all the more when you caught her meaning and followed her bidding silently. You will hear of it again, Humps." "However that may be, it is a noble thing to have seen such courage in a woman and a queen. But how could they let it get so near? I could shudder now to think of the risk to her person." "There goes more to policy than you yet wot of," said Will in his patronising tone. In truth, Barnwell had started off unknown to his comrades, hoping to have the glory of the achievement all to himself by forestalling them, or else Mr. Secretary would have been warned in time to secure the Queen. But wherefore leave these traitors at large to work mischief? See you not, you sinful Humfrey, that, as I said, methinks some time since, it is well sometimes to give a rogue rope enough and he will hang himself? Closed the trap too soon, and you missed the biggest rat of all. So we waited until the prey seemed shy and about to escape. Babington had, it seems, suspected Maude, or Langston, or whatever you call him, and had ridden out of town, hiding in St. John's Wood with some of his fellows, till they were starved out, and trying to creep into some outbuildings at Harrow, were there taken and brought into London the morning we came away. Ballard, the blackest villain of all, is likewise in ward, and here we are to complete our evidence. Nay, throughout all you have said, I have heard nothing to explain this morning's work." Will laughed outright. "And so you think all this would have been done without a word from their liege lady, the princess they all wanted to deliver from captivity? No, no, sir. 'Twas thus. There's an honest man at Burton, a brewer, who sends beer week by week for this house, and very good ale it is, as I can testify. I wish I had a tankard of it here to qualify these mulberries. This same brewer is instructed by Gifford, whose uncle lives in these parts, to fit a false bottom to one of his barrels, wherein is a box fitted for the receipt of letters and parcels. Then, by some means, through Langston, I believe, Babington and Gifford made known to the Queen of Scots and the French ambassador that here was a sure way of sending and receiving letters. The Queen's butler, old Hannibal, was to look in the bottom of the barrel with the yellow hoop, and one Barnes, a familiar of Gifford and Babington, undertook the freight at the other end. The ambassador, Monsieur de Chateauneuf, seemed to doubt at first, and sent a single letter by way of experiment, and that having been duly delivered and answered, the bait was swallowed, and not a week has gone by but letters have come and gone from hence, all being first opened, copied, and deciphered by worthy Mr. Phillips, and every word of them laid before the council." We should not have reckoned that fair play when we went to Master Sniggius's," observed Humfrey, as he had heard his companion's tone of exultation. "Fair play is a jewel that will not pass current in statecraft," responded Cavendish. "Moreover, that the plotter should be plotted against is surely only his desert. But thou art a mere sailor, my Talbot, and these subtleties of policy are not for thee." "For the which Heaven be praised," said Humfrey. "Yet having, as you say, read all these letters by the way, I see not wherefore ye are come down to seek for more." Will here intimated the Lord Treasurer's nod as well as in him lay, not perhaps himself knowing the darker recesses of this same plot. He did know so much as that every stage in it had been revealed to Walsingham and Burghley as it proceeded. He did not know that the entire scheme had been hatched, not by a blind and fanatical partisan of Mary's, doing evil that what he supposed to be good might come, but by Gifford and Morgan, Walsingham's agents, for the express purpose of causing Mary totally to ruin herself, and to compel Elizabeth to put her to death, and that the unhappy Babington and his friends were thus recklessly sacrificed. The assassin had even been permitted to appear in Elizabeth's presence in order to terrify her into the conviction that her life could only be secured by Mary's death. They too did evil that good might come, thinking Mary's death alone could ensure them from the Pope and Spaniard, but surely they descended into the lower depth of iniquity than did their victims. Will himself was not certain what was wanted among the Queen's papers, unless it might be the actual letters from Babington, copies of which had been given by Phillips to the council, so he only looked sagacious, and Humfrey thought of the castle well, and felt the satisfaction there is in seeing the hunted creature escape. He asked, however, about Cuthbert Langston, saying, "He is, worse luck, as you may have heard, akin to my father, who always pitied him as misguided, but thought him as sincere in his folly as ever was this unlucky Babington." "So he seems to have been till of late. He hovered about in sundry disguises, as you know, much to the torment of us all. But finally he seems to have taken some umbrage at the lady, thinking she flouted his services, or did not pay him high enough for them, and Gifford brought him over easily enough. But he goes with us by the name of Maude, and the best of it is that the poor fools thought he was hoodwinking us all the time. They never dreamt that we saw through them like glass. Babington was himself with Mr. Secretary only last week, offering to go to France on some business for him, the traitor. Hark! There are more sounds of horse hoofs. Who comes now, I marvel?" This was soon answered by a serving man, who hurried out to tell Humfrey that his father was arrived, and in a few moments the young man was blessed and embraced by the good Richard, while Diccon stood by, considerably repaired in flesh and colour by his brief stay under his mother's care. Mr. Richard Talbot was heartily welcomed by Sir Amias Paulett, who regretted that his daughter was out of reach, but did not make any offer of facilitating their meeting. Richard explained that he was on his way to London on behalf of the Earl. Reports and letters, not very clear, had reached Sheffield of young Babington being engaged in a most horrible conspiracy against the Queen and country, and my lord and my lady, who still preserved a great kindness for their former ward, could hardly believe it, and had sent their useful and trustworthy kinsman to learn the truth, and to find out whether any more of fine or forfeiture would avail to save his life. Sir Amias thought it would be a fruitless errand, and so did Richard himself when he had heard as much of the history as it suited Paulett and Wade to tell, and though they esteemed and trusted him, they did not care to go beneath that outer surface of the plot which was filling all London with fury. When, having finished their after-dinner repose, they repaired to make further search, taking Cavendish to assist, they somewhat reluctantly thought it due to Mr. Talbot to invite his presence, but he declined. He and his son had much to say to one another, he observed, and not long to say it in. "Besides," he added, when he found himself alone with Humfrey, having dispatched Diccon on some errand to the stables, "'tis a sorry sight to see all the poor lady's dainty hoards turned out by strangers. If it must be, it must, but it would irk me to be an idle gazer thereon." "I would only," said Humfrey, "be assured that they would not light on the proofs of Cicely's birth." "Thou mayest be at rest on that score, my son. The lady saw them, owned them, and bade thy mother keep them, saying ours were safer hands than hers. Thy mother was sore grieved, Humfrey, when she saw thee not, but she sends thee her blessing, and saith thou dost right to stay and watch over poor little Cis." "It were well if I were watching over her," said Humfrey, "but she is mewed up at Tixhall, and I am only keeping guard over poor Mistress Seaton and the rest." "Thou hast seen her?" "Yea, and she was far more our own sweet maid than when she came back to us at Bridgefield." And Humfrey told his father all he had to tell of what he had seen and heard since he had been at Chartley. His adventures in London had already been made known by Diccon. Mr. Talbot was aghast, perhaps most of all at finding that his cousin Cuthbert was a double traitor. From the Roman Catholic point of view, there had been no treason in his former machinations on behalf of Mary, if she were in his eyes his rightful sovereign, but the betrayal of confidence reposed in him was so horrible that the good Master Richard refused to believe it till he had heard the proofs again and again, and then he exclaimed, "That such a Judas should ever call cousin with us!" There could be little hope, as both agreed, of saving the unfortunate victims, but Richard was all the more bent on fulfilling Lord Shrewsbury's orders, and doing his utmost for Babington. As to Humfrey, it would be better that he should remain where he was, so that Cicely might have some protector near her in case of any sudden dispersion of Mary's suite. "Poor maiden," said her foster father, "she is in a manner ours, and we cannot but watch over her. But after all, I doubt me whether it had not been better for her and for us if the waves had beaten a little life out of her ere I carried her home." "She hath been the joy of my life," said Humfrey, low and hoarsely. "And I fear me she will be the sorrow of it. Not by her fault, poor wench. But what hope canst thou have, my son?" "None, sir," said Humfrey, "except of giving up all if I can so defend her from aught." He spoke in a quiet, matter-of-fact way that made his father look with some inquiry at his grave, settled face, quite calm, as if saying nothing new, but expressing a long-formed, quiet purpose. Nor, though Humfrey was his eldest son and heir, did Richard Talbot try to cross it. He asked whether he might see Cicely before going on to London, but Sir Amias said that in that case she would not be allowed to return to the Queen, and that to have had any intercourse with the prisoners might overthrow all his designs in London, and he therefore only left with Humfrey his commendations to her, with a pot of fresh honey and a lavender-scented set of kerchiefs from Mistress Susan. End of Chapter 29. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 30 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Tete-a-tete. During that close imprisonment at Tixhall, Cicely learnt to know her mother both in her strength and weakness. They were quite alone, except that Sir Walter Ashton daily came to perform the office of taster and carver at their meals, and on the first evening his wife dragged herself upstairs to superintend the arrangements of their bedroom, and to supply them with toilette requisites according to her own very limited notions and possessions. The dame was a very homely, hard-featured lady, deaf, and extremely fat and heavy, one of the old uncultivated rustic gentry who had lagged far behind the general civilization of the country, and regarded all refinements as effeminate French vanities. She believed likewise all that was said against Queen Mary, whom she looked on as barely restrained from plunging a dagger into Elizabeth's heart, and letting Parma's hellhounds loose upon Tixall. To have such a guest imposed on her was no small grievance, and nothing but her husband's absolute mandate could have induced her to come up with the maids, who brought sheets for the bed, pillows, and the like needments. Mary tried to make her requests as moderate as necessity would permit, but when they had been shouted into her ears by one of the maids, she shook her head at most of them as articles unknown to her, nor did she ever appear again. The arrangement of the bedchamber was performed by two maidservants, the knight himself meanwhile standing a grim sentinel over the two ladies in the outer apartment to hinder their holding any communication through the servants. All requests had to be made to him, and on the first morning Mary made a most urgent one for writing materials, books, and either needlework or spinning. Pen and ink had been expressly forbidden. The only book in the house was a thumbed and torn primer, but Dame Joan, after much grumbling at the fine lady's whims, vouchsafed to send up a distaff, some wool, a piece of unbleached linen, and a skein of white thread. Queen Mary executed therewith an exquisite piece of embroidery, which, having escaped Dame Joan's first impulse to burn it on the spot, remained for many years the show and the wonder of Tixall. Save for this employment, she said she should have gone mad in her utter uncertainty about her own fate, or that of those involved with her. To ask questions of Ashton was like asking them of a post. He would give her no notion whether her servants were at Chartley or not, whether they were at large or in confinement, far less as to who was accused of the plot, and what had been discovered. All that could be said for him was that his churlishness was passive and according to his ideas of duty. He was a very reluctant and uncomfortable jailer, but he never insulted nor wilfully ill-used his unfortunate captive. Thus Mary was left to dwell on the little she knew, namely, that Babington and his fellows were arrested, and that she was supposed to be implicated, but there her knowledge ceased, except that Humfrey's warning convinced her that Cuthbert Langston had been at least one of the traitors. He had, no doubt, been offended and disappointed at that meeting during the hawking at Tutbury. "Yet I need scarcely to ask the why or the wherefore," she said. "I have spent my life in a world of treachery. No sooner do I take a step on ground that seems ever so firm, than it proves quicksand. They will swallow me at last." Daily, more than daily, did she and Cicely go over together that hurried conversation on the moor, and try to guess whether Langston intended to hint at Cicely's real birth. He had certainly not disclosed her secret as yet, or Paulett would never have selected her as sprung of a loyal house, but he might guess at the truth, and be waiting for an opportunity to sell it dearly to those who would regard her as possessed of dangerous pretensions. And far more anxiously did the Queen recur to examining Cicely on what she had gathered from Humfrey. This was in fact nothing, for he had been on his guard against either telling or hearing anything inconsistent with loyalty to the English Queen, and thus had avoided conversation on these subjects. Nor did the Queen communicate much. Cicely never understood clearly what she dreaded, what she expected to be found among her papers, or what had been in the packet thrown into the well. The girl did not dare to ask questions, and the Queen always turned off indirect inquiries, or else assured her that she was still a simple happy child, and that it was better for her own sake that she should know nothing, then caressed her, and fondly pitied her for not being admitted to her mother's confidence, but said piteously that she knew not what the secrets of queens and captives were, not like those of Mistress Susan about the goose to be dressed, or the crimson hose to be knitted for a surprise to her good husband. but Cicely could see that she expected the worst, and believed in a set purpose to shed her blood, and she spent much time in devotion, though sorely distressed by the absence of all those appliances which her Church had taught her to rest upon. And these prayers, which often began with floods of tears, so that Cicely drew away into the window with her distaff in order not to seem to watch them, ended with rendering her serene and calm, with a look of high resignation, as having offered herself as a sacrifice and martyr for her Church. And yet was it wholly as a Roman Catholic that she had been hated, intrigued against, and deposed in her own kingdom? Was it simply as a Roman Catholic that she was, as she said, the subject of a more cruel plot than that of which she was accused? Mysterious woman that she was never more mysterious than to her daughter in those 17 days that they were shut up together. It did not so much strike Cicely at the time, when she was carried along with all her mother's impulses and emotions, without reflecting on them, but when in after time she thought over all that then had passed, she felt how little she had understood. They suffered a good deal from the heat and closeness of the rooms, for Mary was like a modern Englishwoman in her craving for free air, and those were the dog days. They had contrived, by the help of a diamond that the Queen carried about with her after the fashion of the time, to extract a pane or two from the lattices so ingeniously that the master of the house never found it out, and as their 2 apartments looked out different ways, they avoided the full sunshine, for they had neither curtains nor blinds to their windows, by moving from one to the other. But still the closeness was very oppressive, and in the heat of the day, just after dinner, they could do nothing but lie on the table, while the Queen told stories of her old life in France, till sometimes they both went to sleep. Most of her dainty needlework was done in the long light mornings, for she hardly slept at all in the hot nights. Cis scarcely saw her in bed, for she prayed long after the maiden had fallen asleep, and was up with the light and embroidering by the window. She only now began to urge Cicely to believe as she did, and to join her Church, taking blame to herself for never having attempted it more seriously. She told the oneness and the glory of Roman Catholicism as she had seen it in France, held out its promises and professions, and dwelt on the comfort of the intercession of the Blessed Virgin and the saints, assuring Cicely that there was nothing but sacrilege, confusion, and cruelty on the other side. Sometimes the maiden was much moved by the tender manner and persuasive words, and she really had so much affection and admiration for her mother as to be willing to do all that she wished, and to believe her the ablest and most clear-sighted of human beings. But whenever Mary was not actually talking to her, there was a curious swaying back of the pendulum in her mind to the conviction that what Master Richard and Mistress Susan believed must be the right thing, that led to trustworthy goodness. She had an enthusiastic love for the Queen, but her faith and trust were in them and in Humfrey, and she could see religious matters from their point of view better than from that of her mother. So though the Queen often felt herself carrying her daughter along, she always found that there had been a slipping back to the old standpoint every time she began again. She was considering with some anxiety of the young maiden's future. "Could I but send thee to my good sister, the Duchess of Lorraine, she would see thee well and royally married," she said. "Then couldst thou be known by thy own name, and rank as Princess of Scotland. If I can only see my Courcelle again, she would take thee safely and prove all, and thy hand will be precious to many. It may yet bring back the true faith to England, when my brave cousin of Guise has put down the Bearneys, and when the poor stumbling block here is taken away." "Oh, speak not of that, dear madam, my mother." "I must speak, child. I must think how it will be with thee, so marvellously saved and restored to be my comfort. I must provide for thy safety and honour. Happily the saints guarded me from ever mentioning thee in my letters, so that there is no fear that Elizabeth should lay hands on thee, unless Langston should have spoken, the which can hardly be. But if I'll be broken up here, I must find thee a dwelling with my kindred worthy of thy birth." "Mr. and Mrs. Talbot would take me home," murmured Cicely. "Girl, after all the training I have bestowed on thee, is it possible that thou wouldest fain go back to make cheeses and brew small beer with those Yorkshire boors, rather than reign a princess? I thought thy heart was nobler." Cicely hung her head, ashamed. "I was very happy there," she said in excuse. "Happy! Ay, with the milkmaid's bliss. There may be fewer sorrows in such a life as that, just as those comely kine of Ashtons that I see grazing in the park are fewer sorrows than human creatures. But what know they of our joys, or what know the commonalty of the joy of ruling, calling brave men one's own, riding before one's men in the field, wielding councils of state, winning the love of thousands? Nay, nay, I will not believe it of mine own child, unless 'tis the base border blood that is in her which speaks." Cicely was somewhat overborne by being thus accused of meanness of tastes, when she had heard the Queen talk enviously of that same homely life which now she despised so heartily. She faltered in excuse. "Methought, madam, you would be glad to think there was one loving shelter ever open to me." "Ah, loving! I see what it is," said the Queen in a tone of disgust. "It is the sailor loon that has overthrown it all. A couple of walks in the garden with him, and the silly maid is ready to throw over all nobler thoughts." "Madam, he spoke no such word to me." "'Twas the infection, child, only the infection." "Madam, I pray you." "Whist, child, thou wilt be a perilous bride for any commoner, and let that thought, if no other, keep thee from lowering thine eyes to such as he. Were I and thy brother taken out of the way, none would stand between thee and both thrones. What would English or Scots say to find thee a household Joan, wedded to one of Drake's rude pirate fellows? I tell thee it would be the worse for him. They have made it treason to wed royal blood without Elizabeth's consent. No, no, for his sake as well as thine own, thou must promise me never thus to debase thy royal lineage." "Mother, neither he nor I thought or spoke of such a matter since we knew how it was with me." "And you give me your word?" "Yes, madam," said Cicely, who really had never entertained the idea of marrying Humfrey, implicit as was her trust in him as a brother and protector. "That is well. And so soon as I am restored to my poor servants, if I ever am, I will take measures for sending the French remnant to their own land, nor shall my Courcelles quit thee till she hath seen thee safe in the keeping of Madame de Lorraine, or of Queen Louise, who is herself a kinswoman of ours, and, they say, is piety and gentleness herself." "As you will, madam," said Cicely, her heart sinking at the thought of the strange new world before her, but perceiving that she must not be the means of bringing Humfrey into trouble and danger. Perhaps she felt this more from seeing how acutely her mother suffered at times from sorrow for those involved in her disaster. She gave Babington and his companions, as well as Nau and Curll, up for lost, as the natural consequence of having befriended her, and she blamed herself remorsefully, after the long experience of the fatal consequences of meddling in her affairs, for having entered into correspondence with the bright, enthusiastic boy whom she remembered, and having lured him without doubt to his death. "Alack, alack," she said, "and yet such is liberty, that I should forget all I have gone through, and do the like again if the door seemed open to me. At least there is this comfort, cruel child, thy little heart was not set on him, gracious and handsome though he were, and thy mother's most devoted knight. Ah, poor youth, it wrings my soul to think of him. But at least he is a Catholic, his soul will be safe, and I will have hundreds of masses sung for him. Oh, that I knew how it goes with them! This torture of silent suspense is the most cruel of all." Mary paced the room with impatient misery, and in such a round the weary hours dragged by, only mitigated by one welcome thunderstorm, for 17 days, whose summer length made them seem the more endless. Cicely, who had never before in her life been shut up in the house so many hours, was pale, listless, and even fretful toward the Queen, who bore with her petulance so tenderly as more than once to make her weep bitterly for very shame. After one of these fits of tears, Mary pleaded earnestly with Sir Walter Ashton for permission for the maiden to take a turn in the garden every day, but though the good gentleman's complexion bore testimony that he lived in the fresh air, he did not believe in its efficacy. He said he had no orders, and could do nothing without warrant. But that evening at supper, the serving-maid brought up a large brew of herbs, dark and nauseous, which Dame Ashton had sent as good for the young lady's megrim. "Will you taste it, sir?" asked the Queen of Sir Walter, with a revival of her lively humour. "The foul fiend have me if a drop comes within my lips," muttered the knight. "I am not bound to taste for a tirewoman," he added, leaving it in doubt whether his objection rose from a distaste to his lady's missus, or from pride, and he presently said, perhaps half ashamed of himself, and willing to cast the blame on the other side, "It was kindly meant of my good dame, and if you choose to flout it, rather than benefit by it, that is no affair of mine." He left the portion, and Cicely disposed of it by small instalments at the windows, and a laugh over the evident horror it excited in the master did the captives at least as much good as the chamomile, centaury, wormwood, and other ingredients of the bowl. Happily it was only 2 days later that Sir Walter announced that his custody of the Queen was over, and Sir Amias Paulett was come for her. There was little preparation to make, for the two ladies had worn their riding dresses all the time, but on reaching the great door where Sir Amias, attended by Humfrey, was awaiting them, they were astonished to see a whole troop on horseback, all armed with headpieces, swords, and pistols, to the number of 140. "Wherefore is this little army raised?" she asked. "It is by the order of the Queen," replied Ashton, with his accustomed surly manner, "and need enough in the time of such treasons." The Queen turned to him with tears on her cheeks. "Good gentleman," she said, "I am not witting of anything against the Queen. Am I to be taken to the Tower?" "No, madam, back to Chartley," replied Sir Amias. "I knew they would never let me see my cousin," sighed the Queen. "Sir," as Paulett placed her on her horse, "of your pity tell me whether I shall find all my poor servants there." "Yea, madam, save Mr. Now and Mr. Curll, who are answering for themselves and for you. Moreover, Curll's wife was delivered 2 days since." This intelligence filled Mary with more anxiety than she chose to manifest to her unsympathizing surroundings. Cis, meanwhile, had been assisted to mount by Humfrey, who told her that Mrs. Curll was thought to be doing well, but that there were fears for the babe. It was impossible to exchange many words, for they were immediately behind the Queen and her 2 warders, and Humfrey could only tell her that his father had been at Chartley, and had gone on to London, but there was inexpressible relief in hearing the sound of his voice, and knowing she had some one to think for her and protect her. The promise she had made to the Queen only seemed to make him more entirely her brother, by putting that other love out of the question. There was a sad sight at the gate, a whole multitude of wretched-looking beggars, and poor of all ages and degrees of misery, who all held out their hands and raised one cry of "Alms! Alms, gracious lady! Alms, for the love of heaven!" Mary looked round on them with tearful eyes, and exclaimed, "Alack, good folk, I have nothing to give you. I am as much a beggar as yourselves." The escort dispersed them roughly, Paulett assuring her that they were nothing but a sort of idle folk, who were only encouraged in laziness by her bounty, which was very possibly true of a certain proportion of them, but it had been a sore grief to her that since Cuthbert Langston's last approach in disguise, she had been prevented from giving alms. In due time Chartley was reached, and the first thing the Queen did on dismounting was to hurry to visit poor Barbara Curll, who had, on her increasing illness, been removed to one of the guest chambers, where the Queen now found her, still in much distress about her husband, who was in close imprisonment in Walsingham's house, and had not been allowed to send her any kind of message, and in still more immediate anxiety about her newborn infant, who did not look at all as if its little life would last many hours. She lifted up her languid eyelids, and scarcely smiled when the Queen declared, "Say, Barbara, I am come back again to you, to nurse you and my goddaughter into health to receive your husband again. Nay, I have no fears for him. They cannot hurt him. He has done nothing, and is a Scottish subject beside. My son shall write to claim him," she declared, with such an assumed air of confidence that a shade of hope crossed the pale face, and the fear for her child became the more pressing of the 2 little griefs. "We will christen her at once," said Mary, turning to the nearest attendant. "Bear a request from me to Sir Amias that his chaplain may come at once and baptize my godchild." Sir Amias was waiting in the gallery in very ill humour at the Queen's delay, which kept his supper waiting. Moreover, his party had a strong dislike to private baptism, holding that the important point was the public covenant made by responsible persons, and the notion of the sponsorship of a Roman Catholic likewise shocked him. So he made ungracious answer that he would have no baptism save in church before the congregation, with true Protestant gossips. "So saith he!" exclaimed Mary, when the reply was reported to her. "Nay, my poor little one, thou shalt not be shut out of the kingdom of heaven for his churlishness." And taking the infant on her knee, she dipped her hand in the bowl of water that had been prepared for the chaplain, and baptized it by her own name of Mary. The existing prayer book had been made expressly to forbid lay baptism and baptism by women, of the special desire of the Reformers, and Sir Amias was proportionately horrified, and told her it was an offence for the Archbishop's court. "Very like," said Mary. "Your Protestant courts love to slay both the body and the soul. Will it please you to open my own chambers to me, sir?" Sir Amias handed the key to one of her servants, but she motioned him aside. "Those who put me forth must admit me," she said. The door was opened by one of the gentlemen of the household, and they entered. Every repository had been ransacked, every cabinet stood open and empty, every drawer had been pulled out. Wearing apparel and the like remained, but even this showed signs of having been tossed over and roughly rearranged by masculine fingers. Mary stood in the midst of the room, which had a strange air of desolation, an angry light in her eyes, and her hands clasped tightly one into the other. Paulett attempted some expression of regret for the disarray, pleading his orders. "It needs not excuse, sir," said Mary. "I understand to whom I owe this insult. There are two things that your Queen can never take from me, royal blood and the Catholic faith. One day some of you will be sorry for what you have now put upon me. I would be alone, sir." And she proudly motioned him to the door with a haughty gesture, showing her still fully Queen in her own apartments. Paulett obeyed, and when he was gone, the Queen seemed to abandon the command over herself she had preserved all this time. She threw herself into Jean Kennedy's arms, and wept freely and piteously, while the good lady, rejoicing at heart to have recovered her bairn, fondled and soothed her with soft Scottish epithets, as though the worn woman had been a child again. "Yea, nurse, mine own nurse, I am come back to thee, for a little while, only a little while, nurse, for they will have my blood, and oh, I would it were ended, for I am a-weary of it all." Jean and Elizabeth Curll tried to cheer and console her, alarmed at this unwonted depression, but she only said, "Get me to bed, nurse. I am sair forfaughten." She was altogether broken down by the long suspense, the hardships and the imprisonment she had undergone, and she kept her bed for several days, hardly speaking, but apparently reposing in the relief afforded by the recovered care and companionship of her much-loved attendants. There she was when Paulett came to demand the keys of the caskets where her treasure was kept. Melville had refused to yield them, and all the Queen said was, "Robbery is to be added to the rest," a sentence which greatly stung the knight, but he actually seized all the coin that he found, including what belonged to Nau and Curll, and only retaining enough for present expenses, sent the rest off to London. End of Chapter 30. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama.